What video?
The
Oh,
one
the
about
optics one?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, 1 second. Yeah, let's see what we did.
Um, no, the one about the you posted it after I talked about ray tracing, and you said you got to think of it in terms of like wave propagation.
Where's the shorts?
That's the one.
Oh, man.
Are you gonna add anything onto that menu factotum, or are you just like tucking yourself into bed or something?
Yeah, I think I mean I had a couple things, but like get into it now. I think I'm gonna be here for another hour and a half, and probably should have gone to bed like hours ago.
You're really addicted to the flat earth stuff, aren't you?
Um, just trying to finish this damn video.
Video.
Yeah, it's the same
Oh,
video I've been
editing.
editing for way too long, and it's still a piece of shit. So good time.
Are you making a flat earth video?
No, no, no. On that note, I think I am gonna head out. I will catch you guys in the morning, I guess.
Good night.
Oh, weird. It's time for some chow chow.
Fuck yeah, Timbo, mate. You come on eventually, bud. Fucking Heart and Strider, am I right?
I like the equatorial mount proof. You see, the telescope spins and that means that the ground is a ball.
Yeah, it's very, very powerful.
You can't explain how the equatorial mount works. Therefore, not flat Earth because you can't. Okay, well, sure. Can you explain it on the globe? Well, fuck no. Oh, okay, what?
Even if I Google it and Google tells me that it's run on a clock drive, yeah, I can't. That's not an explanation either, right?
Yeah, like break down the mount and how the mount works, how the gears work, how the counterweights work. It's like, just tell me how does it work? And they can't. They have no clue how the mount works.
Crick, can you do me a favor?
No, fuck you.
Can you press my reset button? Reach it right now.
Hey, Crit, you know that guy is Giggles, right? This Astrovision person in the.
Yeah, I got it. He changed his name. He was like one of the Avatar characters before. He's not even using soccer accounts anymore. He's just changing his username.
What do you think about that proof in the chat, Jerry? What do you think?
I think any idea could be quote unquote proven logically in a syllogism, but it's like when I talk about proofs, like when I talk about geometry and the nature of water. I mean, that's
So
like
if the Earth is flat, why does Obama have a round head?
If the Earth is a globe, why do you interrupt?
I don't give a fuck, nigga. You white.
Yeah, like I was saying,
Yeah.
any idea could kind of be logically proven, but if you're talking about something you could demonstrate in reality with like a physical object, like a straight line or something, then I mean that's much better.
This is much better.
If they could come
Much
here and
better.
give me that big old peener, oh
Much.
yes, baby, come in my asshole.
Thanks for that, Geordie.
Here we go. See, explain that on a globe. Explain being an obnoxious ass wipe on a globe.
On the globe. I don't think every view can be logically proven. I don't know what you mean by that necessarily, but
Like any like kind of like utilitarianism, libertarianism, like you could construct a syllogism.
if you mean you can have a proof, like a noun, a proof, like you're just a thing, right? Yeah, sure. You can have that for anything, but obviously it might just not be an actual proof, right? It could be disproven, shown not to be proof.
Yeah, so
Like
if
with
you want,
logical
if you were
fallacy.
persuaded by the proof, Mill's proof for utilitarianism.
Like if there's a logical fallacy, it's debunked. It's fallacious.
Well, yeah, there's loads of ways you can show something not to be a proof. For instance, in what I sent to Jerry, you got to think like if it's the case that well, let me think. I'm gonna go with okay. If it's the case that there's an experience machine and you step inside and you get all these wonderful experiences, like the best pleasures of life, and then you step outside of that experience machine, and then the doctor says, "Look, you've been in here for 20 years. You've forgotten all like what your real life was. You forgot you had a real life." And he says, "Well, it's doing a routine checkup, seeing how you're doing. And now you realize you're actually in reality now. But reality is hard. It's not easy. I think most people would prefer to remain in reality than step back inside the experience machine. Now, if my intuition is correct, that would be a disproof of what Mill's talking about, right? Even though, obviously, the experience machine would be a more pleasurable life. All right, then ignore me, everyone. That was a waste of my time.
What were you expecting?
Nothing new under the sun.
I mean, are we
I don't know,
looking
if
for
someone-
a cookie or something, or what?
I think if someone says, "Hey, why is the bottom of that mountain missing?" Like, my answer is I don't know, but I know how the mountain was measured. It was measured the horizontal baseline in a right triangle, using the horizontal as the baseline for that triangle. I don't know. That's what I would say.
You like geometry brain? You can't think about anything else other than what is geometrically possible.
No, that's what I could prove. I could prove that it was measured that way. That's it. As far as optics go, I mean, it's a dead end. And you end up talking about refraction and angular this and compression that and fuck off. Like, who wants to talk about that? I don't.
As well. The logic's got into your brain, Jerry. It's like a disease.
I don't think it's logic. It's just, I mean, is what I'm saying wrong?
Well, it's like, think about what I said about the mill thing, and let's just extrapolate it onto geometry.
The MILF thing?
Yeah, think about the mill thing, and then let's extrapolate it onto your view on being able to prove geometry. Because, obviously, there's some sort of commitment you have to Euclidean geometry and the axioms thereof. But when you're confronted with a situation, for instance, the area of a sphere, right, or the surface of a sphere, and you're told, okay, let's see what we can do with this. What to use of this realm, right? In your mind, you think, well, spheres are 3D, so I'm going to talk about the interior. But there's like a blind side to that, which is just that your axioms aren't covering on covering the specific I want to say context or concept that's being described, and so it's limited. It's got boundaries where as far as you're willing to go, and so while it's fine for you to say, look, that's as far as I want to go, you'll never persuade anyone who isn't already engaged towards a flat earth, because I'm quite happy to consider alternative concepts when I want to change the scope of what I'm talking about, right? So I think it's just practical, right? It's practical, it's useful. It describes something about the world. I don't know why you would do anything else.
I mean, we're talking about measuring distances in real life, right? something?
No, just conceiving of geometry. Why you commit to axioms and then draw a boundary at the edges of how far you're willing to go, when there's scope beyond that, right? That you're just not used to even want to bother to touch. Because if you have a blind side of all those realms outside of your scope, then to say it's not a ball, I mean, within your framework of reference, sure you can say that, but it's limit. It's you've limited yourself to that to that realm and not expanding your scope. So like you couldn't possibly. It's not you couldn't possibly. It's just that you can't. Your logic.
Tell us how you really feel.
It's not about feel. It's just I'm trying to articulate it. I'm still tired. Yeah, the logic that you want to say is the only way you can know things. So the only thing you do know limits the scope of what you can actually understand about reality. I mean, that's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think that Euclidean geometry is limited at all.
You don't think so? You think
No.
it's boundless?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Euclid was known as the king of infinite space.
But I think you know that the whole point of like non-Euclidean geometry is when you have spaces in concept that don't conform to, especially if you have them in isolation, don't conform to exactly what you expect from Euclidean geometry. And that's the whole point of it. It's just to expand the scope of what you're talking about when it's relevant. No one's denying Euclidean geometry, but people would say that it's not fit for all purposes.
I don't know. It's kind of like saying, well, listen, I can't have a real girlfriend, so I'm going to invent this girlfriend in my head, and that'll work for me. It's only going to exist in my head, but I'll never be able to prove that I have a real girlfriend.
Well, if it's useful, I don't think.
Exactly, it's useful, but is it real? Is it true? Is it reality?
Well, I don't know if that's the point, because if it's useful and it's telling us something about reality, then that suffices, I think, for what the purpose of the whole subject of these sorts of conversations about, like whether the Earth is a globe or not, right? If it can tell us something about that, but the concept itself isn't like reality, right? You can't. I don't know. It's not like a proof of anything. Like it's not intrinsically proven, but it does tell us something about reality and it's informative. Then that's all you really need. I mean, lots of things turn out not to be true in principle and concept and logic, but the things they told us, it produced results. It told us things regardless, right? So think of Newton, right? Newton isn't completely holistically true, but yet it gave results, right? So as far as people are concerned, they still use it, right? They don't, the idea that Newton was thrown in the bin is garbage, right? It's not true.
Yeah. Do you want to know a little secret about Newtonian mechanics?
Go on.
It's all Euclidean. It's all rooted in
Yeah.
Euclidean geometry. And all the little rocket launches that they use to get to the moon, allegedly, that's all based on Newtonian mechanics.
Well, no one's saying that. Yeah, it was, and no one's saying that Euclidean geometry is not true. It's just that there's bounds to the scope of what you're talking about sometimes, where some other things might be more useful to think about, being, let's say, unorthodox with your thinking. Not a bad thing to do. It's more, it's how we all act in the real world. So I don't know why, like, when it comes to like trying to dig your heels into a flat Earth, and I know flat, like, meaning whatever you think, the same world like Crit imagines in his head when he says flat Earth, but you say level. I don't know, like the same thing. He's just dug your heels into into Euclidean geometry and rejected all possible alternative concepts or inventions of geometry, even if they have utility. It's very strange to me.
Yeah, so we're going back to the real girlfriend versus a fake girlfriend. Like, we could use and demonstrate the real girlfriend in reality and kind of prove it, but
But I could
it's-
demonstrate the usefulness of something, right?
well, yeah, imagination is definitely useful. I'll agree with that, but it's not demonstrable. I'm saying. Like religion. Religion is definitely useful, but you can't prove it.
Well, like I said, the commitment to if you can't prove it as a knowledge claim, then it must be thrown out. It's like logic, right? It's not how anyone operates in the real world. It's not how not how anyone I'd expect who has half a brain cell to operate. I think if
I'm not
you can
saying
demonstrate its utility, then that's good enough.
I'm not saying you can't use this stuff. I'm saying not good enough for me.
It's a what? Sorry.
I, I'm I'm saying it like you can't use this stuff, but it's just not good enough for me. I mean, when someone gives me a proof, I mean,
Yeah, but when someone says to you, it has utility in the real world and it produces results, the wrong question to ask is, well, how do you know that the concept itself is like proven? The correct answer is, what are the results, and how does that affect the real world, right?
yeah, like when someone or when I first figured out how to prove that level is horizontal, I mean that just kicked me right in the nuts, right?
Yeah, but I
It's
imagine you were a flat earther before that.
well, even though I was, I mean, it doesn't make a difference because even if
Well,
I'm
in a way, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that you took this route, because if you've rejected the physics and all that sort of stuff of flat Earth, and you've said, look, I'm just going to go into pure geometry, then it makes my life easier, because convincing you out of logic, which is just a question of digging your head in the sand, semantics, and asking the wrong questions, it's easy. It's like you'll soon be a globe earther, before you know it.
well, I'll admit that sticking with geometric proofs and stuff like that, it's limiting as far as okay, what causes tides or what is light? Like, yeah, what I can't prove any of that, and I can't know, but I'd rather not know that and have one proof than have no proofs and a belief about how tides
Seems
work.
flawed. That seems flawed. I think, because you do operate. If you're trying to, I don't know, if you're thinking purely armchair, sort of have one proof and then just be happy about that, I think that beliefs, or how you engage in probably most of your interactions with the world, and they always produce results for you. So, if I take an umbrella out because there's a high probability of rain, it's just a belief that it will rain tomorrow, but my preventative action gives utility for me in my everyday life. In the same way that if you have a belief in, for instance, globe Earth, and it's a rational one, you can reason it to some degree. You can produce results from there to say, well, let's go one step further with it, right? And say, let's see if we can send something up there, or across the solar system, or however they want to conceive of it. And if it produces results, then that's just that. It's not like you don't have to have this rigidity to how you view the world.
No, look, I can believe that the Earth is still a globe, right? I won't be able to prove it, but I could believe it.
Well,
Like
that's like
I could prove
it's
level
just
being
about everyone
horizontal,
else,
right?
because everyone else technically only has a belief in it, but because it's like, quite like, it's at this point of questioning whether or not they do these things, the chances of them lying and all those sorts of things, so unlikely for me, the little person who is completely removed from all those sorts of events. I'm quite happy to just say it be, right, and then just move on with my life and not. Life is easier when you don't have to like think, rationalize, or like try to re-rationalize how everyone experiences reality.
Like some woman could believe that the guy who, cuddles her names every day and comes home from work and beats her up, like she could believe that he really loves her, right? But in reality, he's just a cock, right? Like he is physically hurting her. Like that's the reality. But she could believe that he's a nice guy and that she
Yeah, but the
loves
funny
him
thing about that
all
is that
day.
it's like kind of analogous to flat Earth, because every one of your friends are saying, "No, this is not right. It's silly," but you're choosing to see the sides of the abuser that you want to see, and so that informs how you're going to experience that relationship. Even though he's hitting you, you find when he's nice to you for an hour out of a week to be the best hour of that week you could possibly imagine, because your self-esteem is so low. And that's like flat Earth, right? Because they just imagine that all the globers are against the relationship with the flat Earth, but they see the flat Earth. They see what no one else is seeing, right? It's very analogous.
Right. Well, what about the people who like come in the chat and this VC and just freak out every day? Like,
Well, it
the
happens
love,
on both sides, doesn't it?
like your boy Embo.
Well, that happens on both sides, but I think if you're in, like you say, if you're in the relationship, you're blindsided. But then say, well, just look at what happens outside of the relationship. People who don't actually think about the globular Earth, if you just ask them, it seems immediately apparent to them that we're on a globe, and they're quite happy with that fact. Whereas people in this area, both globe earther, flat earther, and blogiker, they're in the relationship. They're blindsided by them thinking that they see it. They really are invested and in love with this Earth, right? That they've conjured up in their minds, the blogic Earth, the flogic Earth, and the globgic Earth, right?
Well, like I said, in reality, most people believe it's a globe, and most people know that level is horizontal. It's just, are you willing to look to see what the contradiction is there, or do you just kind of want to sweep it under the rug? And it's not my place to go up to people and say, "Hey, did you know that level is horizontal?" Like,
Yeah, but you got to think
like
like most people. You
they
got to
already
think
know.
like you've got to think most scientists are outside of that relationship too. They're not in the abusive relationship with the Earth, the ship with the Earth. They are quite content with just accepting the facts for what it is. If they see a picture of a sphere, they're like, okay, that's a sphere. Like they sent something into space, that's a sphere. Perfectly
Right.
happy, job done. See you later. That's how they see it, right? Whereas, but they are quite rational individuals. Philosophers also, they also just are quite satisfied with accepting that reality. It's just people in the abusive relationship that have a problem, right? An abusive relationship with a flat Earth.
What does that look like?
Well, it looks like spending 24 hours, 7 days a week of your time, or at least a large portion of your time, just listening to the same thing on repeat, hoping that the next thing to come out of someone's mouth will prove the flat Earth, and it never does. You know, in the same way, like an abusive relationship is just waiting for that "I love you," right? They're waiting for the "I love you."
Yui is speaking from his own personal. Yui is speaking from his own personal experience.
Like, look, is that meant to be mockery? You're saying like, well,
Thanks for
if I
sharing
had
that
been in
with
an
us, Yui.
abusive relationship, it's not like an L for me, right?
No, you're here. You're here. And we're glad you're here, Yui.
Yeah, just the entertainment value talking point completely destroys your worldview there.
Yeah, I don't feel like my worldview's been destroyed yet, but you can tell me it has been. That's fine.
Yet somehow flat earthers are just sitting out in here waiting for an "I love you" when they're not. Like inside your own framework, it's all just entertainment value.
Well, that's me though. I'm not talking about what I see in this whole thing, because I'm, like I said, like I'm quite similar. I mean, I think I'm maybe, you know, the best friend that's like that knows the abusive boyfriend, but
A friend
more
of me.
like, you know, watches on the outside, observes it, and kind of gossips about it, right? The I'm not the one who's waiting for the "I love you," so it's not relevant to me.
A friend of me. A friend enemy.
Yeah, frenemy.
Crab in a bucket.
And I know it sounds like I'm mocking the flat earthers, but like, I don't know. I just think like the whole thing is just the big circus. That's all it is.
Could you tell me why?
Well, for the reasons mentioned, like for me, right, I was saying, like, you know, I actually don't care about the big global arguments, right? I mean, I do them because they're good brain mental masturbation, but for me, you know, as being the lay person I am, I don't have any pretense about my knowledge, right? Is that if a bunch of organizations around the world, governmental, non-governmental, and mental masturbation is just like philosophizing, right? So
No,
if there's a bunch of
not
if
really.
there's a yeah, that's what I mean by it. There's a bunch
That's
of
not what I think
organizations
it
around the
is,
world.
but okay, go on.
Yeah, there's a bunch of organizations around the world. They send things in space, take pictures. Like, oh, here they are. I don't have much reason to doubt that they're lying, and I don't about those particular things. The governments lie, just in case Crit says I think government never lies. And also non-governmental organizations are invested in similar things. And I'm quite satisfied with pictures, sure, no, in them, you know, happy about what's going on. Don't really think about the globe outside of this VC, right? And then just move on with my life. Now, people on the other side, I guess, like even globe earthers, this mind you, are very invested in this debate, and they expect that tomorrow will be the day. Like tomorrow will be the day something new happens, where the flat Earth is destroyed or the globe Earth is finally destroyed.
They do
and
every day.
It never happens. Never happens. It's been 100 years since the
day.
Bedford level, and flat Earth hasn't been proven. Globe Earth hasn't been proven, but people are just quite happy to go along.
What do you have to substantiate that flat Earth was never proven?
Well, whenever I've asked for proof, it's always been kind of like, this is what you're supposed to see. First of all, says who. Secondly, why do you think this is what you're supposed to see? And they always tell me what
mindset of what they taught.
Well, whoever taught them was obviously a bad teacher, right? And whatever YouTube video they watched, who told them what you're supposed to see, wasn't a good YouTube video whatsoever, apparently.
That's optics, man.
Talking about a YouTube video, it's a whole, like, they're trying to control the way people think, what they think they can do, where they think they are.
You'd think that, right? But controlling, I mean, you know, controlling people is a political question. Unfortunately, that is scope of something I know about, right? There are levers of ways you can control people in society. But it has to produce an effect, like a relationship between the two. So, for instance, if people believed in a flat Earth, would they be any less controlled than anyone else? No, obviously not.
Yeah, they
If-
would.
What's the relationship between looking at a horizon, seeing obstruction or not an obstruction, and what the government's relationship with you is? I don't see it, right?
The fact
I
that I
don't
never
think it's-
saw a picture from space of Antarctica.
You've never seen a picture from Antarctica? Oh, you're on your own there. Just go on Google.
From space.
From space?
Right.
And?
So then what's the real shape of it?
Well, long time ago, right? People were already drawing maps. Now, when people were circumnavigating Antarctica, when they were drawing the map of Antarctica, or what sort of realm exists down there, there was no great oversight by the Crown onto what you're supposed to find there, because they didn't know, right? And no map exists from that time, from those independent adventures, that suggests that it could have been anything but what we already understand it to be now.
So
right?
you're talking about the ones you've seen, because I've seen maps that describe the opposite.
From people who actually sailed down there? Or there's people who were
They're just ancient maps.
in their bedroom.
They're just ancient maps.
Ancient maps? But did they ever sail down there?
If they mapped it, how do you think they got there?
Well, people were mapping things for imaginary lands. I mean, for instance, there were people who were mapping North America, never knew the place before America was even discovered. Does that mean that, and it didn't look like how America actually looks like, it looks nothing like it, it's just like some sort of weird archipelago, right? Do you think that that person had actually went there? Obviously not, because the proof is in the map. It's obviously not corresponding to what you know North America to be. It's just like an idea someone had, right? Have you ever heard of Hyperborea? Hyperborea, the idea that there's people that lived in the snow north that were Aryans, right? Did anyone actually go there and meet them? No, it was an idea from the Greeks who never sailed that far north. Giants, elves, so on. I think about people who did sail there, that we know sailed down there, drew maps corresponding to what we understand it to be. So it's it's much more reliable.
And they used straight line distances, right?
Yeah, but we've already gone over this.
Looks
So they
like
had to draw it
Giggles.
on a flat map, because it's like on a table. They drew it on a map, which is flat.
Right.
Looks like
'Cause that's how
Giggles
they-
left the server.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, it's only a matter of time until he comes back and says the same bullshit. Freaks out and leaves. Comes back.
Yeah, that's
Freaks
the
out and
power of flat Earth right there, Britt. This
Right.
is what it does to somebody. Someone who says they are on the short list to become the next astronaut. That they are a literal rocket scientist, an engineer building spaceships. And what they do with that is they come back, leave, come back, leave on an army of sock accounts, and sometimes pretending to be flat earthers as he argues with himself and then convinces himself that he was a flat earther than not a flat earther.
for years.
For years now. I mean, this is one of the original guys. His original, I call him Mr. Giggles because that's how I came across him first. Was he would join a call of just flat earthers talking and open his mic to giggle sporadically.
Out of curiosity, Craig, do you know a single flat earther that you would call a true flat earther that stopped being a flat earther?
Yeah, I don't go around identifying people. I think you know this already.
Yeah, but I'm just asking if you know one, not who is it. I wouldn't know them if you did describe them.
Yeah, I would say whatever their journey is, and then they describe and tell you their story, it's got jack shit to do with me.
That's weird how you just didn't want to answer that question.
I did answer. Okay, so what was my answer? Let's try to see if we can break this down.
Well, you didn't answer my question. I didn't say you didn't
Okay,
give me
my
an
answer is
It
I don't
wasn't-
identify people. I'm not going to tell someone
okay.
else's story. Okay.
Yeah, and I said I don't want to hear their story. I just want to know if you knew someone like that.
That was a flat earther, then went back to the globe, and then what?
Just that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of them. They kind
Why are you
of
being
just.
difficult?
I would say a lot of people they just ride off. You know, like they come to the conversation like, oh, I'm unsure. Let me hear both sides. Okay, I'll identify as a flat earther. Oh, I've changed my mind, and they just go off into the sunset. You probably never even hear what happened. They just people come and go all the time. Over the years, it's been lots of people have come and gone. I don't know why. I wouldn't even ask. I wouldn't try to chase them down and give them some sort of like, the fifth degree. Like, let's break down every possible reason for why you did what you did, or said what you said, or identify. Some people slowly identify as flat earthers just for shits and giggles, like the Paul Logan
I'm
did.
not asking about those people. I'm asking about people you would consider to be.
Yeah, I'm saying my advice, my answer to you. Okay, let's see if you can, if you're bricked or not. My answer is go talk to them, not
Yeah.
me. Okay, I can't tell their story like they can tell their story.
Yeah, let's delineate between a response and an answer. You didn't answer my question. You responded to it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, so at this point, I invoke for you to use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. That way, at this point, you can only deny your own answer.
Yeah, okay.
How about you, Brick Nat? Can you name anyone who you?
You want to say my name again?
Brick Nat. Can you name anyone who was a flat Earth, like a real flat Earther? Now they're not.
I don't know that many flat earthers. I only know them in here. So.
Wait, so then why would you ask a question?
Well, think about it. If I've never met one and I want to know if the one exists, I would ask
Then why
someone.
would you ask if one converted to it and then converted back? If you didn't,
Because I don't know one.
If
someone
you
who's
didn't
done
have
that.
any experience of that.
That's exactly when you would ask that question if you didn't have experience of it. If I had the answer, why would I ask the question?
Then it would just be brainstorming instead of understanding.
Now think about it. If I knew the answer, why would I ask the question?
Yeah, use that logic. So next time you hear a globalist ask a question that they think the only answer is globe, run that by them. Why? Ask them why did you do that? That they come in here, they think they got a gotcha. They're explaining fish on a globe. Like, what the fuck you talking about, dude?
I think people without proofs usually go back to the globe. Like if you haven't found a proof of the flat Earth in your mind, like whatever satisfies that, then you're gonna go back to the globe. That's how I feel.
It kind of reminded you when I was on Blue server for a while. They all had to break down what the real question was. The real question is, why are there flat earthers? Despite all the proof.
It's like absurdity, though. That's not a real question.
I could give up several reasons for why there's a flat earther.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They couldn't figure that out. That's the part they were just stumped by. They go with all these expertise, all this knowledge that we have to share with flat earthers. They're still flat earthers. And I'm like, so is it the flat earthers' fault or is that your fault? So you've got knowledge that you think you can share, that you can show people that the Earth is not flat, and they're not listening to you, or they're not paying attention to you, or they don't want to hear what you have to say. So the real question is, why do you fancy yourself a scientific communicator when you can't communicate?
Yeah. You must be new to the idea that some people don't care about evidence or rationality.
No, what they really care about is control. They want to be able to control what people are allowed to say. They don't give a shit about the Earth one way or the other. If you really break it down, none of them really know anything about the Earth. Like I asked the guys, like in the Blue Marble Science server, at one point, I had people telling me I was lying about the flush, and other people telling me the flush proved the globe.
Do you think Globers want to control you?
Though they want to control thought because they have an agenda.
I would say
agenda-driven worldview.
I would say now, and I don't know if this is the case, but I would say that the dynamic in this room, which is where the only place to speak to flat earthers or any other glober probably does speak to many flat earthers, is that the globe earthers come in, despite being silenced, muted, and whatever. They'll still stay here and debate. They don't care that you control the mics. They're here for the debate, right? So they don't want the control. You want the control, right?
Yeah. The guy just this morning said, "Mute me again, and I'm out of here."
And that's just a personal thing for him. It's not.
Yeah, just wait around. Just see it again.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting here, aren't I? How many times have I been muted and banned from this channel?
If you complain about getting muted or kicked, you can't do that while then being egregious at the same time.
Well, I don't care about me being. Well, I'm not going to say that because Crit's going to then do it, but.
I'm not saying that about you.
Yeah, the bit's going to be like, if you feel like you can't talk here, I can help you with that. And then when you feel like you can talk, I can help you with that too.
That just sounds like that's petty, though, doesn't it?
No, it's holding your feet to the fire. When you make a claim, a statement, flat earthers just control the conversation. No one can talk. No one can present their proof. I'm like, okay, let's hold you to that claim.
I think
because you're going to want to talk.
Yeah.
But if you say you can't talk when you want to talk, you're going to say, you know what? Hey, I take that back. I actually think I can present an argument.
It sounds petty because it's like whenever anyone offers a fair critique, you're then going to take it as a personal thing, and then
no, just hold them to their worldview. Like they go into an echo chamber. If you're inside an echo chamber, are you allowed to talk? Well, no. So if your claim is you're inside an echo chamber, I'll help you with that. I'll make your perception reality. You can sit there and you can be silenced, and the rest of the channel will move on without you. No one needs, because at that point it's arguing with a fool. I'm not a saint. I can't suffer a fool gladly. If someone's going to come in here and tell me like, "Hey, Taco Tuesday's on Wednesday," and I'm like, "Okay, well, come back Wednesday," they're like, "Oh, you're trying to control the conversation." No, dude, you just told me Taco Tuesday's on Wednesday.
Yeah,
I'm offering you just to follow that. Come back on Wednesday and see if you can get your 2-for-1 tacos on Wednesday. You won't be able to get that. So then you'll be able to say, "Oh fuck, I probably should have showed up on Tuesday." Duh.
No, it sounds like a bit irrational because if I always decided that if someone was going to critique me, that I'm going to take that as a personal slight and double down and do exactly.
No, it's holding them to their worldview. Because you understand it. Exactly. If someone says this is an echo chamber and they can't talk, they can. They're talking right now. It's a self-defeating worldview. The whole idea is to hold them to it because they won't like it. They won't like that worldview, so they'll have a reason to change it. Their own comfort, their own needs and wants. Because right now, what they want to do is try to control the room by telling you can't do what you've been tasked to do. Yeah, keep order and keep everything, the conversation moving forward.
I get the point. I mean, personally, I think it's like a petty thing to do, but you think for some reason it's rational. I don't understand why.
Yeah, holding them to their own worldview.
It's like,
yeah.
Oh no, you've insulted me, and you said
no,
that I'm
not at all. They say that they can't do something here.
Yeah,
okay, what can't you do?
You might say it's controlling. You might say it's controlling.
Yeah, so they say they can't talk, but they're talking. As they're talking, they're saying, "I can't talk in this room." Why can't you talk in this room? Because it's a echo chamber. I'm like, okay, here, let me mute you until you realize that you don't like that worldview.
I mean, I don't care if you mute people, great. I just think it's a little bit controlling, like control freaky a little bit. So you mute whoever you want. I just think it's a bit control freaky. And it's weird that you call Globers the control freaks. You know, it's weird.
Yeah, because that's the whole idea. They want to come in here and change the conversation about what they think flat earthers are, instead of
Yeah.
actually having the real.
You're doing right now, Crit. Mirrors. Look at the mirror.
All I hear is concern trolling, and it's getting
Yeah,
boring.
I think it's
I'm not
about
trying to
time for you
concern
go,
troll. I'm
right?
just debating.
Like, Glober's categorize flat earthers so often. I hear it every time I come in here.
You're doing it now. Think about the irony of that.
There's no irony.
No,
You're
it's
categorizing
literal.
globe earthers.
That's an experience. That's a
All right.
measurement of my experience. My live experience of being here.
Oh well, I don't care anyway. Continue.
So anytime, Britt, if you feel like you can't talk, that you're being overly modded, and there's not enough space for you, I can help you with that.
Oh no, I get the fair treat. I get very leniently treated. I get DMs saying, "How do you get them to treat you so nicely?" And it's like, it's because I'm cool.
Well, it helps that you don't immediately call everyone idiots or talk
You sure
shit. Well, I mean, I haven't heard you say it so far. Or busting in saying the N-word a bunch of times. That usually gets somebody muted.
Yeah, but everyone could understand why. I will get someone muted. I would think everyone would mute someone if someone did that. I'd hope.
I've noticed that a lot of folks get a chance to speak here, and then others will complain about being muted, which seems to be a bit contradictory, because how can some globe Earth believers not be muted, and yet others are? I think the attitude has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, just telling them no, thank you. I don't want your content in this channel. Just hearing the word no sends them into a triggering. Because the first time they've ever heard the word no. Then normally they hear, like, they grew up and they cried and their parents gave them the cookie. You know, then they went into life and they kind of got everything they need or want. Society gives them the social safety net. They've never heard the word no. So now they're hearing the word no for the first time, and instead of reacting normal, some sort of functioning normal to hearing the word no, no thank you, then they say, oh, the whole place is an echo chamber, every single mod is biased. You're like, holy shit, dude. Did you just fall off the deep end or what? Okay, well, how about this? I'll hold you to that until you don't like it anymore, and then you can fix your shit. But they don't want to they want to fix their shit. They think that somehow they're a Jesus-like figure. This atheist globalist, they think they're the center of the universe. They don't have to fix anything.
Where did that come from? Why do you always do that? It's like, what?
Because it goes in the same line of, because they keep telling me every day, so insignificant. You live on the Earth. It's so small. What?
They also say you're the center of the universe. So, I mean, a flat earther won't say that. They'll say that the Earth is at the center of the universe, whereas the globe earther will say that you are at the center of the universe.
That's all there is. The Earth is universe. There's nothing else. There's no place for you to go.
So the globe earther,
Bill Nye told you. Bill Nye told you much better than me.
Yeah.
Bill Nye explained it much better than I could. If there's one thing I want your generation to go, there ain't no place you can go. This is it. The Earth, that's all you've got. It's a closed system.
This is it.
So if you can just get that part, if Bill Nye, in his scientific communicating 20 years in the classroom, Bill Nye the science guy doing his like little 5 to 15 minute videos about science. If he can just get that one thing, his whole life purpose is to get you to understand just one thing. Earth is a closed system. You ain't going nowhere.
No one cares about Bill Nye.
Yeah, but that's his life's goal. He cares. He cares enough to let you know that you are not going anywhere. Right here, Earth is all you got. It's a closed system. You ain't moving. You ain't going nowhere, homie.
But if the Earth is flat, then that means I do actually matter, and what I do does actually matter.
I don't see
How?
what.
Because I'm not floating on a rock in space.
What difference does that make?
Have you ever seen the boundaries?
Then I'm not small and insignificant and don't matter, and am a possibility instead of a probability.
So are you saying your position or someone else's?
Holy shit, dude. How are you this dumb that you can't even understand that part? Oh, master's degree in psychology. Can't even understand the one guy's talking about how he feels his life matters. And he uses that to form his worldview. Dude, you are just fucking wasted right now. Or you're just purposely acting stupid.
Crit, what's going on? This is very controlling.
Why did my mic stop working
Wait,
in the
what is
middle
he
of
controlling
speaking?
now?
I think Crit's having enough day today.
Why are you worried about his day so much?
He's a Karen.
Concerned for his health, you know.
Why? I mean, you should only be concerned about yourself living on this earth with us.
Well, I mean, some of us have empathy, and some of us are nice people.
I do.
It's a disruption tactic.
Oh, Crit, he was just asking
came in
why.
here. You got the guy telling you the whole what it means for him and what the Earth means and why it's important. Why it's important. The Earth is important, and you just got some dude that coming in here trying to completely derail it.
Ask him to
act
think
like
about it.
Completely ignorant. How about just listen? If you don't know, someone's trying to explain something to you. Why not listen?
But if you don't ask why, you're not going to get the why, are you? You
Or
have to
just
ask
listen.
the why.
Or just
Okay,
listen
so
and pay
you tell
attention.
me what I said then.
You said that the flat Earth gives you meaning through the fact that you can do things, right?
No,
It's very
it
vague.
means what I do actually does matter. It means I can't just go harm people and then
Yeah. Now,
justify it because nothing does matter because I live on a floating rock.
to Crit, that's like he understands what you're saying. I don't, right? I mean, I understand the
Okay,
words.
so tell me
obviously.
which part of what I said you don't understand.
I can't because the last time someone asked why, they got muted. So.
I mean, you're not muted right now.
No, it's against the rules to ask you why, apparently.
I don't know why you're backing away now. This far.
Just have someone else ask why, and this will debunk Brit's worldview.
Someone did just now. You said, well, it's obvious, you know. That's what it is. But yes, it is boring.
Boils down to play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
The road is so simple. If you overcomplicate it, it shifts the way you think about everything in it.
Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the world is complicated, but you create a fictional version of it because you can't comprehend it fully.
Oh, yeah.
So you simplify it in your mind, lying to yourself.
Or, yeah, just ball.
Yeah, I agree with them, but I think that's very apt.
Yeah, like seeing a sunset and going, I can't explain that. The ground must be a ball. Kind of like that.
You're cutting out, Dad.
It's a new day, but there's nothing new under the sun. the life of the anti-flat Earth globalists is simply an endless spiraling. No change. Nothing changes that. Will they try to debunk the flat Earth? Yes. Do they think they did so? Yes. Will they come back tomorrow and do it all over again? Yes. Day in, day out, they think they've debunked a topic. They can't even tell you what it is.
And so it's crazy. I was Globe Earther, and I came in here and then I saw that every day. And I was very confused why they couldn't even defend their point, and they got emotional every time and they couldn't even finish the conversation.
It's your fault that they can't explain their idea.
It's not our fault. It's his fault.
I'm not saying all of the Globers not get emotional here. I'm not defending that, but it's not the Globers who mute the opposite side every time they feel insecure. So I don't think the Globers are the only people here that get emotional.
That's perfect. Let me know when you think a flat earther's insecure, and I'll mute you and hold you to that worldview. So as soon as you say, hey, this guy's feeling insecure, okay, by your worldview, inside your worldview, you must be muted. Because if not, then your worldview falls apart. So let's hold you to that worldview until you don't like it anymore.
It's very
then you can come back and be like, hey, okay, I guess it's not about feeling insecure. There's some other variable here that you're unable to identify.
It's very controlling, correct. It's not a very rational way to think about things either. When you say, let's help you follow it too. When you say let's follow this,
if you don't have any control over yourself, somebody else is going to control you. And you chose to go into this room, so
I'm happy with
that means that you want whatever happens to you to happen to you because you knew that it was possible.
Yeah, I don't care about being muted. Obviously, well, the thing I was saying was that that when people say like the Globers are the controlling ones, oh my God, we're the victims. Yep. I just think that. Look, if you're the one in this dynamic with all the power and the Globers are quite happy with it, maybe you should have a reality check and realize that you're the ones with the control, not us, right? We're happy with that.
Okay. So how is
who controls the world?
The Earth being flat being promoted in media? Tell me about that.
Sometimes it goes in the media, sometimes it doesn't. I've seen some of the flat.
Okay, show me some examples.
There was one on this morning where. If you know who Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby are, they did a segment not too long ago with one of the famous flat earthers, probably one that you actually like. I don't know, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but if you just search Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby this morning, flat earther, you'll see
the flat earther or one of those.
Yeah, he's one of the ones that you like, I assume, right? So you should go look it up.
I don't like anybody.
Well,
all right then.
Whether or not anybody likes him, that's kind of a no true Scotsman fallacy to say whether or not somebody's real. If somebody says they are. Yeah, because what the fuck's a?
What I mean is, do they try and deceive people by acting?
I get what you're saying, man. Because there are posers who try and pretend, and then they get done larping.
And I came in here and I heard it one day. I thought I was actually losing my mind. I didn't really believe that someone was really doing that. They didn't even have a point. They just were trolling.
It happens. But when it comes to like judging somebody who's like they got their own ideas on what flat Earth is, that they adamantly claim they are, and they stick with that, people commit that no true Scotsman fallacy by acting like somebody isn't just because they disagree.
Yeah, can't be a flat earther if they don't agree with me.
Yeah, I respect you for saying that because you're probably the first flat earther who ever admitted that it happens.
Well, that's the interesting thing, though, is a lot of people disagree on the Earth, even in the globe earther community, so to speak. There's so much disagreement on how it actually functions, like this world that we're in. But most of those things are tolerated within the scientific community because it fits within the globalist paradigm.
Yes, but most of one of the main points the flat earthers have objection to the Globers is that we have that kind of already established reality that you supposedly can't question because you will be ridiculed and seen as some crazy person. But I think the flat earthers, by trying to combat that, they did the same thing by themselves. They established a set of dogmas that are the minimum requirement to be considered a true flat earther and not some kind of shill or a troll. So it's like that famous saying that the revolution eats its own children. By trying to overthrow the current reality, you have to establish the same like kind of tyranny, the control to hold the new position and destroy the people who disagree with you.
But if I can make a quick point, in a very metaphorical sense, I came in here and would hear flat earthers be very level-headed in their arguments and their tones and all that, and then the globe earthers are all around the place.
Okay, that happens. Like I'm not going to name names, right? There are wacky globe earthers, obviously, but there are level-headed flat earthers too. But there are some crazy flat earthers in here. There are flat earthers that have the idea that the only way to address that Swan thinks, it's a bit you're being a bit controlling, is to then control you. That's crazy.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't control people, I inspire them.
Yeah.
For
You're
example,
just gonna keep repeating the same thing over and over again. If you don't want to be here, I can help you with that.
I want to be here.
I'm saying not you, someone else. Someone else comes in here and says, you know what, I want flat earthers off the server. You guys are harmful, destructful, misinformation. Okay, how about this? I'll just block the channel so you can't see it. That way you can just stick your head in the sand and pretend the channel doesn't exist. Oh no, I don't want that. What the fuck do you want then? Do you want to be part of the channel or not? Like, no, I want the channel gone. I'm like, well, get the fuck out of here then. Like, what do you want from here? If you want the whole channel just to be gone, I can hold you to that worldview. It's very simple. They have a victimhood. They feel victimized by a topic they can't even tell you what it is. This is harmful misinformation. What is harmful? What is the misinformation? Well, the channel should be deleted. Okay, why should it be deleted? Just circular over and over and over again. So if they're stuck in a loop, the only way I think I can help them is to help them break the loop and just give them what they want. Here you go. You win. Here, you play the stupid game. You got your stupid prize. Let's see what happens next. Oh, you actually do want to be in the channel. Well, shit, dude. Maybe change your worldview and it's not so harmful disinformation that you claimed it was. It's actually content that you find entertaining or whatever. And you actually want to hear it. Then, once you fixed it, and now you have a reason for why you want to be here, then I can help you with that too.
I came in here to find out if you were trying to get me to believe something, but no one did.
Yeah, that's the best part. Yeah, people walk in here, flat earthers are trying to convince people. Oh, Mo contraire, right? Matter of fact, I side with flat earth because a lot of people don't get it. You could sit there and you break it down Big Bird and Barney style, and they'll completely brain fart it. And that's why I'm flat earth. Because that topic will get them to not even understand very simple concepts. Like, I saw the sun move across the sky. They saw the sun move across the sky. And suddenly they can't get that. I don't know. I saw it move, but how I don't get it. And I'm like, there we go. Okay? So if I tell them sometimes, like, if you suddenly switch, like, oh, Crit, you convinced me the earth is flat. I'm like, if you ever really believe that, let me know, and I'll change my cosmology. Because I know people like you are dead wrong.
What do you think about that, Embo?
I
He's
have no
Googling his answer.
opinion.
Embo's my teacher.
I wish people would learn how to talk to one another more effectively.
I think we have to have less rhetorical people. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You know, because I hear people talk and they'll bring up like emotional or personal stuff. It's like this aggression, this like attack. You know, it's like walking down the street and someone puts their hands up, like they're about to pop you in the face, and they're trying to convey a message. Are you gonna listen to them? Probably not. You're like, whoa, who's this guy? He's you know. Or say a stray cat is around you and you're like, oh, I'm gonna give him this food. Here's some food. Here's some food. And you go run at him. It's gonna look at us like, what's this big scary thing? It's gonna run away, right? It's gonna want no part in what we're about. You know, yeah, our intentions are good, but they don't know that. Whereas if we get on our knees and slowly bring the food to them, they choose to take the food or not. That is their decision, right? It doesn't come natural to be able to articulate what we're trying to say to people. Like it doesn't come naturally at all. It's a skill like anything else, you know.
I know. Maybe. I think
that's why just telling them no and see how they respond to it. No's like no in like 40 or 80 languages or something like that. If they can't even understand you telling them no, Jesus.
The point is the idea is to make them question their own belief, you know, as if, well, this really pertains more to like a one-on-one conversation, right? Like this isn't as effective in a group setting when there's a lot of people, right? Because you can't just focus on, you know, with that one-on-one conversation. You have other people chiming in, and it can muddy the waters, right? It's not really as effective as just, you know, focusing on that one person. You know what I mean? And where our beliefs aren't even a part of the equation, really, you know, it's not about us. You know, it's just about making them uncomfortable. Right? That's the idea. Is because when we're comfortable, we're still stuck in our paradigm and like what our thoughts are to be true or beliefs or whatever you want to call it. Right? They're comfortable with their ideas in their head, right? But as soon as we bring up something that you know, they start to question, they can become uncomfortable, and the first thing that they do 9 times out of 10 is they try to derail the conversation. Right? It's kind of like cognitive dissonance, right? It's extremely unsettling feeling. So they're going to want to try to veer the conversation in one direction or another, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why do they try to impose ignorance and confusion?
And, you know, like they can become aggressive and just go off the rails. And we think, oh, well, they're just too stupid to understand what I'm trying to talk about. You know, it's like I don't see that as a case for the majority of people. It's deep down they know that an authoritative government is morally wrong. Like, you know, it's just a propaganda. It's just piled on top of that, and it's really just not stepping on the landmines, you know, to make the whole situation blow up, you know, when shit hits the fan. It's just to bring it out of them, right? And when they get uncomfortable, that's a good sign, actually. And it's best to just like if it gets like really aggressive and they're just like, you know, just let them go, man. At that point, you just let it go because now, see, it's their belief. It's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, right? You got two pieces that don't fit. You got to throw one of them out, right? The analogy being, you know, their idea versus your idea, which your idea isn't even part of it. It's just you just threw that out in the air, you know, as a question, right? It's all questions. Okay, well, what about this? Okay, what about that? It's never a statement like, "Oh, I'm right and you're wrong." Right? Because if we're out here saying, "Oh, well, this and this and that, and you know, I'm right and you're wrong and you're stupid," well, we're absolutely going to convey that to them by tone of voice, you know, the words we use, or behavior. And they'll know that before a word comes out of her mouth. Right. So it's just best just if they get uncomfortable and they get all aggressive and stuff, that's a good sign. Just let them go, man, because they have to take that with them, right? Your idea versus their idea, you know? They got to throw one of them out, and that is their choice. Whether it takes a day, a week, a month, a year, years, whatever. That's on them. They take that with them, right? That's the beauty of it. Hopefully that makes sense.
People do come into the chat, and if they can't defend their point, they think about that.
You know, who knows? They might come back and go, "Hey, man, you were right about, you know, X, Y, and Z." You know, and then just take it from there. Pick up where you left off. But if they get all uncomfortable and they get all aggressive and, you know,
At a
shit hits the
certain point-
fan, you know, if we just keep pushing, that's just going to push them away further and further.
I just think it's a spiritual thing with sometimes because people will put what they've held for most of their lives and what has completed their minds and, you know, themselves, and they'd have to tear it all down to understand it again.
Right. It's well because the whole psychology, you know, which is the fancy word for just, you know, like how to talk to people, like the whole, I don't want to say science, but you know, it's just something that's more effective than other methods, you know, like there's better ways at going about it, you know.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yo, check it out.
Why are you such a patronising?
Hey? What did you say?
You. Yeah, you.
It felt good to be on the same side of the argument with you yesterday against Bev, Timbo.
No time for those people. It's an argument.
Yeah, I told
for
them
nothing,
before.
you know, like it's.
Yeah, I told them before, like you're just like semantically against flat Earth. It's just a weird sort of like when they say I'm not a flat Earther. It's just like why are you arguing with them? Why do you hate
wanting to be different.
Yeah.
Probably could have dealt with it in a better way.
Well, they're like, they see themselves as like anti-flat earthers, but like you're just semantically against them.
No, they see themselves as more intelligent than everyone else. Yeah, that's just. Yeah.
It's like I don't trust anyone who talks about how rational they are too much.
You use this
I
word,
don't believe in
therefore
rationalizing
everything
things.
you say is wrong. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not about the information; it's about that word "flat," and that's it.
Literally.
Right. So that's why when I talk to people, like, especially if they're like, "Are you flat Earth or globe?" I say neither. It's like I can't blast off into space and look at the Earth and my whole field of view and be like, "Oh yeah, the shape of the Earth is this," whatever. Like, I hear people getting so caught up about the shape of the Earth. It's like who cares? Like, sure, it may seem, like what we witness with our own eyes and ears. It would seem like it's more of a flat shape, but I don't know.
Gee, it would be crazy.
Like why is it, globe versus flat, as if there's no other possibility? Like, what if they're both psyops?
It'd be crazy that I got all the way to this point, and my parents, I'll talk to them, and they'll still say, "Can't you just see this picture on the internet?"
Yeah.
I'll say,
Yeah,
"Yeah,
like-
that's not real. Someone made that."
Exactly. Yeah. All these videos and pictures. Oh, I'm going to show you this video and this picture, all this crap that we dig up on the internet.
Right. If I
That is
make a
being
point about it,
recorded
they take it
and
personally.
created from somebody else. It's, well, we're not
When they
actually
didn't even make it.
witnessing that for ourselves. So, like, how do we know that's true? Like, how do we know that is real 100% without any fabrication or distortions? Right?
Yeah.
I'm all for, doing tests and like things that I can observe with my own eyes. Like, I trust that more than anything else. That, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm all about. Just like, oh well, I've observed this. What do you think about this?
Do you trust observations that other people have made with their own eyes?
To an extent, but like, the point is like anything can be manipulated or put in a context or biased in a way where,
Well,
I don't even like the word trust either. Like,
well, I mean, yeah, we all have to trust things. I mean, it's just something we have to do to operate in the world.
What do we have to trust?
Well, you trust that when you're picking up a pen and it looks red, that when you write with it, it's going to give red ink, right? Something like that. You're going to trust
Okay,
that
that's
when
an
your mum,
assumption, though.
when your mum says when your mum says she's coming over for Christmas, that she actually means it.
That's an assumption.
well, the red ink can be construed as a different color depending on the color temperature.
Yeah,
I know your mom's coming
sometimes
over for
our
Christmas.
eyes are flawed, right? I mean, we're not perfect beings, right? So
Could have a variable schedule.
But the trust in it is so it has a boundary. It's not limitless, right? So when people say you must trust your eyes or you must not trust your eyes, why not? Why have it one extreme or the other? Why can't you?
Because it is one.
Well, it isn't. I usually think I'll trust my eyes, and if something contradicts, another observation contradicts that observation, then I have to go beyond just my senses alone and figure something out a bit more
So you
logically.
only have to when you detect that you have to. Okay.
Well, you interpret what you see, and if that interpretation contradicts another observation, then you'll have to then use your mind and not just your senses.
Or you're arguing against this, right?
Why?
I'm just one. I just still have questions that I was here previous. Like I'm indifferent. I'm not for or against. I'm still just trying to figure out what the beliefs are. I had what I feel like was a pretty simple question regarding if there seems to me to be two stances you're really taking here. Maybe there's another, and you can explain that to me. But you're either saying that you have the correct theory, it's more scientifically correct than NASA's. You got this. You can present it in a way that's more professional. No problem.
Or the stances come from a claim of
Or all these people are lying, and there's grander
Hello?
implications to that.
Well, I'm
Or
going
that some of
to
these people
partially
are
agree with
lying.
you and say that I think because there is ambiguity about us as individuals in this room, we're not the smartest people in the world. We have our own sets of observations. We're basing off what our reality is. I'd say that because we're in that situation, it would make sense to start at where everyone's assumptions are and then work backwards. So, like for instance, if someone says, that the Earth is flat, so everyone must be lying about that, I'd actually start with, is it likely they're lying, right? And then work back from there, because I think it's so unlikely that maybe my observation, my understanding of what reality was, is so far removed from what people who have professional careers in that would say that they have access to. I don't have access to everything, and I don't presume to. Also, it also helps if these people are unrelated. Like, so if you have groups of people who
I just
aren't,
don't get why that's such a hard question to answer. It's really,
I'm agreeing with you, right? But you're debating someone who's on your side.
No, I know you're agreeing with me. I'm still just kind of baffled by that. I was really kind of getting a little bit salty earlier.
Who's salty?
I was here like a couple hours ago. They were being really weird though. Like it's such a simple question.
Well, it's because it's a question they've probably been asked. I mean, like, if you ask the same question over and over again, it almost seems like a stupid question because you've heard it so much and you've responded to it so much. But
I want to know a question.
If you can frame the question in a way that's better or better than what they've heard before, they might think about it harder. I don't know.
But I guess I am kind of oversimplifying it. I figure there is probably like a camp in Texas somewhere that's super radical about this stuff and believes like all one side of that. And there's another group somewhere that's more focused on the shape itself, the science. But generally, there seems to be one movement here. It's fairly organized. I guess I'm asking about that. I think it's the one with the Christian sentiment.
What's the question again?
Sorry, kind of a brain fart. So I asked this like dozens of times. Either you can present this, you're presenting this theory that you believe is true, you're confident is true to the scientific community, more professionally than NASA, all these other scientists who, are touting the predominant theory of the shape of the Earth being a globe.
But that's not the scientific community, because the globe will be a geometry question, not a scientific question. They're declaring that we live in a spinning water ball, away from what we experience and what can demonstrate and what can be observed. So it's a claim on top of the table. The question is there evidence for this claim? Can we verify it? Or can we falsify it? And when you go to the realist level, there is no curvature to be found. So how can it be curving if there's no curvature?
Well,
claim.
I guess the second part of my question is if it's related to geometry, the NASA is relating it to science. Like by your logic, there's some deception going on, and implications behind that. What are those?
Not just deception, but I'd say misunderstanding, misconception, misapprehension. Like, I mean, just with terms alone, like the word science.
Misunderstanding.
Well,
yeah, just of the term science alone, you can just throw the word science in there, and suddenly, what? Oh, what does that mean?
You're saying, the study of the solar system has nothing to do with science.
Well, remember the solar
planets in
system,
the
as
solar
you know it, that has nothing to do with science, because the solar system is a projection that you've seen depictions of. There is nobody sciencing the solar system. And you got to remember the depiction, the projection that you got in the drawings, the models, right? That is not what that's not what we look at with our eyes and up in the heavens above. Like when you look up with your eyes, let's say you're above your roof or on top of the hill or top of the mountain, and you look into the heavens above.
Are you like that last guy who was saying space is not real?
No, remember the space. You gotta make a difference, the differentiation of what people draw as models, as depictions, like the solar system. Just Google right now solar system, and you're gonna see depictions of the solar system that are gonna include certain representations of what? The moon, the sun, the earth included in this projection, right? Google solar system. Just Google it right now, or make a search of it. Your favorite. Tell me what you see. Solar system. What do you see?
Deck edges.
Oh, my pussy hurts.
But regardless of what you're saying here,
no, regardless.
It's not what I'm interested in. I don't see why if there's validation to the fact there's people being led cold, researchers being lied to, then there needs. I mean, what else can be said but to push towards more professionalism and kind of like focusing more on sniffing out the corruption if you're trying to prove a point, because you can prove a point by saying all this Galileo crap, all day week, all day long. But if you get somebody who's fooling around about it, then the job is done.
What job is done?
Flat Earth. I mean, you guys seem to want to prove it so bad. That's the whole thing.
Flat Earth is a term, a description.
Yeah.
It's not. You got to grab flat Earth and put it in your pocket, right, and paint it purple. You describe something. It's not what something is. It's like your table. It might be round and flat, your round table, but the table is made out of wood, or maybe iron, or something else, right? Or many things. And you can have stuff on top of the table. And how do you orientate the table? You know for a fact that it has to be horizontally placed. So when you put stuff on top of it, it doesn't fall off, right? So flat is a description. We stand on the ground. The ground is under your feet. You're in a medium. There's waters across this place, in the air, above. And then there is what we observe as the luminaries moving like a clock in cycles. And then there is what people depict about it and say, hey, the Earth is part of that solar system that you see in the sky. The solar system that you see in the depictions, including the Earth as a water ball, but that's just fantasy. That solar system depicted with the Earth as a ball spinning around the sun, that's just fantasy. And it's part of the culture. Because you probably drew one when you were young. You were told this is where you live, solar system, right? You believe it, and then the student next to you probably depicted a different one. Solar system still, but it looked different than yours. Just when you Google it, solar system, you see all of these depictions. And you know for a fact, you don't see this in reality. We lack the frame of reference to observe.
Have you ever been out to like the desert or like canyons or valleys or mountains where there's not a lot of like light blocking the stars?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. You can observe the movement of the sky and you see a bunch of luminaries up above, like clockwork.
I mean,
what does that
I guess you could say, I guess you said there's a dome either way. So.
Dome might be part of the depictions, right? When people are trying to create a cosmology of the whole of the universe and they depict a dome, they are depicting something from the outside perspective, like God's perspective. And they're trying to tell you this is the way it looks. But how do they know? Do they have God's perspective to be able to give you that projection? Like the solar system or a dome, under the dome perspective, cosmology? Do they actually have they been outside of creation to look into it? Take it easy. I think you've been trying to replace the globe with another depiction of it, of whatever cosmology, and you're like, it's kind of cool, but I'm not sure about it because the globe looks cooler and it makes sense, even though the globe is total nonsense when you actually think about it. The globe is impossible when you apply it in the realist level.
Yeah, it only kind of seems to make sense because you become accustomed to the idea.
It's cultural.
Exactly.
I don't think you have to go somewhere outside of the Earth to look at the solar system. You can simply make observations from the Earth and use your brain and make the derivations from that and conclusions.
That's exactly why you draw cartoons about your ideas of the solar system, because you can see it from the outside perspective, right? And you only see cartoons of it. Imagine you only see cartoons of the solar system. I mean, when we talk about the heliocentric system, that they draw all the planets and kind of like a bunch of the stuff around the sun, right? So the Earth, the moon, and this stuff going around the sun, all you see is cartoons. But if you want to look at the solar system in the realist level, you go outside and look at it with your eyes. And we also have observatories, telescopes. You can see the real thing happening. But the cartoons, that's fantasy. The cartoons that you see of the heliocentric solar system, that's just fantasy.
Yes, but I think nobody claims that these are supposed to be real depictions of the thing. They are supposed to be simply diagrams illustrating, like the.
Yeah, but they include the Earth in the equation. They're including the Earth in the projection. And
yes,
there's
so
Earth is part of this thing that you see in the sky. But when you look,
what is the motivation for this false education? Is it simply The
Maybe
fact
to
that they're
lie
naive?
about
Is it simply the
creation.
fact that everyone is so naive, or is this
Not everyone
malicious?
is so naive. People can tell. People are not. Not everyone is naive. I mean, yeah, in the cosmology, most of us can be naive because when we are growing, the adults know better. They've been out there. I haven't, right? I'm a child. When I was a child, and the adults said that we live in this spinning water ball. Even though when I'm interacting with balls in reality, I know it doesn't work the way they're claiming. But since they know better, it has to be because they know better, right? But once you grow and you keep experiencing the reality, the realist level, and you can verify reality and falsify the fantasies, then you can tell that this ball is impossible in reality.
Santa's not true.
Whether or not I can tell, what is the motivation for the teachers, the people who teach you as a child?
They believe it.
This false
The teacher
education. Is
believe
it
it,
the
bro.
fact that the teachers are naive, or the people who are leading these teachers cold?
The teacher is trying to
Is
teach you
someone
what
at the
he
top
knows, but that's
malicious,
it
or
down.
is everyone just dumb as dog shit?
No, the teacher might be a good teacher, and she's trying to teach you as best as possible. And so many teachers, if they have questions, that they're gonna kind of post it for you to question it as well, right? Or maybe ask questions, and you might bring something for the teacher to think about logically. And many teachers are really good, but if they're passing a curriculum, this is what they teach, right? You see the when you go to kindergarten, they tell you, hey, take it easy. You see that globe on the corner on the table? This is where we live, in the globe. And you look at it, amazed, and you're like, oh, yeah, I live on a globe. And then you start drawing the solar system because you saw it in the book, right?
I understand, but that's not really answering my question. Are
Yeah.
are
They
the
have a
teachers?
pop quiz. Right?
Your teacher is not lying to you, bro.
Have a pop quiz, right? And where do we live again, children?
It's following the curriculum.
Timmy points at the globe in the corner. Right? Good boy, Timmy. Yes, exactly. That's where you live. Well done. Maybe one day you too can be a teacher that stands in front of a group of children, teaching them that they live on that spinny ball thing in the corner.
Okay, but
Cycle goes on.
are they doing this? So is everyone from the top
They
to the
get pats
bottom
on the
down
head.
is part of
They
this?
get pats on
Are
the
they
head
all
and
being
congratulated. Well
led?
done.
Yeah.
Job well done.
But there's
Now
different
you guys,
levels to
it's
it.
the same tactics I came across before. You would either deflect or interrupt once I started to get into the meat of this.
The teacher is under curriculum. She gets a check to teach the curriculum, right? On top of her,
But from the top to the bottom down, are the people who are motivated
there
to
is the Department of Education, and then there is the church on top of that. Who knows, right? There's layers, but the teacher can teach what she's being told to teach, right? Is that right? Or
You're starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist. Like somebody's lying. No, they really believe that the Earth is a ball. They believe it, and
I'm not talking about the flat Earth.
It's no, yeah, we're talking about the solar system and all that stuff. Yeah, but it's an idea to explain what we see. No one's
My
lying.
point is, I know there's a lot of people being led cold, and they'd be naive. That would be the implication. Because with your theory, I would be part of that. I would be one of the led cold masses who's been educated by these naive teachers. But who's the one teaching the teachers? What's the motivation? Is it malicious, or from the top to the bottom down? Are they all
It's an
just dumb
idea
as,
that works.
Are they
It's an
all
idea
dumb
that
as
works.
dog shit, or is there a
if you
reason
can
to
get to
hide
the
this
top,
knowledge?
if you can get to the top of it, maybe it's God on top of everything. Is he being
Is there
malicious?
motivation to keep flat Earth knowledge of flat Earth esoteric?
It's not knowledge of flat Earth. It's pushing the fantasy, because that when you look at it, they're pushing a fantasy. They're not. They're just giving you depictions, cartoons, and programming for you to decide if you want to believe it or not. Because that's you. That's for you to decide, isn't it? Because the reality is out there. you're not gonna see the globe in the realist level. You're gonna see it on the TV, the depiction. You decide.
But are you guys seeing how broad the implication to this is?
I don't know
Are you
how broad.
understanding? Are you understanding my question?
Maybe there's a big implication for you, but I mean, it's no big deal, dude.
I don't know what you mean by it's no big deal. So this is a casual thing.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a big deal for you. Like we've explained that it's an idea that people have in their heads. No one's lying when they teach this. They teach an idea. There's no, conspiracy about, oh, let's hide the flat earth. It's just people are taught an idea. That's all.
Yeah, but they initially we already thought the Earth was flat hundreds of years ago. Someone was at some point motivated to change that, and
And it
claim
changed, right?
that way.
Yeah, and there
if
was a
this would
different
really be
idea.
so obvious, then
Yeah, so they
I
changed
don't
the
know,
idea.
but you will have to go. You will have to go to what the cause and effect relationship back. The person that started it, and then whoever put it in the education system. I mean, they're the ones that decide to put it in the education. Who decided to make them Star Wars? So are those in it? Who runs the Department of Education? Who created it? Are they in it? The guy that cleans the toilets at NASA and the security guy that opens and closes the gate, is he in it?
that's not what I'm saying.
So who's in it?
No, but I'm asking. Ultimately, from the top, so every single person is just naive.
No, I don't think so.
There's no
That would
motivator.
be
There's
that,
no
that might be a
motivator
stereotype
to
fallacy to
pull
call
people
everybody
above it.
naive.
It's solely a question of geometry.
I think to some degree I was naive when I was growing up, but not fully.
Bro, when you call like the most basic errors in reasoning fallacies, it sounds like you're a nerd who's purposely trying to sound like some intellectual. Like if someone lies, then you don't say he's performing lying fallacy, you just simply say he's lying. It sounds really weird.
Amber wins again, as usual.
But you're saying your theory is correct, and nobody.
It's not a theory.
Nobody in the
Theory.
professional scientific. Nobody in the
What
professional
theory?
scientific community knows or acknowledges it, if it is
What
true.
theory?
It's not a
Yeah, what
theory, because theory has to explain things and flat earth don't explain shit.
I mean,
Uh-oh, Embo's upset.
where does NASA plan? How does NASA feel about flat Earth stuff like that?
No, dude, see,
NASA feel.
everybody knows that level is horizontal, and everybody believes that the Earth is a globe. They never thought about the contradiction. See, they never.
But you're
think about
saying NASA is doing poor research then?
Who cares about NASA, dude? Who gives a fuck, really?
They've not sent those pictures are fake.
Where have you seen those pictures? Where's the only place you've ever seen this stuff? On TV, right? Screens.
Yeah, NASA is part of the New Age religion, bro. Just chill with NASA.
There are
They're
NASA
part of the
sources,
religion.
though.
Yeah, they're NASA sources. So what? Who gives a fuck?
So you're saying NASA is lying and being deceptive, and that's the
No,
question you
no.
guys keep dodging and deflecting a million times.
No, I'm saying I can't verify anything that I see on TV as far as, what's really far up into the sky. I can't do that. Nobody can. Nobody ever will. Unless you're, what, how many people have? What, like 12? Like, dude. So the only place you're going to see this stuff is on a computer screen. So I have to ask myself, can I really confirm that? And the answer is no. So who gives a fuck?
Well, no, I don't
Well,
care if
since
the
you
Earth's flat or not. But
since you can't confirm that, what does that mean?
What'd you say, Brandon?
Yeah, since you can't confirm it, what does it mean to you?
Doesn't mean anything. It's just a TV show. It's like any other TV show. It's just entertainment, right?
Yeah, once you turn the TV off, it doesn't matter anymore.
Wait, it's not scheduled programming, it's entertainment?
Yeah, it's just pretty pictures on a screen, dude. That's all.
Yeah, they call them programs. Get it?
Programming. You're
My mother
naive.
told me that. Like, that's programming. Even though it was programming her, and she still believes in Globe.
so you think just altogether the research NASA does is inadequate, or it's a fake?
Well, NASA uses a bunch of helium, right? So they do balloons, right? They like balloons, and they want to send balloons up there, right?
I mean, could you just say the motivation for faking this is publicity and money and things like that, or
There might be many
Nobody
reasons.
said it's fake.
Money might be a reason.
Yeah, but me, I don't think it's fake. I think it's just a television show. And most things on TV are fake. So by logical extension, yeah, it's probably fake, but I can't say that it is. It's just a television show, man.
Yeah, but the guy
Is
at
it a good
NASA
one?
cleaning the toilets, he is cleaning the toilets. And the guy opening the gate, he is opening and closing the gate. And the guy devising the switch for whatever device they're building, right? He is building the switch.
It's a television show. That's an
Right.
interesting take.
I think what he's getting at is they're really good at compartmentalizing everything to where everything is so blocked off from everything else that they don't realize the end goal. They don't realize that they're like a cog in the machine, right?
Look, there are better ways to control a population than
No,
to tell
I'm not
them
talking about the
this is
Joey
how
knows
the world
better.
works.
He knows better.
I know better. I do.
He knows better.
Who says that's their motivation?
That's
Oh.
why he's driving the control machine. Joey is driving it.
Not me.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I said yeah, me.
Yeah, exactly. You know better.
I do know better.
Yeah.
Better.
I'll say it all comes down to philosophy.
All right, cheers, mate.
Right? They want us thinking that we're spinning, flying through space at a bajillion miles an hour, just
In a
an
cartoon.
insignificant speck
Right.
of dust, just with no direction, just on this path.
Or I mean, like it just. I mean,
and what's
if
the
you
proof?
see it that, if you
Cartoon.
choose to see it that way, but you could also see it like how you can say like, well, science says I'm the center of the universe and that I'm the most important thing because I came from billions and billions of years of the X, Y, and Z, and I'm actually so unlikely that I'm so special, right? And
Is
yeah,
that you?
I mean,
Is that what you think?
it's just that you've chosen to interpret it so negatively because you don't like the message, right? You chose to interpret it that way.
Is that what you think, that you are the center of the universe?
Well, yeah, I do. I thought that before I knew that. It's just, yeah.
So now you know for a fact. So how
Yeah.
about the sky? Are the luminaries are the luminaries Dewey centric? That they
UE-centric, yes, yeah.
Yeah, the sun, the moon, the stars, they all revolve around you.
Around me, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm the center of mass. Well, actually, your mum
You
is.
are
but never mind.
you are a special one, bro.
It's much more based on flat Earth.
Yeah. Hey, like I said, like if you want to think of the message as being like you're not important.
So you're just trying
first
to make the conversation a joke, right?
No, if you want to make of course not. If you want to make it seem like the globe Earth narrative makes you feel like you're not important, well, there's two ways I'm going to address that. One
Is that your argument, bro? Who's
one
saying
is
that?
you've just heard Blue Car say it, right? The one, I'd say, well, think about it in a different way. Just try harder. Secondly, if you don't feel important, that's probably a self-esteem issue, not so much to do with the reality that you're in.
And to finish, like what I was saying is, is they don't want us thinking that. I kind of lost my train of thought. Anyway.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, Yui, how many times did they put on the news that you saw where an asteroid was barreling towards the Earth or something?
Never.
Sure.
I'm positive. I don't know what you have in America for TV, but not here.
Maybe.
I've seen a TARDIS barreling towards the Earth, if you want to count that.
I'll admit, I'm not sure what's up, but there's definitely something up with the atmosphere, space, things like that. That's all I'm
The
gonna.
medium. When you say the atmosphere, you mean the medium that we're in, the air that we breathe, all of the gases, the gas pressure, all that. High pressure, low pressure, heat and cold.
I'm talking about the atmosphere.
So how do you have an atmosphere with the GIF I posted?
Go ahead. When you say atmosphere, do you mean when you think about this, are you thinking about around the globe? Is that what you're talking about? The air around the globe?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so in a contained environment,
yeah, I guess so.
you can have this medium, right? We are in a medium.
There's some things that I'm skeptical of.
He's cutting
So
up.
we're spinning on a ball.
I'm gonna leave you guys alone. I think I've learned enough about flat Earth things.
Yeah, you're standing on the ground. You're above the ground, in the medium, under the heavens above. There you go. You got it.
Awesome. Well, thanks for listening.
You can have a push without a container.
Yeah, in the video game that you're playing, right?
Tornadoes prove that a tornado is a vortex of air pressure without a physical container.
Amazing.
When you do that voice, do you have to hold your nose shut or no?
Yeah, Brandon, can you say Earth, please?
Earth.
There you go.
He said Earth.
Well, do you want to tease the way I talk? You really want
Yes.
to?
Yes. I do. These guys don't. I do. I wanted to say something before anything, man. I was like, buddy, you got to work on that, man. You must be an
You
Asian,
must
right?
like teasing the disabled then.
Oh, you're
I
not.
don't
This,
think he has to
bro.
work
Okay,
on
so,
it.
so then you have. Listen, then why are you arguing about this if you're disabled, man?
What are you talking about, Deacon?
Why is he? He says he's disabled, right? So how does he know whether it's a sphere or
It
not?
doesn't matter.
I
It matters
can.
a lot,
Why
bro.
can't
How
I if
can
you're
you?
disabled?
How
am
can
I,
you?
am I
How
disqualified
can you?
from arguing the subject?
Well, I mean, what's your disability? Is you got like brain damage or something?
Well, it's cerebral palsy is when I was born.
Oh, cerebral palsy. Wait, is that when your face is half like fucking numb?
No, that's
Yeah.
Bell's palsy. Cerebral palsy is different. Yeah.
Oh, it is a palsy though. You got paralysis of something, right?
Well, no, I can walk and talk and stuff. It's just I walk and talk and do stuff different, and I am limited on how far I can walk. But yeah, I can do everything normally. Just limits, and it's different.
So then it's not good to argue against you because you have an advantage against us, my guy.
Well, no, I mean,
Yes, well, because usually we got to make fun of people that are saying stupid shit, man. And you're saying stupid shit, and then you're like, "Oh, well, don't make fun of me because I'm
you're not
disabled."
making
It's like,
fun
bro,
of
come
what
on.
I'm saying. You're making
Well,
fun of how I'm saying it.
Hey, he's
making fun of what you're
he's
saying.
allowed to say
No, you're making
shit.
how I'm
He's allowed
saying
to.
it.
No, it's what you're saying. How you're saying it just makes it funny. See, it's the information that you're giving out. On top of that, you have a disability. That's what I'm saying. Well, don't laugh at me. What do you mean you don't laugh at me? It's just the way you're saying what you're saying. It makes it even worse.
It's how I'm saying.
The way you're
well,
saying.
not what I'm
It's
saying.
what you're saying on top of how you're saying it, which makes it worse.
Fascinating.
That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't be in this argument, man.
I'm pretty sure he can manage.
No, he can't. I mean, if fucking regular, perfectly able-bodied fucking Globers can't handle this argument, how's he gonna fucking handle it?
I'm intelligent. Okay, how
What
is
the fuck is? Oh, buddy, bro, don't say shit like that.
okay?
I'm cringing.
Debunk me. How is a tornado not El Pusher without a container?
Buddy, there's a force, there's a pressure differential, there's something heating up, something cooling off. Then that's where you're getting that movement. That's number one, right?
But there's no physical containment.
There is a physical containment. All that pressure has to be there originally in order for all that shit to start happening.
What's the physical containment? Physical.
Buddy, I don't know where it is, but it's there because you cannot have one without the other. See, when they say air pressure, the necessary thing to have air pressure is containment.
And
so
that
show
won't
me
be
air pressure
obvious.
without a container. No, the argument is you have to show me air pressure without a container. You saying hurricanes is not showing me air pressure without a container, my guy. In your mind, you might think it is, but fucking no, it's not.
There is an El Pusher there, and it's not being physically contained.
What's containing this air pressure?
El Pusher contains El Pusher.
What? Air pressure contains air pressure. Amazing.
Yeah, it can.
Amazing. See, that sounds so fucking stupid, bro.
To you,
Air
it
pressure
sounds
contains
stupid.
air pressure. No, it sounds fucking
circular
stupid.
argument.
Yeah. Air pressure contains air pressure.
Okay, can a force can do it? Okay, it's a force then.
Show me the force. There's the force,
The force
with you?
of
You have the force?
spinning air,
The force is with you.
vortexing air.
Right, so
Is
the force.
containing-
So what about? So tell me why is it that your vacuum of space is 10 to the negative 17 torr value, which is a crazy insane fucking vacuum pressure, right? And it's not sucking off all the air out of this atmosphere.
Space doesn't suck. That's why.
Space doesn't
the same
suck.
as zero.
10 to the negative 17 torr is basically is zero, right, Matthew?
Right. Yeah. The difference.
Can
between
you
that
show
and
me?
zero
Can you
is
show me 10 to the negative? Can you show me that in real life?
No. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, you know,
mathematically-
they tried making a fucking vacuum. They achieved like 10 to the negative 6 or some shit. And you know what was happening? That fucking steel container or the concrete was fucking sucking shit in. It was nuts.
Right.
It was a crazy, insane vacuum pressure. You cannot say the difference is because you've never been there, my guy. They made up the fucking story, right, of 10 to the negative 17 torr value. Now you guys have to fucking, worm around your way fucking saying, well, it is, but it isn't. It's the same as having zero value. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm saying
Okay there,
mathematically
buddy.
0, 10 to the negative 17, and 10 to the negative 6 are almost indistinguishable. They're about the same number.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
No, this is just basic math.
Yeah, I know, buddy. No, this is not basic math. First of all, 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 17. There's a lot of fucking different zeros. I think there's 11 fucking zero difference. Are you stupid?
They're different orders of magnitude, but the difference is not.
The difference orders of magnitude. Yeah, but one is fucking a lot greater than the other, Matthew.
It sounds like you
zero
don't
plus zero?
understand the difference, the distinction between orders of magnitude and difference. One is subtraction. and one
10
is
to the
multiplication.
10 to the 6 and 10 to the 17. There's no difference, you're saying.
A negative 17 and negative 6.
The same fucking shit, my guys, just on the opposite end of it, you fucking moron.
With respect, you don't understand the math.
Yes, I do understand the math. With respect. You don't understand the math with respect because you're still a fucking Glober. With respect.
I teach math to college students.
Yeah, I understand. Oh, fine. Congratulations. And when I did fucking engineering, I had a PhD math teacher and I had fucking all kinds of arguments about fucking math with him. And I was fucking exempt from my finals in calculus because I was doing so fucking fantastic, Matthew. Yes, I understand fucking math, you dumb fuck. You saying that 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 17 are almost the same is the most fucking dumbest shit ever, you dumb fuck.
I didn't say they're almost the same. I said the
You
difference.
said they're equal.
I said they're the difference, the raw difference. If you subtract those numbers,
You're
it's not
fucking
that big.
stupid. You're beyond fucking stupid.
No, I'm pretty smart actually.
No, you're fucking worse than the guy with cerebral palsy or fucking Bell's palsy, whatever the fuck he had.
What does that have to do with anything?
That means you're stupid and retarded, Matthew.
Retarded.
You saying that 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 17, which
And
is
0?
crazy different orders.
Yeah, they're different orders of magnitude. I'm talking about
Massive.
When you're talking about pressure, it's the air pressure.
How about you
differential
punch that shit into the calculator? How much you love? Punch that shit into the calculator, right?
Yeah,
how much extra zeros does a fucking negative 17 add?
The difference is less than 0.001.
How much fucking zeros are you adding?
11 zeros.
11 zeros. Mm-hmm. Right. And you tell me that's not a lot?
It's a
That's like 11 fucking decimal placements. Are you fucking stupid?
It's 11 orders of magnitude. I'm talking about the difference. The difference is less than 0.0001 atmospheres.
Oh, you're fucking retarded. Well, what's the Thor value? What's the Thor value of Earth? What's the Thor value of Earth then? What's the pressure of the Thor value of fucking Earth?
15 pounds per square, 14.7.
760 millimeters.
We'll convert that into the Thor value.
760.
Oh, I don't know. Now you're gonna say I don't know. Thought you knew math, big guy. I teach college. What you do? You don't really teach math. You fucking open up a fucking book and then you fucking write shit down on the board and you copy what the textbook tells you. We all understand that. You're fucking stupid.
Yeah, the textbook is usually right.
Oh, the textbook is usually right. Yeah, okay. Sure.
So it's 700.
They've been telling you it's a ball for all your fucking life, right?
Right.
The textbook's
And
been
they're
always right, but it's not. It's not a fucking ball, Matthew. Remember that. So that textbook that tells you it's a ball is wrong, right? So you're gonna tell me all textbooks are right now?
I didn't say all textbooks are right. I said generally textbooks are correct.
Yeah. Okay, there, buddy. Mm-hmm.
So 1 atmosphere is about 760 torr.
Oh, how much?
760.
Okay. What's
with millimeters.
10 to the negative 17 torr value? What is that? Do the fucking actual thing. What is it?
It's 760 less than that. So basically,
700. No, what's 10 to the negative 17? What's the answer?
It's about 0.
It's about 0. How many fucking zeros be after that 0?
11? 17?
Yeah, exactly. The guy.
Yeah, that's pretty close to 0.
The negative fucking pressure, buddy. Are you fucking stupid? No, it's pretty close to 0.
No, it's a positive number. It's not a negative pressure. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that right now. Hold the fuck on.
It's more than 0. It's not a negative number.
It's definitely not a negative number. It's decimal placements, asshole.
10 to the negative 17 is not
it's
a...
0.0000. You got fucking 17 zeros.
Right.
Asshole. Right. Do you know how big of a fucking difference is 17 zeros and having actual... Oh, it's close to 0. Oh.
Yeah, the difference is less than 0.01.
No, fucking hold the fuck on. Where's my Google at? I'll show you fucking
And
assholes.
this makes the Earth a spinning water ball.
Oh, right, exactly.
No, it just exposes the lack of math understanding that you guys...
No, what fucking lack of math? On your side, you're fucking pretending these atmospheres are real, you fucking moron.
Yes, atmospheric pressure is real.
Yes. But the vacuum of space atmosphere isn't, right? Or it is?
It's real.
Wait, are you saying
It's real. Yeah, he said it's real.
In the cartoons, this math makes sense. In the globe cartoon, it makes sense.
Negative 17.
The heliocentric model is internally...
Yeah, the cartoon globe, because that's where you get it from, right? The books, cartoons, the drawings. You
not
said
a cartoon. It's just a model that describes the observations we look
the
at.
model that you learn in the book. Remember when you did that part?
We see things happening,
the book
and
is
then we have
correct.
a model about why it's happening, and it matches.
So when you read the book and it's correct about the cartoon, the lore of the heliocentric model, right? and you see all the cartoons and all the drawings and all the math that you're talking about, where can we find this in reality, away from the book? Where can we find it in the real world?
Yeah, if it matches observations that lends weight to the idea that maybe it
Which
accurately
observation? Which one?
describes-
Which observation? That on the book? Not on the book. I said away from the book. Not. Don't be looking at the book to say the answer is in the book. The reality is in the book. The cartoon that you're looking at and the math that is based on the cartoon lore. Where can we find this in the real world?
Yeah, you're right about looking in the real world. That's what you need to do. So things like sunsets, moon phases, seasons, eclipses, that kind of stuff.
But you look at the sun and you see the vacuum of space and 0.00.
Yeah, well, that's part of it.
That's part of it. That's what.
Yeah,
that's
it's part of the heliocentric model that accurately represents and describes these observations.
So you look at the sun and you see the solar system. Earth being part of the solar system as a cartoon, right? Because you look at the sun.
Well, it's a whole model that describes all these things, and that's part
So
of it.
you look at the sun and you see the model that you saw on the book. When you
I
look
at the sun and I see part of the model.
and when you look at the book, you see the same thing.
I look at the sun, I look at the book, and it matches the model that we've made up. The heliocentric
So you look at
model.
the sun, and then you see the Earth as a cartoon that goes around the sun.
I wouldn't call it a cartoon, but that matches the model that we're describing.
Wait, but you looked at it as a cartoon in the book, right?
There are diagrams and books that describe what's going on. Yes. I
So
wouldn't
on
call
the
it
book, you
cartoons.
look at a diagram, a depiction with colors, because the Earth had a color, the sun had another color. Most likely drew with I don't know, crayons or maybe ink, right? It looks like a cartoon, doesn't it?
It does. You can use crayons
There
to
you go.
make
So when I say
accurate-
cartoon, and you say not a cartoon, but it looks like a cartoon, and it is a cartoon, but you're saying it's not a cartoon. Come on, Matthew.
I was saying I wouldn't call it a cartoon. I'd call it a diagram.
But it is.
But that doesn't. Being a cartoon isn't a negative thing, so that's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
No, but he's saying that when he looks at the sun, he sees the cartoon.
No, I'm saying when I look at the sun, it's part of the heliocentric model. Now you can make diagrams of that model also. Not the same thing.
Okay, so listen, back to this fucking dumb shit, right? So the atmosphere right now, Earth's atmosphere, is 760 torr.
Right.
The fucking vacuum of pressure, the pressure is fucking 0.00, 11 fucking zeros and then the 1. Do you understand the difference between 760 and fucking 0.00001?
Yeah, the difference.
And it's not a linear fucking scale, you asshole.
Yeah, it is. It's a difference.
No, it's not a linear scale, you fucking asshole.
Pressure differential describes a
It
difference.
is not a fucking linear scale here, buddy. You're the one that doesn't fucking understand math. Obviously, you're going to be a glober for the rest of your fucking life because you can't even fucking resolve fucking 8 inches per mile squared. And you're going to fucking argue PSI with me, you stupid motherfucker. There's a massive fucking difference.
Yeah, the difference is 760.
If it's so
760 torr versus 0.0000, fucking 17 fucking zeros and 1 value torr. Are you fucking out of your mind?
If you
You're saying it's almost the same. You're
If
saying
it's
there is
such a
no
small
difference.
amount, Matthew, why can't we get a vacuum on Earth down to that level of 10 to the negative 17 torr? If it's just a little bit, it's not very much. We should be able to do that here on Earth. Would you not agree?
It's hard to get containers that will not leak. So
It will be
really impossible to do
impossible,
that.
right, Matthew? It will be
Yeah,
impossible.
it's basically impossible.
Can't get
It is
fucking containers
impossible,
not to
but
leak.
in the impossible, you can do it because in the
Fucking whacked out of his
draw it
mind.
and talk about it in the lore of the cartoon, in the story. Remember, Matthew, the book that you said is truth. You can. Yeah, remember when I asked you where can we do this in reality, and you say, yeah, in reality. But now you're saying it's not in reality that we can do the claim that you're claiming. You're saying we can't do it.
We can't do it on Earth. That doesn't mean it's not happening.
Bastard.
No, I'm not double speaking. Everything I've said is perfectly
So
consistent.
it is impossible,
No, it's not.
like you said, and it's nowhere to be found in reality. But you say it has to be true because you saw the sun.
Well, I mean, not far from you, just less than 300 miles straight up from where you're sitting, there is a vacuum that is 10 to the negative 17. So it is possible in reality. less than is
The
closer to you than
ISS
I
is
am.
not affected by it. It doesn't get ripped apart. It should explode. It should pop like a balloon.
It doesn't because of the weight of the air. The weight of the air keeps
Oh, because of the weight of the Earth. But the clouds are in the sky, right? So the gravity, man. What's the gravity with the clouds
So
in the
he's
sky,
saying that
man?
the pressure goes lower when you go 300 miles up, but you're saying that it's a low pressure there, but this is within a contained environment. So the
No,
globe
it's not contained. It's basically
it's not
the
contained.
pressure
Can you
differential
have a
is due to the
vacuum
weight.
without containment? Do you have a vacuum without the containment?
Yeah.
Vacuum without containment.
Right.
Right. Left or right?
Correct.
To the left.
Correct, sir.
Pressure to low pressure.
Matthew is whacked out his mind.
I believe I've
He
said
didn't
things
even
that are perfectly
smoke this
reasonable and
tobacco.
understandable.
No,
the
it's
whole time.
not. Completely fucking not reasonable.
You got to be whacked out of your mind to believe the globe's not alive. Let's be honest here.
No, you don't. All you have to do is realize the direction of down is not the same everywhere.
All you gotta do is realize the direction of down.
Excuse me, sir. Did you just make a claim?
It's what?
Did you just make a claim, sir? You said it so fast. I don't know if you're trying to dodge on purpose or what.
No, I'm saying that basically all you have to do is admit that the direction of down is different in different places on Earth, and that's all you need in order to realize the Earth is a globe.
Is that a joke, sir? Or are you serious?
He's talking
No,
about
he's
the
serious.
cartoon because he said that what he reads in the books is true. So he read that in the book. Therefore, it has to be true.
Oh, the NASA lie that even little kids believe. Indoctrination, people. That's what that is.
What's this have to do with NASA? People believed in the globe Earth for a long time before.
No,
NASA.
they didn't. No, they
That
didn't.
was not
You
the
were not
general
there.
consensus, sir.
The
That's
general
what you think.
consensus was that the Earth was
You
a
lying
globe.
out your
for a
ass
long
right
time.
now.
Can you prove that,
You
sir?
lying. Yeah, exactly. Prove that.
Let me
Sure.
see some evidence for your
Bede,
claim.
He read it
Bede
in
the
a book.
Venerable in the 7th century wrote about the roundness of Earth.
Okay,
So
one guy wrote something.
guy.
Oh, amazing. Now everybody believed
One
it,
guy.
right?
Oh, that
One guy
makes sense.
wrote about
Definitely.
this. Yeah, one guy
I guess we lost, guys.
I mean, they
This
didn't
is before we
circumnavigate using these flat Earth tools, right? They didn't circumnavigate using an astrolabe, right? They didn't circumnavigate using fucking the pole star, yeah? They didn't circumnavigate using the fucking compass, which all works on a flat plane, right? Back in the past, right?
In order to do celestial navigation, you have to assume the Earth is a globe.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't. What a fucking twat. Are you stupid?
You're kidding me. Really?
You
No.
think that's true for
not
every
true, Matthew.
context across the board? Are you serious?
Wait, do you know how celestial navigation works? You take the
You
angle,
clearly
the
don't.
vertex
Tell them what
angle.
else you gotta assume, Matt. Tell
Remember
them what else
that when
gotta
you send your children to university, Matthew might be their teacher, so be careful, guys. He also has a driver's license,
Wait,
so
do you guys think your children are ever
careful.
going to believe the Earth is flat?
First of all, nobody gives a fuck about what you say, Matthew, okay? Second of all, you've been a fucking staunch glober forever. There's no point of arguing this with you because we know you're all fucked. Super fucked.
he's here to, waste time.
Yeah. That's
I'm not
exactly
trying
what
to
he
waste
is.
time.
He's
We're having a
Agent Smith.
conversation.
Yeah, you are. You always do
you
this.
just hear other people having conversations and you just jump in like, yeah, I'm Matthew, I'm the math professor, or whatever I read in the book. It has to be true because, it has to
It's
be.
in the book.
I said
Still
textbooks.
can't. He can't. He thinks there's no difference between 760 Torah and then 10 to the negative 17 Torah. This guy's fucking stupid.
That's a misquote. I didn't say
You're
that.
fucking stupid. You said exactly that.
I said there's not much difference between 0
There's
and
not
10 to the
much
negative 17
difference.
and 10 to the negative 6. Those
There's
three
not
numbers.
much difference. Yeah, okay, yeah. You show me that. Okay, you fucking pump a vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 Torah. You do that, and then show me how there's no difference between 0.
Yeah, the difference between 0 and 10 to the negative 17 is very small.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. That's why they can't achieve 10 to the negative 0. 0 is easy, right? 0 is no problem, but you can't achieve 10 to the negative 17 because the max they did was 10 to the negative 6, right?
No, 0 is harder.
You're so
than 10 to the negative
stupid.
17.
Yeah, right.
Do you understand that 0 is lower than 10 to the negative 17?
760, right, is Earth atmosphere, right?
Right.
It's hard to fucking achieve 760 because we're literally sitting in it, right?
No, it's easy. You don't even have to do anything.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to do fuck all, right? But then getting to 0 is going to be harder than getting to 10 to the negative 17, which is fucking 17 fucking zeros after that
Use your
0.
inside voice, you faggot.
They suck my balls.
You
fucking
can't get
twat.
either or.
Do you notice how the globetards have to resort to slurs? Come on, guys.
Yeah,
He
let's
can slur all he wants. I don't even, who gives a
Wait,
fuck?
what's a globetard? Is that somebody who believes the
Globetrotters is
Earth is
idiots
round?
like fucking, yeah, like Matthew learns.
Idiot like
Wait, are you retarded? You think the Earth isn't round? You're an idiot.
When you say round, you
Oh,
mean like a round table?
Like a pizza or dinner
Like
plate?
a sphere, dude. Like a.
We're bitching about people using slurs. Why are they using a slur?
Oh my god, not this guy.
This is an English channel.
Doesn't physics like completely refute like the flat Earth theory?
It does.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it
Yeah, that's what I
doesn't.
thought.
So you got
feel free to
Matthew
prove
fucking
that,
saying
sir.
stupid shit. Yeah, prove it.
Celestial navigation.
You're the one making the claim.
Celestial navigation, yeah, it proves that it's flat. Thank you, Matthew.
What doesn't?
Celestial navigation proves that it's flat. Thank you, Matthew.
Wait, it's flat because I say it's flat, right?
No, because it's measured to be flat. The most easiest thing you can do is measure and it's flat.
How is it measured to be flat, bro?
Oh, you can use long distance observations, lasers, all kinds of shit.
Oh, lasers, bro? Do you think the moon is flat?
The fuck does that have to do with the Earth?
Jones did that.
Answer the question. Is the moon
The
flat?
fuck does it have to do? What the fuck does the moon have to do with the Earth? Answer the fucking question.
Answer my question.
Answer the
first,
fuck.
you
Answer
retard.
my fucking question. What the fuck does the Earth have to do with the fucking moon? Right, exactly. These fucking globers are stupid, man. Just like Matthew. Matthew, you dumb as fuck.
No,
This
I'm
shit-
I got muted. So
Doesn't
I
matter.
got
You're still
muted.
stupid. So what
Wait,
the
dude,
fuck?
is-
What the
is
fuck?
your-
What the fuck does the moon? What the fuck does the moon have to do with the Earth? Tell me
is
now.
this link tree to your OnlyFans?
What the fuck? Yeah. Go check it out.
Oh, okay, cool.
I
I'm
got
gonna check it out
fucking.
here
I
real
got a
quick.
fucking. What do you call it? All
What do
kinds
you
of shit there.
Yeah, like what though?
Oh,
I'd like to check
buddy,
it out.
just make sure you subscribe and you tip and everything. You know. Just
Wait, how
fucking-
much? How much is a subscription?
I don't know. Go check it out, bro. Fuck yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool, bro.
All right. So
Um,
fuck you, Matthew.
Wait, why are you talking crap to somebody who's muted, bro?
He's not muted. Matthew's not muted.
Yeah, he is.
They
bro.
never mute him.
Is it Matthew
He's been
Learns?
muted.
Yeah.
That's the
Nah,
most
they muted him, bro. They
That's the
muted
most
him.
pussy thing I've ever heard in my life. That's like
Bro,
kicking
come
somebody
on.
when he's down, bro.
That's what you're supposed to do.
That's
as a
like
man.
Do you care if people lie to you or not, man? That's the question here.
Damn, y'all muted Boffic?
Make sure you go to my Rumble and subscribe to my Rumble using my link tree. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, brother.
Hey, buddy, they asked, they shall receive. He asked about my link tree. I told him, man. Yeah, shit.
That is true. That is a fact, Jack.
That's exactly what I fuck.
Did I hear someone say physics proves the Earth's a ball?
Yes, you heard that idiotic response. Yes, you did. Unfortunately, we all did.
And
Crazy
how does
stuff.
that work?
That sounds
Gravity,
like
man.
a homeschool teacher who's stupid. That's what that sounds like. The byproduct of.
You mean like the
Because-
physics of water?
Oh, I don't know how air pressure contains the entire globe and somehow makes mass attract mass. How does that make sense? Big G or little G? That's the question.
Oh man, it's full of Globers today. Got fucking Scott Mackey. Drugs are bad. We got an actual fucking idiot teacher. Drugs are bad. Fucking learns. Can't fucking believe it. Hey Mackey.
He did mug you, to be fair.
Hey Mackey. Give a hoot. Don't pollute. All right, Mackey. Yeah, you guys know where Mackie comes from, right? He comes from a little town called South Park.
What's his star sign?
He's one of those elementary teachers, right?
Is that canon or?
Mackie, you know Mackie from South Park?
Flat earthers.
Jugs of Bangor.
Okay.
Jugs of Bangor.
Are you guys flat earthers?
Are you believing NASA's lie?
So, can we have a talk? I have some questions for you.
Oh, feel free, sir. Ask out.
All right. So, do you have your own map of the Earth?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Wait, no, wait, hold on. Wait. Just answer my questions. I'll answer yours in a second. All right. Do you have your own? Do you have your own representation of the Earth or no?
No, I don't know how the Earth actually looks like. Because from what we can tell, those photos that NASA provides are just composite fakes.
Sorry, man. So I don't want to talk about NASA because that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So
go ahead, man.
Oh wait. Do you have a map? Sorry.
Do you have a map?
No. I'm asking you, since you're a flat earther, do you have a map representation of the flat Earth or no?
What, like flat maps? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, basically, we have our map of the world.
Yeah.
Are
the maps that are used on the globe, are they flat?
Sorry, are you asking me a question? I'm just trying to make sure. Say that one more time.
Are the maps that you use for the globe, are they flat?
So so we believe that Earth is a sphere, right? We're just saying from a country perspective, that's what our maps usually represent. But if you look at a globe, that's what the Earth will look like.
Is it?
Not the scale, though, is it?
Wait, no, obviously not. But I was going to say.
So you're saying the globe. You're saying the globe, like the globe that sits on people's desk. You're saying that's a map.
Yeah, well, it's a representation.
That's
of
not a
Earth,
map, my
right?
guy. That's
No,
not.
it's
You were
not,
talking
dude.
about maps right now. That's not a map, my guy.
Wait a second. Let me
show
finish
us
what I was gonna say.
show us a map. Okay, so open up an atlas. Do you know what an atlas? No, this is your answer here. Open up a fucking atlas, right, and look through all the pages. Now show me a fucking curve on the atlas.
So that's not even an answer. Okay, anyway,
that's the answer. All fucking maps, like these guys were showing you that all maps are fucking flat. Dumb fuck.
Okay, so
show me a map that's not flat. Show me a map that's not flat. Show me a map that's not fucking flat.
Is anybody else going to talk besides him?
Yeah,
buddy, show me a map that's not flat.
All maps use grid coordinates. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're gonna
I
have
think-
sectional maps. You're not gonna
here's
have,
the problem with him. He's not having actual discussion. He's just
Joher,
having
it's
a
okay. Don't
smash
worry about
attack.
him. Joher, we being addressed by other people. Joher. So there is you're gonna get maps of sections of the place. You're not gonna get a practical projection like the globe on the table. You're not gonna use that in this level for anything. So if you want maps, you're gonna have sectional maps, sectional Cartesian coordinates maps based on.
Yeah, there are no
I
scale maps of the entire Earth.
So
Zero.
I understand, but I have more questions.
There
This
is. I
wasn't the
posted
only
one in the
question.
chat.
Oh, look,
okay.
look.
Oh, you
Matthew
posted a map.
Shitstains.
A scale model map of the Earth in the chat.
Yeah,
24
That's
past
not
the
the
hour.
scale. That's not the scale, Matthew. You want to know why?
So
You
allow
wanna
me to
know why it's
explain.
not the
So
scale?
my position is that we believe in a spherical
Yo,
Earth, right?
hold on.
But
I
I'm
want to
trying
help
to
out Matthew
see.
here.
Help
I
out
wanna
Matthew first. Yeah.
And ignore the new guy. Just go to Matthew. Ignore the new guy. Good job.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll show Matthew why it's not this fucking scale. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This dude's got
Well,
serious
the
issues.
problem is that you have a oblate thing going on, so you can't have a uniform scale on your globe because it's oblate, isn't it?
Dum. Matthew just comes in and starts fucking talking mad shit here, eh?
Okay,
So who was the new guy that was talking?
He's not new,
So-
actually. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not new, but I wanted to ask some questions, right? Wait, who's talking right now?
Timbo, the kangaroo guy down the bottom, just above you, I think.
Timbo. Okay, cool. So do you have like? So I'll ask. I'll tell you why I was asking this question because this went somewhere completely left field. So a lot of a flat earther I've talked to previously said that the representation of flat Earth is that the Arctic Ocean, but would be deemed as the North Pole to spherical Earthers, would be in the center of the Earth, and that Antarctica would surround the rest of the world. And that's in our Antarctica, our South Pole surrounds the entire flat Earth. Now, are you familiar with that or no?
I'm familiar with the claim.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's an accurate statement, though.
Okay, so I didn't know if anybody here held to that statement.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think you're going to find anyone that's going to agree to a map that's to scale and is perfect. Like we have maps of land, yeah, because you can go around the land and you can get coordinates of the land and stuff like that. The only other thing is like how do you measure between the land?
Fair enough.
In the ocean, yeah. How do you measure those distances? Like in the south, like how do you measure between the distance between Australia and South Africa? I know someone's going to say, well, there's planes. Yeah, but when planes measure airspeed, so they're not measuring ground speed. You can't measure distance over water. It's impossible.
Can you use some sort of tool to measure it as well, though?
Distance over water?
No, not distance over water, but maybe a physical tool. Maybe one could create one to measure said distance, or maybe salesmen have measured the distance.
Posted a link to a YouTube video in the chat.
Yeah,
it's not a flat Earth video. It's how they actually do surveying, how they measure the land, and it's all with straight lines. So you could take a look at that if you want.
And what you're saying about the boat is like if someone how they used to measure distances with boats. They used to hang a rope out the back, and it was called knots. That's where they get knots from. So they used to measure the knots, but the problem was that you have currents, and if you are sailing in a direction and then there's a current taking you in a different direction, and you're measuring knots over time, which is where you get distance. Yeah, if you're actually not traveling that distance, but the knots are traveling that distance, then you're going to get an inaccurate reading. Yeah.
Fair enough, because it's like it's not going in a straight line.
Yeah. So if anyone says they have a map of the flat Earth, I would probably call them either ill-informed or a liar, maybe.
Fair enough.
But the maps of land are all flat. They work on a grid system, so they're all flat. There's no curved maps of where we go. They're all flat.
Do you believe in space?
You mean the space between me and you, or outer space?
Outer space.
Outer space. I would say that if we have pressure here, and there's no pressure up there, then I would say that place with no pressure doesn't exist.
So you say space isn't a true thing, then it's not existent, or it is. I don't know
what it is because I don't think anyone's ever been there. Because in order, they say that space is a vacuum, yeah. So zero pressure. Yes. We'll call it zero pressure. Yeah. So how does zero pressure exist next to a pressurized system without any containment? Wouldn't the pressurized system go into the zero pressure system?
I don't know. Do you believe in gravitational forces?
Believe in gravity?
Yeah. Do you acknowledge that it's a law of nature?
It's not a law.
I mean, there's laws of gravity by Newton, but you don't have to acknowledge it.
Theory, still, buddy, not law. Theory, get your shit together.
Yeah.
Theory, still theory.
You need if you're not gonna act like an adult, bro, you can.
Buddy,
shut the fuck
I'm acting
up.
like an adult. I'm correcting your little fucking straw man here, bud.
It's
when
not
you
a
fucking
straw
start
man,
speaking, make sure it's a straw man. You're saying it's a law when it's not a fucking law. It's not a fucking law.
Until you're done talking,
get that shit. Get that. You know what a law is? You don't know what laws are, my guy. That's not a fucking law. That's still a theory. It hasn't been proven.
Let him get it out.
That's why there's Einsteinian theories and fucking what's his name, Newton's theories. You fucking twat. Okay. Keep believing in your ball because you think you know so much, but you don't know shit.
So when you say gravity,
All right, yeah.
you mean down, yeah?
No, so laws of gravity, like
Again,
like
law.
actual
Again, a
gravitational
fucking
force.
moron. It's not a law. Just
How-
because you say it's a law doesn't make it a fucking law.
Let him get it out. All right.
No,
So,
there's no getting out. I'm correcting you, you stupid idiot. That's it.
are you done yet?
Stupid.
It's not a law, man. You gotta stop calling it a law.
I'm going to call it a law because of the fact that it's been proven with empirical formulas.
No, it
and
wasn't.
mathematics.
With empirical formulas. Show me these formulas. This formulas prove shit. Yeah, okay there, bud.
Do you
People
really want me
writing
to put
shit on
something
paper
in-
prove everything. Yeah, that's how we got to this fucking point. People writing shit on paper, my guy. Too much writing, not in my fucking measuring outside.
Timbo.
Yeah, where's gravity being proven?
But where is it being proven, or how is it proven?
Both.
Both. Okay, so I'll give you a very, very simple example. Okay, I mean, you probably heard of the Apple experiment, right?
Apple.
but dude, you obviously never been educated, so we're not talking to you.
This guy's fucking retarded.
Have you heard of the Apple experiment with?
Yeah, I'm
Isaac
only
Newton?
correcting you on everything you're fucking saying. Yeah, I'm not educated. Forgive me. Forgive me for being so uneducated. Oh my god.
Timbo, are you listening?
Keep strawmanning. Go ahead.
Timbo.
We'll talk to Timbo. He's here. Don't worry. He's listening.
I need him to acknowledge you're not him. Timbo, are you there?
You need him to do something for you now. Interesting.
Well, I mean, I was talking to him, but if he's not going to talk, then there's nothing to talk about.
Oh, he's talking.
Yeah, sorry, man. I was just finishing up work.
No, you're good, dude.
Yeah, what were you saying? I was just talking to someone.
No, you're fine, dude. So basically, I was talking about Isaac Newton's Apple experiment. You know, obviously, when he dropped it, fell, hit the tree, right?
Experiment?
Okay. Yeah, it was an experiment.
So is gravity Newtonian, or what gravity are we talking about?
So we're talking about the Newtonian force, gravity. Yeah, gravitational force. You know, F equals mg. The force of gravity is. Sorry, I was going to say, the force of gravity is just the mass of an object times the acceleration due to gravity, which is not. But I'm not going to get against that. But yes, that fit Newtonian physics.
What we're saying is you're saying that the gas is sticking to a ball because of gravity.
You saying gases?
Yeah, like the air on the Earth, because it's supposed to be. You're saying it's an open system.
No,
Like
well,
we can go to the moon.
Let me dissect that. Yeah, right. That's what I was saying. But let me dissect that real quick. So before we go in to say that it's an open system, which I do believe it is an open system, I was going to say that this is not gases displacing, because gases also have gravity on them, or gases are also subject to gravity. The thing with gases is that because their mass is so negligible, the force is also that small. Through that particular equation, that can be proven. So that's why the effects of gravity are not as heavy on gases. Does that make sense?
You're saying a lot. You're saying a lot. Like, so.
I'll repeat it. No, you're fine.
No, you don't need to repeat it. I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah. So what you're claiming is that gases stick to a ball, but it's negligible.
No,
that's
the gases don't stick to the ball. That's not how that works.
Don't stick to the ball. So how do we have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
How do we have gas? So give me 5 seconds here. Let me get your source.
So what I'll ask you is, if you have a vacuum and then you put gas into it, does the gas go down, or what direction does the gas go in?
So it depends on how much pressure is put on the system, or if it's closed or open. But I guess
zero pressure is in a vacuum.
This is true, yes. But the gravitational forces are what's keeping the Earth compact. That's what I was getting to.
So all that would mean that all gases would go to the surface of the Earth.
Gases are not. Okay, I'll repeat that again. I'll repeat it. So gases are not subjected to the same gravitational force, and that's why they can float, because the mass of a gas particle is really, 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 really small. And so they float.
Stop. I'm Glober here. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Let him get it.
And that's Scott Mackey's telling you this shit, man. That's a Glober. That's a staunch Glober, bro. So you should listen. He's on your side, man. He's telling you stop. Dumbass.
So
clearly you're educated. Clearly you're one of the educated ones. Clearly.
Timbo.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Balls, the gas doesn't stick to the ball. Gravity is just a force. No, it does not.
Okay.
Matter of fact, gravity is really not pulling down on the gases as heavy as the ball. It's
How you
because of the
breathing
mass.
then?
How you're breathing them
How are you breathing then?
through gas exchange, which is through inspiration. Oh, you really want to get into this? Is this really like a legit question?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what respiration, expiration, and inspiration, breathing in and breathing out?
Yeah.
That's a function of the lungs.
Yep.
They work on a
Do you need-
pressure-based system.
Do you need oxygen for that?
You do need oxygen to breathe. Yes.
Okay. So the gas is sticking to the ball then. Yeah.
What ball is getting inhaled?
The earth ball.
Well, you're saying that basic breathing is the same as gas falling?
Okay. The claim is that there's a zero pressure or close to zero pressure.
Okay, I was gonna get your source for that actually. Yeah, if you just
that
give me
way,
a second.
yeah? So you're saying that if gas doesn't stick to the ball, so gas would fuck off into space then, yeah?
No, because there's still a gravitational force pulling it down.
You said gravity doesn't work on gas.
No, I said the effects of gravity are not as pronounced. Oh, sorry, I'll make it clear. The effects of gravity are not as pronounced. They're still present. But just because the effects of gravity is small doesn't mean it's going to float away. Gravitational force is enough to deter, well, also with oxygen in the air, if you really want to talk about it, trees make oxygen. So if it goes away, there's just more that's being made. So I
agree.
don't know.
I agree.
Kind of moots that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're saying that all the gases on Earth are made at ground level. We agree with that?
A lot of them actually. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So, what's the heaviest gas?
Let me get the periodic table out. Give me a minute. Radon.
Does gravity work on radon?
Of course.
So why isn't radon at sea level? Why isn't it just radon?
Well, radon is a rare noble. It's not even found on like the surface of the Earth.
Oh, it's synthetic now, right?
Wait, no. Don't do that. No, it's found in the deepest, most extreme parts of the Earth, in the Earth's core.
Ha!
But you don't believe in the three-dimensional Earth, so it kind of, makes it hard.
Three-dimensional. Who says we don't? Everything's 3D, bro.
Three-dimensional.
Well, yeah, we're a sphere. Earth is a sphere. You agree, right?
So you're saying we don't have mountains and stuff like that, or what?
We have mountains, bro.
Yeah, so it's 3D, isn't it? Whether we say it's a level surface with mountains, or whether you say it's a sphere, it's still a 3D place you live in, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, man. I was looking at something. Can you say that all over for me? I apologize, seriously.
Well, my place that I live in is not any different to yours.
Right. I guess. I mean, sure.
Yeah, it's not. We don't live on a 2D surface because 2D doesn't exist.
Oh, when I said 3D, I mean the Earth is a sphere. It's not flat. But, I don't know.
I'm trying to work out where you're going with the like. How are you proving that the Earth's a sphere?
Oh, so I thought we were talking about how gas and open systems, right? Like how are we able to maintain like the air while at the same time, like, we're in an open system with a vacuum with no pressure. I thought that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have to start getting like atmospheric levels and stuff like that. And I really don't know that much about that, but that's a pretty good question. I'll give you that.
We can talk about something you know about then, if you want. You don't want to talk about
Well,
gases and
no,
stuff like that.
I want to see. I want to hear your perspective on why there's a flat Earth, man. I really want to break even.
Do you know anything about water?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you ever done any building or anything like that?
No.
No. Do you know about water levels and things like that?
Yes.
Sea level? What about sea level?
Yes.
Yeah. That says to us that the Earth is level.
But does our
Just another thing before you fucking make this mistake again. Flat
Wait a
and
minute.
sphere are not equivocal. They're not equivalent. One is a shape and one is a fucking description of the surface. So you cannot say flat and circle or fucking sphere in the same fucking sentence, bro. I mean, unless you're describing the fucking surface of it.
The surface.
Flat is not a
outside
shape. I'm trying to
perspective.
tell you. Flat is not a shape, my guy. Flat is not a shape. You keep saying like it's a fucking shape. It's not a fucking shape, my guy.
It's a description.
Correct.
Right.
Of the surface.
The surface that we're walking on, yes. It's not curving underneath our feet.
I feel like are you new to this subject?
No, he's not.
I am because because I thought my perspective of flat Earth was always that they thought the Earth was just like a globe, and that the top of the sky was a firmament. That was the perspective I've gotten from quite a few flat earthers.
Oh, you thought it was like a disc in space or something like that, yeah?
Yes.
Wrong.
Your perspective is like new to me.
Well, just imagine the Earth where we live is the only place that exists. Can you think about that?
No.
No, because you're too invested in space, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's my that's just my worldview. Being genuine.
That's fine. Yeah. So, it's not. We don't just go. You can't replace the globe with a flat thing in space. You're just mixing up two totally separate things. Two totally different things. It's not. We don't. It's not. You don't just pick up a globe, get rid of it, and then put a flat disc in space, and then there you go. There's flat Earth, because that doesn't work.
Right.
A lot of people say the Earth is the floor of the universe. Everything above us is the rest of the universe. If you say universe is like space, but universe can just be everything that exists. Yeah.
I see where you're coming from now. I have a more clear picture of what what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
This is a random question. Oh, sorry. What?
Stationary? No. You guys claim that the ball spins and stuff like that. And the only reason that you claim that is because of the sky. Now, there's no.
Let's talk about that. Actually.
There's no actual evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis, apart from observations in the sky.
Right.
Yeah.
So wait, how can you justify the sun? What is the sun doing then? Or do you not know that?
The sun. What do you see the sun do?
Okay, what do I see the sun do? I'm going to answer your question. I see the sun rising from the east and setting in the west. If we're using cardinal directions.
Yeah, and it moves across the sky. Yeah.
Right.
So the sun moves across the sky.
I can get real specific, but let's keep it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you go from you observing the sun moving across the sky to that is you falling over backwards around a ball?
So I can't tell you exactly the fact. I can't, in your question, I can't answer that simply because that doesn't tell enough. So like the sun moving across the sky does not say anything about the heliocentric model. There's other descriptors, right? Or descriptions, but I have a question actually for you. And I mean, I guess the answer may be maybe, I don't know, but are you aware of like the 24-hour sun?
In the north or the south?
Both. It's a thing in both different times of year.
Only
I
happens in the
haven't.
north.
Yeah, I
No,
haven't seen anything that tells me it happens in the south.
so see, this is a lot to ask, but maybe you should make it an opportunity to go to Antarctica
You can't.
during July. Why not?
Because they don't allow you.
They really don't. I thought you can go from Argentina. If you go to Argentina, you can just
You can
float
try.
there.
You go ahead. You take a boat and go there.
So anyway,
Go,
possibly,
man.
I mean, but you don't really care. I mean, well, I have a video, but people don't believe videos, right? So, I was just gonna say, if you believe what you see with your eyes, why not just go to Antarctica during this time of year? Maybe not now, but like sometime, and just see the 24-hour sun. What would happen? Like, would that change your perspective at all, or would it just be like, to you?
It's not there.
Yeah, the
Just
thing
go
is,
there. Can you go there and prove it?
you're asking us to go somewhere where you can't go. All right, you can. They say you can go there, but like, what I did,
Why
right?
can't you go there? I guess that's my problem of
I,
understanding.
I'm gonna explain it to you. So what I did about 3 years ago was I put in an application to the Australian government because the Australian government owns almost half of Antarctica. Right.
Really?
So I went on the website, started an application. Now went through all this stuff. Now, what I had to do was I had to do a environmental damage report. So I thought, okay, all right, I've got to do this. I do this for work and all the time anyway. I'm a builder, so all right, I'll get someone to do it. And they said, no, you have to go there and do it. You have to send someone there to go and do it. So I said, okay, how do I do that? And they said, you'll have to do the same application for the person who's doing the environmental report. I said, okay, all right. This was all over email, by the way. And I said, okay, so I need to do that. And they said, okay, well, you need an environmental report for the person who's going to be doing the environmental report. I said, well, how do I do that if he's going to do the environmental report? They said, I don't know, but they're the rules, yeah? You got to go around in circles. Around in circles. This was 6 months. I went 6 months trying to get this application to go there. Couldn't get past the stage where I needed to get an environmental report for the guy going to do the environmental report.
But here's my question to you: why did you have to? Is this required that you have to make this application? Why couldn't you just take an independent trip to Chile, or Argentina, and just do that?
Because when you leave ports, you have to let them know where you're going.
Do you have to give a legitimate reason, though? I mean, can't you just say vacation?
Vacation to where?
Argentina. So you can go.
Argentina's not Antarctica.
No, you can get to Antarctica from Argentina.
Yeah. So when you leave Argentina from the port, yeah, it's run under maritime law, and they have to abide by something called the Antarctic Treaty.
Right.
Yeah. So when you go past the 60th parallel, you have to have all your applications and permits. Not allowed to take fuel. You got to take all your shit home with you, like your feces, your wee, all your food packaging. This is all in the application.
Right.
But you've got to get the application to go ahead first. Like before you even get the application, you can't even get. You have to get the application to apply for the permit. So when you leave a port, you have to tell them. You have to say where they say where's your heading, and they check your logbooks and everything. Yeah, like it's not. You can't just jump in a boat and go places. It's like going through an airport. You can't just go to an airport, jump on a plane, and go wherever you want. It's
not the 1960s. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Wait. So I guess if there's so many restrictions, what stops you from believing that it's real and you can't go and you can go there? I mean, do you think Antarctica?
I don't think it's not real. I never said that. My representation of flat Earth is that every day I practically use tools that tells me the Earth is level. Now, I've done a lot of research into this. Like it's been almost 10 years for me, and nothing has convinced me that I live on a globe. I've looked at. I tried to debunk it for 2 years. I couldn't do it. I thought flat Earth was fucking crazy. I thought it was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So I set out to convince myself that I lived on a ball, and I couldn't do it. The information that was being provided to me was incomplete and inconsistent. And then I saw all these laser tests and things like that, like drop over distance laser tests, showing no curvature at all. Then I got into refraction, and you learn about light refracting and stuff like that. And it still doesn't account for the lack of curvature that's on the surface of the Earth. Because if you live on a ball, they give you a size that the ball is. So that means you've got over a certain distance, you've got a certain amount of drop. So if you're doing tests, say 10 miles, it should be 66 feet of curvature. Now that's measurable. If it's not there, then you've got a flat spot. And how many flat spots do you have on a sphere?
I'm trying to.
And if this is done over water, water's supposed to be conforming to a sphere, like the globe. It's supposed to be curving at a rate of a radius of 3,959 miles. Now it doesn't do that. So if water's flat, and the globe claim is 72% of the Earth is water, then that says to me that the Earth, the lands that we know, the water in between them is flat and level. There's no other explanation for it. It's something to think about. Anyway, I'm not here to convince you about it, man. Like that's your own journey, mate. Like, if you want to believe you live on a ball, that's fine, man. But I tried it, and I couldn't reconcile with myself that I lived on a ball. Just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me after all those years.
I have a weird question. Was it really that revolutionary, or was it just like it's not, it's just whatever?
No, I freaked out, man.
You freaked out?
Yeah, I freaked out, mate. I was a space nerd, man. I fucking seen every single episode of Star Trek Next Generation. I had the engineering books for the Enterprise, working engineering. Like fucking, I was a space nerd, mate. I used to love it. Now I can't fucking watch any of it.
Well, imagination's not bad.
The imagination's great, but now I imagine other things. I don't need to go to space anymore, But these, like when you say, was it just no, I freaked out. I said, no, it fucking can't be true. No.
This is a random question. Do you not believe in asteroids then?
Well, what do you mean by asteroids?
Foreign bodies out the sky that like come in like just like a. Well, you don't believe in space, but like it's a space rock. Of an asteroid, like an actual.
You mean like a meteorite? Or
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Have you ever seen one? I've never seen one.
I mean, I've never seen one, but there's been some recordings of one.
Yeah,
but maybe it's just plane parts falling out the sky. Who knows?
Well, I don't know, man. Like it could be other things, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a rock coming from outer space, does it?
What else is it?
Well, that's the thing. I don't have an answer for that. But it could be many other things. It can't just be a rock from outer space. Yeah.
That's just an interesting question. That's all.
Yeah, that's.
You don't believe in satellites?
I believe that there are communications up in the sky, satellites in outer space. I don't believe. NASA has a balloon program that they boast about, and they call it the gold standard of communication. They send up helium balloons, big ones like the size of football stadiums and stuff like that. They have an internal bladder as well, where they can raise and lower in elevation and get into different trade winds, things like that. And not trade winds, but different winds up in the sky, and they can control where they go. So, there's your geostationary satellite. They tell you about it. You can go and, if you go and look at some videos, some NASA videos, they'll tell you about their balloon program. They love it. These things can stay up there for years. So when you see lights in the sky, they can be balloons at a height. The only thing you're saying is, that thing that I'm seeing up in the sky is in space. Yeah, how do you know it's up in space? You got no idea, do you?
I mean, I guess you could try to go up there.
Yeah, when you ask yourself these questions, like, what do I actually know?
Or, I mean,
it's not very much. Like, you can go off the word of these people that tell you you're going to space, but how many people have actually been into outer space? Claimed.
Something like
I think it's like
700?
20. No, that's low Earth orbit, I think.
Oh, I see. 24.
Sorry. 24, yeah. Yeah. And they all come from one place, okay? NASA. So what? If
Wait, you don't believe that like the Russians sent like stuff to space either? Like Sputnik
The
and stuff
Soviets,
like
they
that?
faked it too. Ya Ruski, blядь, I'm a fucking Russian, buddy. I'm gonna tell you, the Soviet Union, it was all fucking propaganda, my guy. Yes, it's all been fake. They fucking literally made a fucking, a Hegelian dialectic, right? And then they had two sides fighting each other, quote unquote, on TV pretty much. Who's gonna make it to space first, right? Well, then we gotta take your tax dollars because we gotta make it to space, man. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So
where do
then you got to ask.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, and then you got to ask the question: are these countries actually enemies, or are they just friends that pretend to be enemies?
Right.
And they're just willing to sacrifice people to pretend.
They don't care about people. When have they ever cared about people?
Sure. 9/11. What happened there, man? What about those 3,000 people, man? U.S. just blew them up, man. What happened there?
Nobody
They don't
even
care about their
celebrates
own.
9/11 anymore. Nobody even celebrates that shit anymore.
What about those?
I'm telling you.
What about those millions of Iraqis that got killed over what? A fake claim that weapons of mass destruction. They don't care about people.
Wait, 3,000 people on 9/11? Not that many people died.
Oh, not that many people died. Only the two fucking towers fucking were blown up. Yeah, Matthew.
No, I'm
Matthew,
saying
you're gonna tell me
it
that those
wasn't-
planes?
It was less than
What?
3,000, I'm saying.
I don't fucking know. There was a number of people dead. Was there not?
It was like 2,100, I thought.
It was a decent amount. Were they not dead or not?
They were.
What about
Right.
what about Afghanistan? Why do you think they went into Afghanistan? Was it anything to do with the poppy control of the poppies? and
Right, the
opium?
military, the army just fucking blocked off all the poppy fields and kept it for themselves, man. And then the heroin fucking increased in America.
And then they killed everyone. For what
Oh,
reason?
yeah, for sure. What's money, man? Money, greed, power.
Yeah, they don't care about us, man.
No, man. They like people like Matthew Learns, perfect fucking sheep. Believe the fucking narrative and that's it.
Yeah.
And then go teach kids in schools the same fucking narrative.
That's the
You
thing.
gotta be a good
pretend-
slave. Go ahead, sorry.
Pretend this other country's an enemy so we can spend money. These guys have ulterior motives. Most of these guys in the government have shares in weapons manufacturing. Then they go into a country, they absolutely demolish it, and then they give building contracts to their mates. They go in and they rebuild the country under contract. Yeah, and then whoever gives that contract gets a kickback. It's not what you see on the news and what's actually happening is nothing like what's happening. It's corruption at its greatest. You guys. I don't want to say you guys, but Most people believe what they see on the news, and they believe that the government's got your best interest at heart. It's the opposite.
So how do you know? So how do you know they don't?
Well,
oh my god.
Oh my god. Did we just talk about the Iraqi war or not?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with our best interest, right?
So what do they do for you? What do they do for you, Scott Mackey?
Keep our roads built and our bridges standing, and
Well, they keep you busy, don't they?
Oh, the Earth is not actually flat, right?
They keep you busy, don't they, Scott? So you don't have to think about what they're doing overseas.
Well,
Because the American government's the most corrupt government in the world.
100%. Hey, Mackie, how about the billions and billions, close to $1 trillion that was sent to Ukraine for what? Why did they take all your money and send it to Ukraine? To kill more fucking Eastern Europeans?
Yeah, don't you guys have a homeless problem over there?
Yeah, don't you guys have a fucking badass homeless problem where you live?
Well, what's the solution to it?
So
why did they take the fucking money? Yeah, why did they take the money to Ukraine? Why don't they help you out where you have problems in your own fucking country? Why are you trying to go into other people's countries trying to solve them? The fuck are you on about, Mackie?
Global stability helps us all.
No, global. Global.
So you call going into Libya global stability? Is that what you call it?
No, Libya was probably a mistake.
A mistake. Okay. What about Iraq? Was that a mistake too?
No, Iraq was definitely a mistake.
Yeah. Okay. So what about Afghanistan? Was that a mistake too?
That's questionable. Had to do something about Al Qaeda.
What about Vietnam? What about Vietnam? That was a mistake too. Gulf of Tonkin.
Lots of mistakes, these Americans, eh? But you guys keep giving them the fucking money.
They just take the money. We don't give it to them, bro.
Oh, there's ways to not give it to them.
Well, it's not global stabilization. It's global destabilization. That's the whole point.
Well, how's your building business going these
It's
days?
not true. You do give us the money.
My building business is great, but I don't rob people.
No, I know.
South America, you take our weapons and stuff, and then you give us money.
I don't do anything.
Fault is it?
No one does anything. That's a deal between governments. That's got nothing to do with normal people. Normal people don't want to fight each other. Normal people, people who fight wars, the normal people who live there don't want to fight a war. It's the governments that fight each other. They're like fucking school people. The people in the country don't hate the other people that they're having a war with.
Not usually. Sometimes they do,
Exactly.
though.
So why do people say we when we're talking about governments? You've got nothing to do with that government. Don't say
It's not
we.
true. I elect them.
Oh, you like them. You like the mistakes.
No, we elected
You
them.
like
You did not elect
go in
shit.
and murder people. You don't elect anything.
No, I said we elected them.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
No,
Who's we? They
All
were
the people who vote.
placed there. They were not elected there. They were always been placed there. You think you have a choice between two people, bro? It's all the same shit. Oh no, you got to take a choice between the two that we show you. Here's the
That's
two
the way
that
it
you
works
have.
in
Just
this
like right now,
country.
they're not even trying. They're not even letting fucking Donald Trump go back in. Right? Oh shit! See how hard that is. So now you're gonna have a choice between whatever they choose for you, right?
There'll be a Republican there.
So
okay, they're buddy.
in the United
Okay, they're
States, it's over. There's going to be people that actually care again.
People who care already.
Sure, they're Mackie. Drugs are bad. They're okay. Drugs are bad. Go.
All of them. Like, it's fine.
I mean, all of us living in first world countries have been the beneficiaries of global stability.
Bullshit.
International trade.
Bullshit.
International trade and all the stuff that makes our lives relatively prosperous have been huge beneficiaries of global stability. guys.
People in China are jumping off fucking rooftops because they can't stand the working conditions, right? Pretty much all of China is in slavery, right? Global stability. Okay, there. Fucking Soviet Union. Fucking people had fucking the longest bread lines in fucking history. Yeah, global stability. Are you out of your fucking mind, Mackie? It's global instability the whole fucking way.
Why don't you try listening to what I actually said?
What I actually said. You didn't say shit.
I know.
So how many people?
You didn't hear shit.
How many dead people is acceptable for your cause, Mackie? How many lives are you willing to sacrifice for global stability, as you call it?
Well, as few as possible, of course.
Oh, but they have to die. Oh. You know, death is inevitable. You know that, right?
People that try to run the border, they're already committed. And like, really, it's like if you make an example of them, then people won't come to your border anymore. But that's fucked up. I mean, that means you have to like kill a bunch of people.
So let's put some 50 calibers up there and just start mowing them down.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah, I think not.
I know you were being sarcastic then. I hope
It's not sarcastic. It's just how do you solve this problem?
Well, that's only an American problem, though, yeah.
Oh,
it's leaking. It's bleeding into Canada, my guy. They're all coming through and going all over North America.
Oh, is it?
And they're all military-aged men with military backgrounds with a lot of bodies on their fucking in their belt. So they're not fucking
One has a body, then.
Why by bodies? I mean, these guys are fucking cold-blooded killers, my guy, coming across the border. They're not vetted. They don't have wives. They don't have fucking children. They have no fucking, what do you call it? They have nothing to lose in life, right?
Get off
That's what's
TikTok,
coming.
man.
That's what's coming. The increase of fentanyl in California alone, just over fucking a few years that they let these fucking people keep coming in. Right, the drug is insane. The amount of fentanyl is insane. People are dying. There's fucking children in daycares dying because these fucking, what do you call it? Guys have fucking fentanyl in bags, and then some fucking kid touches something and starts fucking ODing on fucking fentanyl. Right? This is fucking very prevalent right now. Very fucking TikTok and Rumble. Listen, it's very prevalent. Just because you sit in your own fucking house, in your own little fucking fortress, Mackie, and you created a fortress and you don't want to go outside and see the real world, Mackie, doesn't mean it's not fucking happening.
It's happening to some degree, but not anywhere near.
It's happening to an extreme fucking degree. Look at, if you fucking, do you know, have you ever seen Skid Row?
Yes.
That shit was fucking terrible back then. Now it's even worse.
Back when?
Back fucking 20 years ago, Skid Row existed.
In LA?
Wherever the fuck it was, I don't care. It was all over fucking America, but there's a fucking serious Skid Row that's fucking worse. It's worse now. If you go to that same place that used to be Skid Row, right? You go there now, it's fucking way worse than it was before. I don't fucking remember. You think I live in Canada, bro?
I know.
Yeah, you know. It's worse here too. Don't worry. We have our own Skid Rows everywhere here. Don't worry. The fentanyl's bleeding in too. Don't worry. Fucking Trudeau, that motherfucker.
You know, the solution to that would be just manufacture it here, right? And give people controlled doses for free.
Are you stupid? Why would you even give this fucking synthesized fucking poison to people? It's like, okay, what about we just start manufacturing rat poison and start feeding it to the fucking population?
It would end ODs.
No, it wouldn't. Do you know how fucking fentanyl works, my guy? That drug is not supposed to, it's the only reason that drug should fucking even have any existence is because there's medical people go through some serious trauma and they need to fucking make sure they don't feel no pain. That's fine. But they have other things for that.
Hey, Mackie, were you just suggesting to give fentanyl out so that everyone ODs and then there'll be no more ODs? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
No, I said you give it out so nobody ever ODs again. Because the people who OD do it because they can't measure the dose properly, and they end up taking too much.
Wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's not how fentanyl works.
Most of the time they OD because they go into rehab, and then when they come out of rehab,
they relapse.
They take the same dose that they would have before they went to rehab, and it kills them.
Yep.
That's what happens most of the time.
That's one of the biggest ones, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't know what they're taking, and if we controlled it and gave them help and gave them the medical
Give the
attention they
government
need.
more power. Yes, Mac. You see, this is your fucking solution
Yes.
to everything, eh?
It works in Canada for your healthcare
No,
system.
it's not. It ain't working in Canada, guy. Are you fucked, man?
It
There's a
is.
lot of fucking fentanyl deaths here, guy. The camps, the tent cities, yeah, the trash that's on the street all over the fucking place. Nah, man. It's not working
Well,
here in Canada. Go to
that's
fucking
because
Vancouver right now. You know what? They legalized all drugs in Vancouver. Go check it now. It's shit. It's complete fucking shit.
Have you been there?
I fucking seen videos. It's shit.
Oh, okay. You've seen videos. Probably the same videos that
I
you've
live in
seen San
Toronto.
Francisco.
I live in Toronto. It's just as shit. And I live here. Dumb fuck.
Okay.
Vancouver's worse. What are you laughing about? Vancouver, Canada's like fucking California as a
Laughing,
country.
I
You
always
understand
call
that,
them
right?
their names. It's funny.
Well, you're stupid, man. I don't know fucking else to say.
That's
You're a fucking idiot that gives
that's
fucking
what I
life.
find funny.
You're like, Daddy, government, save me. Here's all my money. Now do the best you can. While the government just fucking you fucking viciously up your ass. And you're just fucking like, yes, Daddy, yes, Daddy. You're fucking stupid.
Okay.
That's you,
say
bro.
so.
That's
Yep.
you. Yeah, bro. That's exactly what you are, bro. It's
Do you
disgusting.
think the government uses money wisely? Oh.
I think it uses it. It's pretty good for the most part. Yeah.
Pretty.
It's a joke.
Everything is fucked up. I mean,
Well,
he's
what are
right.
you comparing it to? How do we determine what wisely is? How do we determine what efficiency is?
Well, okay, so when they overinflate government contracts, do you think that that's a wise spending choice?
No, overinflated contracts are not good.
Yeah, okay. So that's what they do on every occasion, yeah?
Yeah, but that happens in private industry all the time too, though, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, but that's not our money. That's private money.
Well, still
What
money
about
you got to pay out to get something.
What about when the economy's in the shit and politicians give themselves a pay rise? What do you think about
I think it's not even a rounding error.
that? What?
It's not even a penny from us, or it's I don't even know how much it would be a politician's salary increase.
Okay, what about
just
when
don't care.
the government decides to send troops to other countries where on false premises? Do you think that's wise government spending?
I'm always against sending troops to foreign countries on false premises.
Okay, so
that would always be a bad thing.
What do you think wise? What do you think the government spent wisely on?
They're within reason on most everything, except for the military stuff. No, if you can give me some numbers, I'll be glad to
is
look at them.
mostly that they want more people so they can populate and work the grounds and get natural resources and sell them and stuff like that. But the problem is like if you over concentrate in the cities like Toronto, you're gonna destroy everything. You're not gonna have anything.
Okay.
Long story short, Mackie, drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are
I
bad.
agree.
Okay?
I agree.
Okay. So why are you gonna try and let the government have all the fucking power about the drugs?
So people stop dying. I think people should stop
People
dying.
will be dying consistently, buddy. There's more people in the fucking hospitals dying than anywhere else, buddy.
I think fewer would die, and fewer
More
is good.
people die in the hospitals, my guy. Are you crazy? People that go to the hospitals don't get better; they get worse. The fuck are you on?
Nobody. I don't know one person who's died in the hospital. Everybody else I know has come home better than when they went in.
Yeah, sure.
I've came home better on many occasions than when I went in.
I mean the diseases spread more quickly in hospitals because it's a closed space.
Okay, what's the option?
What's the option? Stay healthy yourself, buddy.
Well, why don't you get sick?
Well, what kind of
I do.
sickness?
I don't breathe. I don't breathe a lot.
You know what?
What kind of sickness? There's all kinds of different fucking illnesses. See, if I break a leg, yeah, I'll go to a fucking hospital. They'll fucking put a cast on my leg. Sure. That's not. I'm not gonna be putting my own fucking cast on. See, I'll need the drugs. I know that.
Yeah.
If I catch the flu, I'm staying home. I ain't going to no fucking hospital.
Nobody goes to the hospital for the flu.
A lot of
What are you
these
talking
motherfuckers
about?
go to the hospital for the flu. What are you talking about? You
No,
go to the
they
hospital for the
don't.
fucking flu.
Nobody goes to the hospital for a flu.
You go. You go, man.
No, but nobody does.
Yeah. Everybody does, man. You know how much fucking
Let's not-
people do that?
Let's talk about reality for once.
Oh, no, this is reality. See, no, you don't know what reality is. You still live on a fucking ball. Remember that, buddy.
I just
Don't
happen
even
to
start
know.
bringing reality. Your reality is so fucked. It's insane.
I know
Drugs are bad,
nobody's ever
okay,
went. I
okay,
know nobody's ever went to the
okay.
hospital for a flu, and I don't think you do either.
Okay, because you're such a popular guy. You know everybody, eh?
Does anybody here know anybody who's went to
You
the
know
hospital because they
everybody,
had the flu?
man. Okay, Meg, you're such a popular guy. Okay, Meg, okay.
Declan, the
I've
South
seen it
Park
a
thing was
lot.
funny the first 3 times you did it, but not the
Yeah, imagine the 730th time.
Okay.
Scott, I've seen it a lot here. It's a big problem in Canada where our health system is used for people that cut their finger and they'll go to the emergency room. Like it's crazy nuts, and it's a big problem. And the wait for people that are really truly sick and injured, there's a huge wait, and it's just it's crazy. It shouldn't happen, but it does.
Yeah,
that's not
socialized
good, man.
healthcare, garbage, fucking
Well,
trash.
part of that problem is there's a shortage of doctors, and these people don't have a family physician to go to because there isn't one to be had. So their only choice is to use the emergency room as their doctor.
Yeah, kind of sucks. I've been trying to get a family doctor for a fucking year. I was on the list, and guess what? Did I get a fucking response? No, I don't have a fucking family doctor. I have to get this fucking hernia shit done. But hey, guess what? No fucking doctors. Thank you, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Fucking assholes.
What's the
Fucking
deal with
bullshit.
doctors in Canada?
Fucking horrible. Socialized healthcare sucks ass, bro.
You have to wait a million years or something.
But you can fucking, if they even fucking even remember, man. Even if they fucking remember, it's fucked. Okay, Megan, okay, drugs are bad, okay. Okay.
Be a dick.
Don't pollute. Give a hoot. Don't pollute. No, Mackie.
Yeah, Deacon. Dude, I understand. Like socialized healthcare, like you can't get an appointment for like 15 million years. It's annoying.
Appointment for what?
Huh?
For fucking anything, bro. Like I just said, I was put on a list. I was trying. Okay, so these motherfuckers are making you jump through loopholes, right? One thing is, okay, I got to get this shit done. Okay, cool. But you need a family doctor before you can get this shit done. It's like, what? But I'm 36 years old. Never in my life did I have a fucking family doctor. Never needed it, right? Because I fucking hate hospitals, period. I don't go to hospitals. People are sick in hospitals, right? So fuck that. Any fucking health issue I ever had, always solved it on my own. Had no problems, always did fine. Right, but I can't do surgery on myself now, right? Because the hernia is literally fucking surgery, right? Now I went to a private hospital, which I'm having a little complication with, which the private is, but it's semi-private. It's not even full private, but they're doing okay. But they're fucking jam-packed. Now, just as a backup, I still need this fucking stupid fucking doctor, family doctor, that I still cannot get. You know what I mean? It's been over a fucking year.
My guy. You have to accept medical because
I don't have to accept
thing
shit.
is like you need a limit, like you need a limited amount of humility, and because otherwise, like you're just gonna get stressed out and die.
No, I don't know what you're on about.
What I'm on about is the fact that like nobody is invincible.
Well, I know that. Everybody's gonna die someday.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, accept a little help. I mean, when a cute nurse comes in and like tucks you in or whatever, take it.
I'm not gonna be in a hospital like that, my friend. Trust me.
Okay. Well, you do you, but I'm just saying.
I walk on a daily close to fucking, what is it, 16 kilometers every day.
Yeah, me too. I mean, some kind of guy.
I don't know. There's not a lot of
fight,
people that walk
I
16
car.
kilometers. No, but 16 kilometers a day. Do you know how much that's just working out? I'm a healthy motherfucker, bro. Every time I get the flu, it goes away in like a few days. Like I'll have like the peak where it's really bad, but then after it's all gravy, right?
I really do marathons, but I mean, I understand where you're coming from.
Yes. There's these fucking communists, liberals that fuck everything up, like Matthew Learns and Scott Mackey. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm neither a communist nor a liberal.
Yes, you are. Everything you say is pointing me that way.
I am the best judge of whether I'm a communist or a liberal, and I report that I'm not.
You're the best judge of fucking nothing, bro.
I wonder if anybody agrees with you. Probably not.
I'm pretty sure they
I'm a
do.
liberal, though. I'm a liberal, though.
Yeah, I know
Matthew
you are.
might
You're
not be, but I am.
you're full-blown communist. We know that.
No, I'm not a communist. I'm a liberal.
Yes,
Very different.
it's liberals, communists, same spectrum, fuck. You're far left fucking retarded.
Okay.
Yes, daddy government, keep fucking me, yes. That's all I hear. Every time you open up your mouth, Scott, that's all I hear. Yes, daddy government, fuck me in the ass harder. Scott, that's all I hear from you. Everything else doesn't really matter. It's all I hear is yes, daddy government, yes. It's disgusting.
All right.
And same to you, Matthew Learns, because you are fucking one of those teachers that are fucking in the social programs. You fucking disgusting.
My school is not a liberal school. It's a conservative school.
Sounds liberal to me.
A conservative school sounds liberal to you?
Well, based on what you are, sounds liberal to me. I don't care what kind of school it is. I'm talking about you.
I'm telling you that both my school and I are conservative.
I highly doubt that.
You know nothing about my school.
I highly doubt, because you lie all the time, Matthew.
I don't.
You're the biggest liar in here. Yes, you do. Just because you have the defense doesn't mean it's actually true.
Yeah, I'm rubber. You are glue. Bounces off of me and sticks to you. Same for you.
Yeah. Whatever you think, Matthew. Remember, you still, after 5 or 6 fucking years, Matthew didn't learn jack shit, right? Still, you believe you're on a fucking ball. Everything you say is I believe. No fucking evidence ever, right?
Well, I think I've presented lots of evidence, but I understand that you discount it.
Yeah, it's trash.
Matthew, what do you think about alcohol?
Right, so how can you be like that for like 5, 6 years?
What do I
That's
think about
fucking
what?
insane.
Alcohol.
It's fine to drink in moderation, but don't overdo it. Some people probably shouldn't drink any if they have a family history of alcoholism or personal history.
Who the fuck's asking advice from Matthew?
Yeah, no, I'm curious why you asked that. It's an interesting question.
Well, just like to poke at some people sometimes, man. See how they think.
Oh, appreciate that.
Deacon. What's my star sign?
What's your star sign? Who's this?
Britney.
Oh, you're fucking Tiger Libra. You're fucking trash.
Oh, you remember now. See, it's good.
Buddy, I'm telling you, you guys don't know who you're fucking with.
Look at the side chat. I've got this image is you when you, because obviously you believe in astrology. You can't stomach the globe.
That makes no sense, but whatever. Makes no sense, but whatever.
How can you
fucking globers? See, Matthew Learns is April 4th, right? This cocksucker is an Aries like me. I'm April 6th, right? But there's a big fucking difference between me and him, right? Huge difference. He's a fucking beta male, fucking nobody loser. Can't believe he fucking took that path. Like, I don't understand how, as an Aries, you would ever go that route. Because Aries people are fucking just like the warrior Aries. We're ruled by Mars. We're all about war and sex, right? So we're like the fucking pinnacle of fucking crazy. But Matthew Learns is a piece of shit. I can't fucking believe it. He's not an Aries.
How can you agree with astrology, which requires very little?
Yes, that's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right, I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Theoretical physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
This is your best assumption.
Yes, all the evidence. If you find
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions. The best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
You're rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that. So now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's 99.999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say,
don't know anything. Then tell me something, anything you know, anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise because I'm going to show you. Right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord? It's
the best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you. Like we're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay. Here's a counter example. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my patron or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point, but see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things
absolutely would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B. Okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely, but you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it. I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave dismiss it and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science. Has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know. But
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. If I said, hold on, if I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything, and I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go. Whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers, it's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir, and until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told, somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold. You've been
science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I said, just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it, well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
But that's what science, you're doing. You're sensible. Well, you just said the star plasma with spectroscopy, and you know elements.
What I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You're just telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
Well, we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to employ here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science, do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like, I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be with the I call it the lore. Because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by
no, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Do you know, simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it?
No, hold on. We know. No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the explanation. No, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you of many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just I pointed something out to you. But look, listen.
That is you know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. Fact. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. You know, lawyer speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat earth and globe earth because there's only one truth. The Earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same Earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the Earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We all were.
We have a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you all
to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening because they're not taking you for a matter of fact. We want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So let us
listen. It's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you. It's
100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit works.
If you're not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, you know, with the oil rigs. Now, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing the whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different come up with different results. So if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there. Wow. The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, delirium. That's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
You want to bring something up to get it. Your take. This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen. Is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which one is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because you don't listen. This is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.99999% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
It's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mc2.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place, and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you can't have 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
Where?
Because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up? Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold
to.
on. I've just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live.
Yeah, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go. Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that Jordan explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometers up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens is on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I post a link to it?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. I'm gonna step back here because I've done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate,
I have evidence.
It's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his. And it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labelled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I'd posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right. Well, you can see the two lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking up for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59 mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God. Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh my God.
All the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You just go off and got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down.
Guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I guess you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then leave.
Come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
On anything, if you're 100% sure on anything, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced yourself.
Propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from a video footage taken from a height of 35, just over 35 kilometers. You've got the two straight lines and a curved horizon. Which
Perfect. So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out. That
someone's playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy, and he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Are you sure he's a guy? Are you sure he's a guy?
99.9.
If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me speak.
Are you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced. But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't have evidence. You won't.
We're the only people in here that have changed their mind.
Is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
He said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes,
we're
okay. Which means by definition, you're not scientific about this.
Oh,
the only way
your definition of science is wrong. Then, so yeah,
whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want.
Right.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, knock yourself out. Let's have people hear this because real ones will know. So.
Okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Get the fuck out of here.
Very funny. I've already stopped recording. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
Label it 100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, he flat
Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just
bring some measurements, please.
let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not the right measure.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Abuse. Yeah, are you 100% sure abuse?
Am I 100% sure recording? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time. Recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I thought I had. I was wrong. I have this time, I hope.
You spent that long around flat earthers and didn't,
Hey, who's
get
playing
paid
that
for
part,
it.
man?
Must have been terrible.
Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye-bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
Bullish Decisions, 30 December 2019.
Okay, yeah, gas pressure. Well, so I find this kind of weird because, you know, we see examples of pressure differentials everywhere we look in the natural world.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
That wasn't the question, Professor. The question was, how can you have gas pressure without a container? You started off talking about gas pressure gradients. Well, that's delta X. The question is, where'd you get X? So before you can have delta X, that is gas pressure gradients, you have to have X, gas pressure. So, again, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
The second point I'd make, we can demonstrate, I can get a high pressure air hose and I can generate enough pressure to cut someone's hand off. So, and that's pressure without a container.
So you used a hose attached to a compressor, no doubt. Sounds like you have two containers, Professor. Do you and Hillbilly Blue Ball swap spit in the shower? He also had two containers, demonstrating gas pressure without a container.
And the last thing is every action needs an equal and opposite reaction. God, what are these? That is a law of motion, and it applies to the motion of objects. And it's based upon the fact that if you shift something's mass, there's going to be a reaction about you shifting that mass based on you, minus frictional forces, etc. involved. So there's always a reaction. That's why when you fire a gun, you feel a recoil. Done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think that was a minute.
Yeah, 5 minutes too long. You had 3 shots at a simple question. Newsflash, for everyone that can't fog a mirror, you didn't answer his question, Professor. It wasn't even an obfuscation. I'm convinced with 100% certitude that you thought you answered the question comprehensively. That's the really scary part. Oh, and by the way, from Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics via Phys Libertext, Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion, and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Richard Feynman, Lecture on Quantum Electrodynamics, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Let me say that again for you, Professor. The laws of motion of Newton were not right.
Fatality.
Okay? Thanks. Priceless. Here, take this with you. On the house.
Turn out the lights.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Let's talk about these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms the vast majority of people seem to have. The first one is the term flat earth itself. When people hear that word, or they hear you questioning the globe model, the moon landing, or anything of that sort, they go, "Wait a minute, you're not a flat earther, are you? You're a flat earther, aren't you?" With this condescending, all-knowing tone, as if you accept this label, you've been pigeonholed, and anything you say afterwards holds no value. And why is this? Because of websites like the Flat Earth Society, giving misinformation and straw man arguments, and mockumentaries like Behind the Curve, showcasing the worst examples of so-called flat earthers for everyone to laugh at. So now, you're guilty by association if you admit that you're a flat earther. I'll use the flat earth keyword for the algorithm because it's what everyone searches for. But I named my children's book The Earth Plane, and we named our movie Level, purposely creating quote-unquote flat earth content without this pigeonholed label in the title. So of course, among other globe skeptics, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, we can accept that we are flat earthers. But when your friends and family members or strangers on the street you're trying to convince hear a bit of your skepticism and then ask, "Oh, you're a flat earther, aren't you?" I recommend doing as Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve does, and insisting that no, you're not a flat earther, because the earth has mountains, hills, and valleys, so of course the earth's not flat, thereby disarming their first anti-flat earth defense mechanism, because you don't admit to being their straw man version of a globe skeptic, what they have seen in mockumentaries or on the Flat Earth Society as a flat earther. No, you're not that. You're just a man or woman like anyone else, questioning their reality, questioning what they're told, not just believing outright what the government or government organization says. So the next one, once you've disarmed them and they realize, oh yeah, he is a flat earther, regardless of what he calls himself, their next anti-flat earth defense mechanism will be, why? But why? Why would they lie? The incessant mantra of the ball earther. But, why would they lie? It's not even a question. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't researched the evidence for an alternative shape of the Earth for even a minute, but suddenly they want to know the motive for this lie. Yeah, right. This isn't a genuine question. Imagine a detective rolling up to a crime scene and there's blood all over the place, bodies everywhere, stinks to high heaven, and little deputy rookie volunteer rocks up behind him, taps him on the shoulder, and says, what do you think the motive would be for a crime here? I'm not seeing why there would be a murder here. The detective looks at him, squints his eyes, waves his hand, shows the blood on the walls, the bodies on the floor, asks the rookie genuinely, are you not seeing this? Do you not see the evidence all around you? And the rookie, as if blind to the crime scene, unable to research or open his eyes long enough to see any of the evidence, just impotently continues on, asking, but why? When people ask you, But why would they lie about the shape of the Earth when they haven't even researched the evidence whatsoever? That question is not a question. It's a defense mechanism. And if somebody is just asking you a question as a defense mechanism, you're not required to give them an answer, nor is it in your best interest to try and give them an answer. Because why are they asking you that defense mechanism question in the first place? Because it's such a huge and open-ended question, and you are not the one who's lying, so you couldn't possibly explain the motive of the liars, even if you knew it to the finest detail. Therefore, regardless of what answer you give them, or how good it is, they're just waiting for you to open your mouth so they can laugh and scoff at whatever answer you try to give to their impossible question. But why would they lie? People who ask this question are unaware of just how prevalent lies have been and continue to be throughout history, in all facets of society, in the media, in government, in history, in science. The lies are everywhere. And anyone that's going to ask you, but why would they lie, is obviously a mainstream media believing conformist sheeple who hasn't got the slightest idea of how the world actually works, and trying to hold their hand and explain to them the entirety of history and politics and conspiracies that have been hidden from them is an impossible task. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead humans to standing bodies of level water, but you can't make them understand that they're impossible to bend. So when ballers chant their "why would they lie" mantra at you, don't feel obligated to try and dish up some answer that's somehow going to satisfy these insatiable people. If they really cared, they'd be looking into it as deeply as you are. And instead of that question being some flippant defense mechanism, it would be a genuine question, like it is for you or me. I can list dozens of reasons why they would lie, and I have in other videos. But just realize that this barrage of questions that ball earthers throw at you are more defense mechanisms than genuine questions, and you're not required to try and answer all of these defense mechanism questions. One of the biggest impediments to waking up is ego, and it is their ego that's chanting these "but why would they lie" mantras, these "oh, you're a flat earther." You'll notice your more enlightened friends and family members, when you told them about it, didn't come at you with this kind of attitude and these dismissive questions. Your more open-minded friends and family members were probably curious and interested, and when they asked questions, they were good questions, and they listened to the answers, and then you had productive conversations following them. This is a whole different thing than you get with these other people. And almost all people, when you ask them if they consider themselves to be open-minded, answer in the affirmative. So everyone likes to think of themselves as open-minded. But notice theirs and your reactions to certain things, and notice if you really are as open-minded as you think. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism, aka insincere question, asked by these egoistic people is, how could they pull it off? Why are there no whistleblowers? You're telling me everyone that works at NASA is in on it and lying? You're telling me everyone in every space agency around the world, every teacher, every astrophysicist, every scientist is in on the lie? Again, as you can tell from the attitude, from the way they asked the question, it's not a real question, but a defense mechanism. And again, people who actually ask this question genuinely can and will find the answer. For example, most people, scientists, teachers, even people within NASA and other space agencies, are just duped like everyone else. And they're compartmentalized in a hierarchy of need-to-know basis. So the only people that are actually in the know are the acternauts and the very highest higher-ups in these organizations. And again, what these scoffing people have never researched, don't understand or realize, are things like Freemasonry, the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world. They don't realize that literally all of the astronauts were members of this largest and oldest secret society in the world, and their members are blood oath bound, sworn to secrecy. So why are there no whistleblowers? Research Freemasonry, secret societies, blood oaths, and why these people would never and could never blow the whistle. Research Freemasons like Captain Morgan and John Robison, and you'll see exactly what happens to Freemasons who break rank and try to blow the whistle. But again, the people condescendingly asking these questions, they don't care. They're not asking the question for you to give them an answer. They're asking you the question to shut you up and to laugh at you. So what is the actual effective way of dealing with these people? I've tried giving genuine answers to them, spending your time and energy and patience, eating your pride to allow them to talk to you condescendingly while you still sincerely try to give them answers, because the only reason you were talking to them about this in the first place is because you genuinely want to help and inform them. But all they see is an opportunity to laugh, condescend, and boost their own egos by stomping on yours. Now, it's not our duty, nor is it even that effective, to allow them to do this. And it may sound harsh or crass or ineffective to those who haven't experienced this to the degree someone like myself has. But I'll give you my advice. When someone comes at you with this attitude, give it right back to them. Don't waste your time, energy, and patience trying to be sincere to someone who just wants to condescend and laugh at you. Laugh right back at them for their stupid belief in a wobbling, spinning, tilting space testicle in an infinite vacuum with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. Laugh at them for thinking they can dig a hole to China and find more sky below them. Roll your eyes and tell them, okay, then enjoy spinning on your wobbling space ball, genius. By refusing to engage with them and taking their ego down a notch like this, you're actually helping plant a seed that will make them genuinely more interested next time. And when you withhold information from them because of their bad attitude, that's the negative reinforcement people like this need. You know, your good friends who didn't laugh at you and condescend you, you were able to give them positive reinforcement. Use your time, energy, and patience to explain things to them. But when people use these anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions and give you an attitude, don't even bother answering these people. Just plant the seed and walk away. Come back to water it another day. Or let somebody else water it along the way. It's not your responsibility to hold these people's hand. Just plant your seed and go on to more fertile ground. Because even if you do answer their question, then they'll just ask you the next defense mechanism query. Why does it matter? How does it change my life? I still have to go to work in the morning. So why does it even matter? I don't really care either way. So now, suddenly, it doesn't matter to their life if the entire world has been lied to about something as fundamental as where we are for the entirety of humanity for centuries, duped about literally the most fundamental truth possible. And these people are like, yeah, but why does it matter? What does it even matter? How does that change my life at all? If the fact that you and everyone you know has believed the biggest lie in history doesn't matter to you or change your life, What does that say about you and your life? What is important to you then? How could the truth not be important? I got so annoyed with this stupid question, I even wrote a song about it. Hey Eric, why does it even matter if the world is round or flat, or we revolve around the sun, or if the sun revolves around us? I still have to go to work tomorrow, and it hurts regardless. I still have to pay my bills, and so I fail to see your logic. Please stop adding to the list of things in life that make me suffer. I don't want to be empowered, I just want to be a martyr. I would rather ask you why you think it matters than be honest and admit the simple truth is that I haven't thought about it. And refuse to do my research. I don't even click your links, and when you ask me what I thought about them, I don't even think. I just want to pop some mollies, dance around and get my jollies, in a club or off in Bali. I don't want to contemplate about the shape of where we are now. Human race, mental state, being raped, and I like it. Feels good, slavery is fine with me, and now I've answered my own question, 'cause to people like me, it just doesn't matter, does it?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Whether you've given them answers to their initial anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions or not, they'll start to get into the, well, then explain this, and explain that questions, with a smirk, a mocking tone of voice, and a narrow-minded impatience that shows they aren't even asking to learn the answer. They're asking to put the onus of unnecessary verbiage onto you, so they can just scoff at whatever you say next, no matter how rational or logical it is. Well, explain sunsets then. Well, explain time zones then. What about the Coriolis effect? What about Foucault's pendulum? And they'll often throw a bunch of them at you all at once like that, again, proving it a defense mechanism, not a real question. Because in real conversation, you can only answer one question at a time. And when people throw them all at you like that, it's an attack, not a conversation. And as a skilled conversationalist, you need to understand when you're being attacked and switch up your tactics. This isn't a normal conversation anymore. And it's not your job to explain this and explain that, and what about this, and what about that, to these people. If they actually care, they will do what you did and read books, watch videos, search the internet, perform their own experiments, and figure out the truth for themselves. And at this point, I'll give another piece of advice. When you get to the explain this, explain that stage of questions, it's difficult in impromptu conversation to give perfect answers to these difficult questions. So instead of even trying, you're better off recommending them specific videos that answer the questions. For example, on my channel, I have at least one video for pretty much every single question I've ever heard asked about the flat earth, on purpose, so that people can do this. Instead of trying to give their best version of an answer in a comment or in a conversation, they can send a link to a video that answers the question in a much more complete, well thought out way than anyone could do when put on the spot. And if they won't watch a video, which many of them will say, no, just answer it. Just talk to me. Just tell me in a comment. I don't want to watch another video. Well, again, they're showing you they're disingenuous. They're showing you they don't actually care. They're showing you these questions aren't real questions, they're defense mechanisms. And they're asking them to shut you up and to make you look stupid. So the second you recognize someone coming at you with this kind of attitude, I recommend starting to close up shop. You know? You don't have to immediately block them and run away. But I mean, recognize that, okay, we're about done here. And just take their ego down a notch. Give them a little flippant remark. You know, I like to tell them, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, genius. A little sarcastic boost to their ego, you know, call them a genius. In this day and age, you can't even call people stupid anymore. You'll get flagged and blocked for bullying. So, you gotta use strategic sarcasm like I do. And you just be like, whoa, well, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, you genius. And I'm telling you, answering them in that way, piques their interest much more than giving them an actual answer to their actual question. You know why? Because they see that you do value your time and energy, and that you actually have enough intuition and follow-through to notice when some snarky moron is just trying to bait you in. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism is the appeal to authority. You're not a scientist. You're saying you know more than Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, and every astronomer in history? Again, not understanding the multitude of lies throughout history, the multitude of lies within science, the prevalence of Freemasonry among these heliocentric scientists, nor do they even know the trivium and logic and logical fallacies and understand what appeal to authority is. Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. It's a sophist argument that means nothing. Just because someone is a so-called expert in a field does not mean their every word is truth. And that is why such appeals to authority are fallacious arguments that hold no merit. And what's the next one once you throw that out? Appeal to futility. Once you've thrown out their appeal to their space priests at NASA, then they may start to appeal to futility instead and say, oh, we'll never know. How could little old me know? How could little old you know? We'll never know in this lifetime. You even get a lot of guys in the so-called conspiracy community doing this appeal to futility. So-called flat earthers, also. Mark Sargent, for years, said that he doesn't know if the earth is flat. He's just sure that it's not a ball. Sam Tripoli has also been riding the fence for years now, where he refuses to accept that the earth is flat and motionless, and instead continues his endless appeal to futility, where he says, I'm too stupid. I don't have time to research it. I don't have time to figure it out. So I don't know. But what I'm sure is NASA's full of shit. The moon landings never happened. And I'm skeptical of the globe. I don't understand people that have conspiracy programs, conspiracy podcast, but then says they don't have the time or the energy to research conspiracies. And then they just sit on the fence and say, I don't know about everything. What is the point of your show if everything holds equal merit? Straddling the fence is good for viewership, because then you don't piss anyone off. But if you actually care about the truth, you can't just straddle these fences for years. If you want to be a leader, you have to actually have discernment. You actually have to make decisions and follow through with them. And that leads me to another type. The endless debater. Whether it's on the flat earth side or the globe earth side, debate is the last refuge of the cultist. Debate is not how one arrives at truth. Objective reality isn't debatable, and anyone looking to frame the discussion that way is being disingenuous to begin with. I'll talk with people about flat earth, but everyone wants to debate, like we're discussing what color to change the White House to, or something. But we're talking about direct, observable, measurable, empirical reality here. It's not a debatable subject. So when people go on about, why won't you debate? When is there going to be a debate? Again, it's an egoistic mentality wanting to see some kind of winner or loser playing this subjective game. But again, if you wanted to change the color of the White House, that would be something you could debate. Debate the merits, the whys, the pros and the cons, and come to a final conclusion at the end. But when you're talking about physical reality, demonstrable, tangible substance, there is no debate to be had. There's only truth and fiction, reality and lies. The problem is these people have no intuition, and they're gullible as all get up. They think the government and mainstream media are bastions and beacons of infallible truth. And again, this is why no debate or well-worded answers to these questions are going to do anything to these people. They're so far gone. They've been so indoctrinated into the mainstream propaganda, their government-warped view of the world, that it would literally take them many months of genuine introspection and deep research to get out of the prison their mind has become. They don't even realize that their questions are defense mechanisms. They think they're being rational and logical. They think your skepticism is so far beneath them that they can barely hear what you're saying anymore. So again, instead of running around and doing all their research for them, I suggest just noting and verbalizing the fact that you see their attitude, you hear that condescension, and it's fine. You were just checking. You can see they're not ready, and you've been treated this way before. It's fine. You're just not going to subject yourself to it again. And they may even try to reverse then, oh, no, come on. Because they wanted to laugh at you. They don't like that you're using your intuition and then asserting yourself and not playing their games anymore. They'll start coming at you like, oh, no, come on, no, I'm serious, why would they lie? No, come on. No, just explain the sunset to me. Explain time zones. So just plant the seed, walk away, find more fertile ground, and if they come back with a better attitude, then it's time to water those seeds and you may see them sprout eventually. Because that's how it actually works. Nobody wakes up in a single conversation. The subject is too big. You can only plant seeds and then hope that they are open-minded enough, intuitive and discerning enough, and care enough to actually look into it for themselves. And when they do, it'll be obvious. They'll come back with a blown mind, and your next conversation will be a whole different thing. And that leads me to my last recommendation, which is watch parties. If you really want to wake someone up, get them to agree to sit down with you and watch an informative documentary on the subject, like our new Level movie, or 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, or The History of Flat Earth, or How Everything Works on Flat Earth, are some examples. By getting them to agree to sit down and watch a video with you that explains the answers to all of their questions without them even having to ask them, and does so in an engaging and hopefully entertaining manner, we'll get past these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms and get to the deluded soul, the deluded baller soul in there. And remember, people have been programmed through the media to view conspiracies and conspiracy theorists as crazy and unstable. So when they start making you feel this way, with their condescension and scoffing at you, don't retaliate by going all crazy and getting mad at them and raising your voice and all this. But lead by example, by showing them that you're so far above their worldview and their egos need to stomp on you for presenting something different from what they think they know. Show them that you're confident enough in what you know to be true that you don't have to share it with them. You were trying to do it as a favor, and when they show you that they don't want to hear it, do them the favor of stopping. Put your hands up if you don't want to know about it, if you don't want to talk about it. I have other more intelligent, more open-minded, less egoistic friends I can talk with about these things. Thanks. Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize, and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball, is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always, and will always, experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by flat earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by flat earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo space telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft, and strapped to Felix himself, recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, We now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with the results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing two constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball Earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, Quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature. The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved Earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner, traveling 500 miles per hour, should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours. Another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights, against the alleged spin, should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston, with the alleged spin of the Earth, take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward, against the alleged spin, should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward, against the alleged spin, should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000 mile per hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac, Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day. Later on, farther south, as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball." In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic, The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia, at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there at the northern tropic, at the innermost cycle of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 17. Polaris. In the heliocentric model, they claim Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, while revolving tens of thousands of miles per hour around the sun, while the entire solar system circles hundreds of thousands of miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy shoots millions of miles per hour more off through infinite space. In reality, no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured such motions, and everyone can clearly see for themselves that Polaris, the pole star, situated directly over the North Pole center of Earth, never moves, night after night, year after year, century after century, with all the other fixed stars remaining fixed in their relative constellations, revolving perfect circles around it. Such circular star trails around an unmoving pole star, seen in time-lapse photos, prove that it is the stars themselves moving and not the Earth. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball undergoing these multiple contradictory motions through the universe, you would only ever see irregular, random, spiral-shaped star trails, and the night sky would never be the same twice. It would be impossible for constellations to exist whatsoever if Earth was truly performing all these various theoretical motions. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "Why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star, on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the Earth is not a globe." 18. Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off-center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using commercially available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction east to west around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is too vast for any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from one vantage point, so their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes based on perspective and the exact direction faced. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, "Another thing is certain, that from within the equator, the North Pole star, and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the South Pole star included sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian, from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, a South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. 19. Local sun. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton said during his time that, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well. Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Nowadays, current heliocentric theorists have settled on a figure of 93 million miles. But all of these ridiculous distances are easily proven wrong by the same method flat earthers have used for centuries. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hot spot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hot spot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are countless pictures and videos showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon all the way to the observer also proves Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to bend over the ball. 20. Scientific experiments. Several experiments have been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books, but rather conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to confirm heliocentricity, proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac experiments also attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they all failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. Suffice to say, these 20 points are just scratching the surface, and there are many, many more proofs available, both in William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, and my own book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. Flat Earth FAQ by Eric Dubé. Chapter 1. How do you know Earth is not a spinning globe? Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize, and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball, is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always, and will always, experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by flat earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by flat earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo Space Telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft, and strapped to Felix himself, recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat, horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer, just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass, is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing two constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved Earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously
distance between the plumb bobs, like what device are we using? Are we using what are we using? Like are we using
Well,
like
it doesn't matter what we use, but I'm saying the
what
shortest distance.
Are we using like a measuring tape? Like let's say we had like a measuring tape, like an infinitely long measuring tape, and you were in Chicago, right? And I was in Osaka, Japan, right? And then you had a plumb bob hanging from a ceiling, right? And a ceiling's usually like maybe 10 feet, a 10-foot tall ceiling, a high ceiling. And then I have a plumb bob hanging from a 10-foot tall high ceiling in Osaka, Japan, right? Now, what's the question? Are you asking me like if it's going to be a straight line?
Yeah, like okay, now let's say we extend the plumb lines, all the way up and all kind of infinitely.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. So the shortest distance that would connect those two lines would be horizontal, right? It doesn't matter how we measure it, but the shortest one would have to be a horizontal distance, right?
Right. I mean, the thing is, like, I think we're engaging in like a lot of gymnastics here because I'm just gonna come out and say it, dude. Like, I believe not only is the Earth flat, but I also believe that the universe is flat. So that's so I'm kind of like I'm putting all my cards on the table so you kind of know where I stand on this.
Do you think it's measured flat?
I think that the properties that we're witnessing in regards to like what we think is like a globe Earth, these are just like illusions. I know I didn't answer your question regarding whether it's measured flat or not, but I indirectly addressed it insofar as we can never really truly get proper or accurate measurements given the holographic principle of reality. So what I'm trying to say is ultimate reality encodes in it certain properties that gives it the illusion that there's layers that aren't really there. But in reality, everything is two-dimensional. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something.
Is that straight from Nathan Oakley, or is that did you do that?
No, that's Leonard Susskind. Those are his ideas. It's a.
You got any ideas of your own?
Well, I just think that there's been a lot of research that's been done already, and I just do a lot of reading to kind of see what people have already come up with, because I'd hate to have my own idea and then to think it's my idea only to come to find out that somebody had already come up with it.
Yeah, isn't it wise to watch out for the shadow giants, though? Like, how do you know that you're not just reading the words of shadow giants?
No, you're right. You're right. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and you have to be careful. But I think so. Leonard Susskind, he's a physicist, right? That came up with this concept of the holographic principle. I think that it's a
physicist.
Physicist. Yeah.
Physics.
He works in physics. Yeah, and he came up with this idea, and the reason why it fascinated me so much is because one of the implications of reality being completely two-dimensional is if we have advanced technology, we can get to the point where we can bend the two-dimensional plane of reality and connect two completely different dots on that plane and instantaneously travel thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of light years within a second.
Wormhole theory.
Yes, wormholes. That's correct.
Star Trek fiction.
Yes, I love Star Trek actually, and that's why I'm so fascinated by the holographic principle. Because the idea of being able to travel to Alpha Centauri and then come back in time for supper, I think that's amazing. What do you think?
I think you're possibly mad.
I might be, but I think the world's more fun when you're mad. If you let reality hold you down, it's kind of boring.
Yeah. I could call that the modern mind. Do you feel like you were conditioned into it, or do you just develop this on your own? Is it just who you are?
I think that I was conditioned during my first part of life in my formative years, and then I broke down that identity that I was conditioned by, and out of the rubble I built up my own.
The new modern man.
Yeah. What about you, man?
Sort of similar. But I think I found the Logos.
What do you think is the end goal?
I don't think there is one.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a bit dark, isn't it?
Well, it's like, where was the beginning?
I mean, depends on what you believe. Are you religious?
Does that make a difference?
Well, it would help to carry the conversation along.
Well, I wouldn't know what a religion was, because to me, well, it would need an identity of religion to be discussed between us for us to establish common ground. But go on, continue as though I was, let's say, because no doubt there are people that are religious. Let's take that, explore that first.
I'm just continuing and trying to figure out who you are. That's why I asked if you were religious.
Bev, try thinking. But most people just call me Bev. Are you looking me up? Google.
No, man, I'm not. I'm just trying to figure you out, because I think that by figuring out other people, I'm figuring out extensions of myself. I know it's going to sound kind of weird, but I on a deeper level, I think that all of us are connected, cosmically connected.
It's a good job you think, right? Because you're talking to me. I'm Bev. Bev, try thinking. So seems to be working, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I asked you at the beginning, what's the point of it all? What do you think?
The point?
Yeah.
I think a point is that of which has no parts. And nothing. And I think the whole idea that you can ask somebody a question, what is the point of it? Which the point is nothing. Isn't it weird that you ask what's the nothing and expect somebody to give you an answer?
I'm going to be honest. I asked because I never asked that to someone in real life. So I'm taking advantage of the flexibility of the medium of Discord.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I asked.
What's the nothing of it?
Yeah.
Which is literally a vacuous statement, isn't it? It has no meaning. It's a nonsense. But you're expecting somebody to give you an answer to a nonsense. That's why it doesn't make any sense.
You know, the answer you gave me still gave me a sense of enjoyment nonetheless. Your non-answer was answer enough.
In which sense did you get enjoyment?
Because it was a true answer. It wasn't
Yeah, but which
bullshit.
sense did you use to get that?
It's purely intellectual.
The mind.
Yes. And nothing else. But yeah, man, thank you for your honest answer. I appreciate it. I specifically appreciate this community of flat earthers because you guys are open-minded, you know? You guys are willing to question.
Are you sure?
Yeah. That's why
I've
I'm here.
never really found that.
What do you mean?
Flat earthers tend to usually shut down conversation about it obviously not being flat. That's what I've found.
Oh, you just got to learn how to read the room, you know? Like you're obviously not going to go to a Westboro Baptist church and try to, you know, wear a gay pride shirt. You know what I mean? Like it's just that's you know. Confucius was really good with this. Like Confucius was very well known for talking differently to different people. You have to know your audience.
Would you say a straight line is flat Earth?
Oh, I had already answered that question earlier, man. Like I believe that the Earth is flat and that the universe is also flat.
Yeah, but do you believe that straight lines are exclusively flat Earth?
I don't understand the question.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, like word salad, Bev, yeah?
Yeah. I need clarification on that.
The straight line, the Euclidean straight line of mathematics and XYZ axis. Do you believe that's flat Earth?
No,
you know that this
Euclidean geometry is
makes
not
no
flat.
sense. You're just fucking with words and abusing geometry. What the fuck does that even mean?
We triggered.
Does a straight line mean flat Earth? Like, put those words together, think through them. They mean absolutely nothing.
Straight, in the fact that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Do you reckon that's flat Earth?
Define straight line.
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Then it's true on a flat Earth and on a spherical Earth, yes.
What, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line?
Yes,
it's true. It is true in reality, right?
Yeah, no, stop fucking with words. Get a ball, make 2 points on it, and connect them with the shortest distance. What is that?
Well, like, since we're talking about reality, can we just take 2 points
In
anywhere?
reality, take a ball. In reality, Bev,
okay.
Take a ball.
Just the ball? Or can we just take any 2 points anywhere?
No, take a sphere.
Always.
Noise, yeah. Take a sphere, mark 2 points on it,
We
connect
have 2
them with a
points
line,
that aren't on
and
the
tell me
sphere.
what that line is.
Well, we're talking about, like, in reality, 2 points that aren't on that sphere.
In reality,
just
take
any
a
2
ball.
points.
Yes. Any 2 points on a ball. Marcos.
In reality. Forget about the ball.
Yes.
See whether you can put the ball down. Put the ball down, right? Just any 2 points. In reality.
Yeah, but first we're going to
distance between those
I got you, buddy. Yeah.
Will be a straight line, right?
Yeah, you could keep masturbating with words or you could talk to me. So in reality, first let's agree on what a straight line is in your lingo. In reality, take a ball, a sphere, not the earth. Take a ball. Mark 2 points on the ball. Connect them with the shortest distance and tell me what you call that.
Right. In
and
reality,
then we will
let's go
talk
to
about
the top
earth.
of the mountain.
No,
You
the
can go
word
to the
reality
top
will
of the
not help you.
mountain, and we will go 2 points, the shortest distance between those 2
Hey,
points.
listen, dumb fuck. Is reality for you just like the earth? You need a mountain? Like a ball that I'm holding in my
I just
hand
need to
is not
explain to
reality?
you and everybody else that's listening that we're just talking about 2 points.
People that are listening are victims of your word salad.
2 points.
The people that are listening are victims of your sophistry.
Okay,
because
well,
you
I'll
use the
get
word
you an
reality,
argument
you
that somebody
apparently
made.
reality means a mountain.
Let me get.
So is a ball a basketball? Is that reality or am I hallucinating when I'm holding a basketball?
Can you imagine 2 basketballs?
Yes, I can.
Right now, with the shortest distance between those 2 basketballs.
You're a
How about
dumb
that?
fuck,
That sounds
aren't
better,
you?
doesn't it?
Aren't you? You're just you're a dumb fuck. Bev, try thinking. Bev, try not thinking. Should be your nick. Take a basketball. Mark 2 points on it.
Let's have 2.
No, just take. We'll take 2 later.
Have 2
let's take 3.
basketballs.
No, 3. Let's take 3.
3. Okay, 3.
Yeah.
Yep. We can make a triangle.
Yeah,
Well,
we
it's just
could.
the same.
Yeah, we can. Now, can we take 1 basketball now? Is that okay? Or is 1 basketball
We just
not
2
reality?
points.
Oh,
Anywhere
so 1 basketball
in
is
reality.
not reality, by 2 basketballs are reality.
2
Got it, Bev.
points.
I'm trying
talking about.
thinking right now. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'm
2
trying
points.
think. Yeah, okay.
Just 2 points.
Awesome.
Anywhere.
On a basketball?
Anywhere.
All right. How about on a basketball?
If you want to have 2 points, do you want to put them on?
Yeah.
You want a felt tip, Pen?
Yeah, I want to put them on a basketball. Can
You
I
want
do
to
that?
put 2 X's on a basketball?
Yes. Can I do that, please?
If you want. But
Okay.
listen, this is what we're dealing with. There's an argument that was made by.
There's no argument. We're just trying.
This is the argument. Listen. This is the argument that's been made on the table. The argument says, if and only if Earth is a sphere, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle. Q. That's the argument.
Yes, that is an argument for a sphere. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the thing. We're talking about the shortest distance in any 2 points in any direction. Okay.
Right? It will be a geodesic, which is the equivalent of a
As
straight
the
line
argument.
on a
That's
sphere.
what we're talking about.
Well, that's what we could be talking about had you not gone on a word masturbation.
You keep grabbing a
talking
basket.
about fucking reality and mountains.
Yeah, you keep grabbing a basketball.
Yeah,
And we're
because I'm
talking
trying
about
to
just any
explain
2
what a
points.
sphere is to you, dumb fuck.
Why?
Because you don't understand what it is, yet you preach to people
I
here,
don't
innocent
understand
fucking
what a sphere is.
who thinks about reality, but you don't know what a sphere is.
Is the
It's not the first time I'm talking to you. You know that, right? So you know who you are. I know your manipulation with language and words, and I'm calling you out on it. It's simple.
I'm just literally just stating that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Then you
in
have four
reality.
people in audience like Jerry, Fusil Jerry, who are so fucking confused about what horizontal
Doesn't
means
matter
or
what
a
anyone
straight
else
line
says.
or a
The
triangle.
argument's
You
on the
fuck with
table.
their
Address
brains.
the argument, not
You're
the person.
damaging
Come
their
on.
brains.
What are you
This
doing?
is the audience.
Salud, bro.
This is the audience, and this is a guy
I get
who
it.
got together with a lot of other guys and discussed how they could develop their sophistry to come over here and waste the time of people in this room for 30 minutes or so. And this is who you're talking to, who talks some kind of intelligence, and all he can say is dumb fuck. Obviously, he's got a bee in his bonnet because his sophistry has been exposed. But this is who's talking.
Why did he stop talking? Wait, no, did someone get muted?
No, I think you had to go take a shit.
Oh. I mean, look, I appreciate when some people are a little bit more on the Saskopedalian side of things, because like I like words, you know. And if you want to be eloquent, that's fine. Like I'm all for it. You know, let me get my tea ready. You know,
What
I
do you
got
think
my.
of Bob's Modus Polens?
I mean, hey, you know what I'm saying? It's all about like I came in here a priori not knowing what was gonna happen, and a posteriori I'm happy. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is.
What were the elegant words that were being spoken? Like, do you feel like someone was trying to cast a spell on you?
No. I just like words in general, man, and I'm okay with him doing the word dance. Like, cause I was willing to dance that salsa.
What was the word dance?
In general, he's an eloquent gentleman. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but how is there dancing? Like dancing implies there was some kind of.
No. I'm not being pejorative. What I'm saying is, some individuals have the gift of the gab, and others
More
don't.
like a breakdance battle than like a cooperative tango or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird that you use dance. I mean, that's.
Well, like I said,
I mean, that guy talking, you know, his main aim is that you don't get any truth. That's the aim. All his words will just lead you to confusion. Not going to help
Quite
you.
the opposite,
That's
my
what
friend.
he does here.
When a
That's
guy
what he does
says,
here.
does the straight line prove flat Earth, he is either speaking out of his butthole or actively trying to mislead people who are listening who have no idea about geometry.
I was just pointing out, right? There's a false dichotomy because, I mean, it appears by the modus polens of Bob that you can falsify the sphere by having a shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line.
That is
I mean,
correct.
does that mean that the Earth's flat?
Here, yes, in a way, yes, Bev. So
Okay,
if
well,
you
that's
just
how
listen for a
Nathan
second.
Oakley is able to say that the Earth is measured flat because
but
a
he doesn't.
straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
Sure, but he's wrong about that. But the principle is, Bev, can you hold on for a second? The principle is correct.
Thanks, Bob. If you have a false dichotomy, then therefore you can claim flat Earth
there's no
by the
false
shortest
dichotomy.
distance being a straight line.
Just wait, and maybe things will become clearer if you just wait a little bit.
I'm just pointing out to everybody else listening before you get a chance to do your sophistry magic.
Okay, so let me do my sophistry. Jerry and I here went into this debate for a long time in the past. It is quite obvious that when you are on a surface whose shape you don't know, whose topology you don't know, if you measure a triangle that's 180 degrees, that means it's straight lines connecting the points on the triangle. Then you're on a flat surface.
Totally
surface
Euclidean, right?
Yeah. But if you measure a triangle whose degrees add up to more than 180, then you know that those were not straight lines.
You're in fantasy land, right?
No, because this is where, Bev, you either do not understand or you're actively misleading, because I am holding a basketball right now. I'm not in fantasy land, and I can draw I can choose 3 points on a basketball. It's reality, Bev. And the triangle that they form, that between the 3 points, one is not connected with straight Euclidean lines, but geodesics, and form a triangle that is more than 180 degrees, measurable in reality, in my hand. You could do the same, but you refuse to do it because it would fuck with your worldview.
Have you ever heard of the ontological argument?
No, tell me about it.
Okay. Well, just to point out that there is a course about logic from a university that quite a few of us have gone over. A brilliant guy called Nathan, actually, has this way of putting over the ontological argument. Buster did an advanced simplicity song, and I cut this professor.
Cool story, but what's the point? What's the point?
The point is that triangles have 180 degrees.
Okay.
And to know it and deny it is it puts you as the fool.
Okay, I have a question.
Openly.
I have a question then. Teach me. If I take this basketball that I have right now and I mark 3 points on it and I connect them with the shortest distance, what is that?
A triangle.
Okay, and will it measure 180 degrees?
Absolutely. Triangles always have 180.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, triangles always have
because
180
I'm looking at it right
degrees.
now.
That's
and
how
I
you
mark,
know.
But Bev, but it doesn't.
You're in Euclidean space.
But Bev, it doesn't because I'm holding the basketball. I marked 3 points and my
triangles don't have more than.
But it has 270 degrees. It has 3 90-degree angles in it. I'm holding it in my hand. What are you saying right now? That it's not real?
You've got an eighth of a sphere, a ball.
No, I am holding a basketball. I mark 3 points, and they all have 90-degree angles between the lines.
90-degree angles between the planes.
No, I'm turning 90. When I move my finger, I have to switch by 90 degrees to trace each line. 90 degrees.
Right. What we're doing here, right?
Right. Yes.
We're talking about in reality.
In reality, I'm holding the basketball.
Yeah.
Kurwa twoja mać. I'm holding the basketball.
And the shortest distance between 2 points in reality is a straight line.
Yes, it is the shortest distance. It's on the basketball. It is the shortest distance between
2
all
points
3
that
points.
aren't on the basketball.
They are.
We're talking about that.
But I'm asking you. You were going to teach me.
We get the idea that you've got a basketball. Yes.
Not the idea. I'm holding the basketball.
Yep.
In
Can you
front
spin
of
it?
my fucking face.
Can you spin it?
Yeah, I'm spinning it.
Okay. Go on.
So, and I'm telling you.
How long can you spin it for?
For as long as you need me to, Bev.
Wow, you're an expert.
See how you're deflecting. Now you're trying to be funny.
I bet you're never without it, are you? It sounds like you, right?
No, I
any
never go
2 points
without my basketball.
The shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction.
Yes, I marked 3 points. I marked 3 points. I'm looking at it. I'm staring at it right now. I marked 3 points. I connect each one with a shortest distance line, and the angles between each of the 2 lines intersecting is 90 degrees. What are you gonna do about that, fucker?
Did you pop the basketball?
No, I didn't.
You went the shortest distance.
No, I didn't.
Right.
You. I'm even. Kurwa,
you know what? Do you know what? A line is being length without breadth. Actually,
that's a bit personal. That's a bit of a personal thing going on here.
I mean, this guy, I've talked to this guy before. He's a complete idiot that's trying to get you guys to think that he knows something because he uses word cells.
Line.
Why are you so
He doesn't
emotionally
know
triggered?
what a fucking sphere is. Do you understand?
Why?
This is high
Yes,
school
I
geometry.
definitely know what a sphere is. It's
High school
book 11,
geometry.
solid
High
geometry.
school. I had to do this in high school.
defined. Yes, it's defined in solid geometry.
And when I tell him I'm holding a basketball, he says,
11.
how about reality? Do you understand what's going on here? That you're dealing with a delusional maniac.
Hold on, wait a minute. Come on now, shit. Be kind.
No, be kind, be sincere. Truth will set you free. Delusional maniac.
We're just talking about the shortest distance
And
between
you
2
are
points.
a delusional
Listen
maniac.
to yourself.
You're denying the existence of spheres.
Now, everyone knows that you can have a sphere. You can have one in each hand,
Well, apparently
and
you
one
don't,
on your foot,
because I just
and
told you.
one on your head. Right?
Yeah,
But
I
we're
just
talking
told you
about the shortest
about a
distance
sphere.
between 2 points in reality.
And you're not willing
in any
to think through
direction.
it. Yeah, you're not willing to think through something that you could observe with your own eyeballs right now if you could be bothered. But you couldn't be bothered because you're here to manipulate naive, gullible, good-hearted people.
About the shortest distance between 2 points.
Exactly.
You know, at a certain point, I'm gonna have to say, "Arrivederci." You know, like what's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Sophie's working his little
I don't know if I
rhetoric.
pronounced it right. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but
You, Brev, you're here to score points. It's like a beauty pageant for you here. You say some words where half of the people cannot think through the words you say, so they assume they give you the benefit of the doubt that whatever you're spewing out of your pie hole is supposed to make sense. Well, it doesn't. If you passed a high school geometry exam where I'm from, it fucking makes no sense what you're saying. And everyone knows
Is
it.
this because
So
I said
nobody
that
even
the
comes
reason
here
I'm in this arena
confront
is
you
because
but me.
somebody said
So I have to
I was
make an
abusing
idiot
my
out of
child,
myself
my
to,
autistic
to
child,
yell at some
by telling him that level
disturbed
was a
grown
straight
man
line on a
who
horizontal
spends his
plane.
time
you were
manipulating
abusing
people.
him.
I gotta abuse him because someone has to say, oh, the fuck. You know, the emperor has no clothes on, okay? And the emperor here is Bev. He's all naked, prancing around, saying straight lines. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's making
Obviously
a pudding
troubling
out
you.
of people's brains.
Are you having a mental breakdown? Can you spare us of your mental breakdown?
Who?
You're not the guy.
Me or Bev?
You're not the guy who admitted that that's what your aim was to come here and do.
Who are you anyway? You keep changing.
I'm your daddy. I'm your daddy.
The video. I can drop the video in the chat where you're discussing with the guys. Let's go over there and fuck him up. Let's waste time.
Hey,
Let's be soft. You're a joke, man. You're a joke.
You're a twat.
The only
Sounds
person
like
that's a
you're
joke is
kind
Bev.
of, you're emotionally triggered for some religion you got.
And you're a tricom, innit?
Hey, Gaslight Gatekeeper, let me ask you a question. A sphere, when you think of a sphere, you think of 3 dimensions, right?
Absolutely, Jerry.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
But I also, on a certain level, I understand that the dimensions as we are perceiving them are illusory on a fundamental.
You don't know what you're talking about. And you're quoting Susskind, not even knowing what Susskind talks about.
No, you're right. You're right, because I'm not a physicist myself, and I'll completely admit.
So you're just
no, but hold on.
like a hippie who heard about Susskind and just mentions him.
Well, I'm not gonna lie and be like, "Oh, I'm an expert," because I'm not an expert. Like I have.
Do you know what a sphere is?
Yeah,
Peter, what makes the ball 3D?
The fact that it needs 3 parameters to describe a point on the ball. In space or within the ball. Yeah.
Would you say it's because
you need 3 coordinates, my friend? How many coordinates do you need to describe a point on the surface of a ball, though, Jerry? That's what you should be asking.
Would you agree that the reason it's 3D is because it has volume?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 3 coplanar points.
So,
right?
Jerry, you're correct. What makes it 3D is to describe a point within the sphere, you need 3 parameters. But to describe a point on the surface of a sphere, you only need 2. Because the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional, and this is something you cannot comprehend. We've been over this before. You cannot comprehend that the surface of the sphere is 2-dimensional precisely because
you can't
the same
comprehend
argument
his
you're
nonsense,
using,
right?
Precisely because it requires only 2 parameters to describe it.
Yeah, but you're going to need an axis to reference those parameters to, aren't you?
Hey, Jerry, how many parameters do you need to describe a point on the surface of a sphere? Because it has no volume. The surface has no volume, correct? I'm using your own logic. Does the surface of a sphere have volume?
Well, the surface.
How do you fix the point?
Jerry, does the surface of a ball
where's
have
this
volume?
point?
On a
How do
sphere.
you fix the point?
On a sphere.
In reality. And then we'll go
in reality,
another point in reality, and then we'll be able to show the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Everything we're
like
saying
a radius.
But I'm talking to
like
Jerry
a
right
radius.
now. Hey Jerry, do I need the radius to describe a point on the
Definitely the shortest distance between those 2 points, right?
You're dumb.
It's a straight line.
Jerry, you're silly.
Isn't it?
Jerry.
Yeah.
Does the surface of a ball have a volume?
Are those 2 points the one at the beginning and the end of the radius? So that's a straight line between those two, right? The shortest distance between those 2 points?
On the surface or within the sphere?
With the radius, no, the radius has a beginning
just keep saying
point,
the word radius.
Center point, right?
And
call it the center.
It's going to save you when you keep repeating radius.
Well, I keep talking about Euclid, right? And the foundations of mathematics, and a sphere is the revolution of a semicircle affixed the diameter. That's what a sphere is, defined within mathematics.
Okay, and?
But you have a center point, because you keep talking about radius.
I'm talking about the surface of the sphere. Do you understand that? I already gave
You're
Jerry
talking
the
about
point.
the center point, right? Because you want him to fix the ones
Absolutely
on the surface.
not. I don't care
You
about
need
the
to
center
fix
point.
the center point first, so then you know where this other end of the radius is. Don't you? You've got 2 points.
No. You can establish a coordinate system on the surface of a sphere. You can pick
without
any
knowing
point.
where the sphere is. You've
Correct.
got it.
Like how do you establish a Cartesian coordinate system on a flat surface? You pick a random point, you call it 0, right?
Yeah, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
No, Bev, listen to the words that I'm saying. On a Cartesian...
Bob's modus polens. Don't forget about Bob's modus polens.
Fuck your polens, okay?
That's what you're defending, though, isn't it?
No, I'm not. On a plane.
It's the concept of it
On
being
a plane,
different than that. But it's a straight line.
Thick. You're thick. You know that, right? On a plane, you pick... There's no special points on a plane. You pick a random point, you call it 0, 0, 0, and from it, you establish a coordinate system, true or false.
In reality, you have to first off establish the shortest distance between 2 points, don't you?
Is this the answer to my question? Shortest distance? Did I mention any points?
Shortest distance.
Why are you talking shortest distance?
Any 2 points. I'm just pointing out your inability to talk about the actual issue.
The actual issue is that I'm explaining to Jerry why the sphere is three-dimensional, but its surface is not. That's the point. And if that goes above your head, then don't speak.
Because the sphere is the revolution of a semicircle.
What a fucking revolution? What are you talking about?
A turning of a semicircle.
How is that pertinent to the conversation?
What the definition of a circle is.
That's not what we're talking about.
Oh, sorry, a sphere.
So it's not pertinent. What you're saying is not
within
pertinent.
Three-dimensional
What you're saying
reality.
is not pertinent. Do you understand that? So,
well, the semicircle is 2D.
Shut up. What you're saying is
So
not
you
pertinent.
can't
Just shut up.
a two-dimensional surface
Okay,
with
good.
a two-dimensional shape.
Thank you. Can I talk to
revolving
Jerry?
it.
Awesome. Can I talk to Jerry now?
Go on.
Okay, Jerry. So the sphere...
Jerry, is it okay if I come and talk to you?
No, Bev. Is it okay, Bev, if I go back to talking to Jerry?
Okay.
Or do you have more to tell us?
No, I mean, if that's the way it is, I'll be quite happy to leave you with Jerry.
Thank you.
Been nice talking to you. Thank you very much for your help.
It's mutual. Thanks. Take care.
We'll be seeing you all.
Go take care of business. Hey, Jerry. Yeah, see you later. Hey, Jerry. So the sphere is three-dimensional, and to describe a point within the sphere, we need three parameters, right? X, Y, and Z. You're absolutely right. Now, what about creating a coordinate system on the surface of a sphere? How many parameters do we need?
I don't know. You tell me.
2.
Okay. What happens to your radius then?
We don't give a fuck about the radius. We know it's a sphere.
How do you know it's a sphere?
Well, because I'm holding it in my hand. I'm not talking about the Earth. Don't get triggered. Do you recognize that spheres exist?
So you're saying it's a sphere, but we're going to make believe it's not a sphere.
No.
So that we can have a 2D surface to work with, right?
Do you recognize that in reality objects exist that are spheres?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good start. So if I'm holding such an object that's a sphere in reality, do I need three parameters to describe points on the surface of that sphere?
Yeah.
Why? Tell me why.
Because you need an axis to reference your two other coordinates to.
Can I not establish a point that I'm going to call 0, 0, and then describe every other point in relation to that center point using only two parameters?
You can't have a 0, 0.
Yes, I can. The same way on a flat surface, I can pick any point, call it 0, 0, and I'm describing any other point in relationship to the center, right? When I say some point is 2, 2, it means it's 2 to the right and 2 to up, right? That's how you describe the relation points in a coordinate system. So I can do the same on the surface of a ball.
Yeah, but the problem is that would require the axes to bend, wouldn't it?
Well, do they bend on a ball?
There are no axes on a ball. Axes are straight.
I could draw some lines on a ball, could I not? Okay, so they're going to be whatever they are. We can't dispute reality, right? They are definitely curved, but we can use them to describe any point on that surface using only two parameters.
Not without an axis.
Yeah, yes, not without an axis. So we're going to say I have a point 0 and there's some other point and it's this many radians to the right and this many radians up, and there we are. We're at that point.
Radians. See, you said that you want to forget about
degrees, whatever, angles, whatever you want to call it.
Angles from what? From the center of the sphere, right?
From point 0. No, not the center of a sphere. From an arbitrary point that we chose on the surface of the sphere.
Angles on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
How does that work?
Because it's a sphere.
Yeah, but angles are straight.
No.
Really?
Arcs, degrees of arc. That's how we're going to establish the distance from point 0 to the other point that we want to describe.
What are you getting at?
That the surface of the sphere is thus two-dimensional because we only need two values. If we needed 3, this is your own point that you made. I'm just walking you through your own point that if you needed 3, it's three-dimensional. If you need 2, it's two-dimensional. And when your thinking falls apart, and I mean that respectfully, is you recognize correctly that a sphere is a three-dimensional object, but then you cannot comprehend that the surface of the sphere can be described as a curved topology that is two-dimensional. And I'm trying to show you why.
Would that be 4D then?
Before what?
4D, 4 dimensions. Because
Four dimensions, yeah, we could have 4 dimensions too, but we're not good at visualizing that.
Because you got the third dimension, which would be the vertical, and then you got the horizontal.
Don't say random words like that, vertical and horizontal, out of context,
you want to
because
get rid of the
you're
vertical,
embarrassing yourself.
You want to get rid of the vertical, don't you?
I'm not getting rid of anything. I'm just explaining to you 3D versus 2D.
You want to have a flat sphere, don't you?
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm talking about normal spheres, not Earth.
You want to be a flat earther?
I don't want to be anybody. I'm just explaining to you geometry of a sphere. It might be useful to you in your future endeavors, since you like to talk about the shape of the Earth. So it may be useful to you to debunk the globe or confirm the globe, whatever you want to do with it, buddy. I'm just explaining to you what a sphere is.
Okay.
So do you understand that a sphere is a three-dimensional object, but the surface of the sphere is two-dimensional?
So would that 2D surface drop from horizontal, or would it be horizontal all the way?
Yeah, it definitely drops, like on a sphere in reality. Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. When you said horizontal, you meant a tangent line. So definitely the tangent line only touches a single point on the sphere. So the sphere has to drop from the tangent line, right?
So that would mean that the surface is 3D, wouldn't it?
No, the surface on the surface, the topology of the surface is 2D.
Topology of the surface. How do you measure drop from horizontal without a third dimension?
You do, then, to do that, you need 3 dimensions, yeah.
Okay, so the sphere is 3D.
I told you that the sphere is 3D.
Okay, but you want to think of it as 2D.
No, we started with this. The sphere is 3D. I said, bravo, Jerry. The sphere is 3D. Yes. Now let's talk about the surface of a sphere.
Okay. Go ahead. Tell me your
It is two-dimensional.
imagination. Go ahead.
The surface is two-dimensional.
So there's no vertical component to your sphere.
To the surface, no.
So you have a flat surface?
Yes, the surface, the topology of it, it is flat. Yes.
Oh,
it is smooth. It has topography on it. It might have bumps on it, but that's like on top of the surface. The surface itself is two-dimensional.
Okay, so you have a flat sphere. Now what?
That's it. That was all I wanted to say. The surface of the sphere is two-dimensional. Do you understand it now?
Well, the surface of a sphere, according to Huey the Lesser, is 2D, thus flat, right?
Yes, the surface of the sphere, according to Huey the Lesser and everybody else who went through high school geometry, is two-dimensional.
Okay. Has everybody heard what he said? Just want to make sure everybody heard what he said. Surface of a sphere is flat. Okay.
Two-dimensional.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to enlighten us on?
No, I'm already tired.
All right. Well, go take a nap.
I probably should.
All right.
Are you working night shift tonight, Jerry?
Yes.
I'm not, so I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay. Sweet dreams.
Thank you. Let's dream of spheres together.
Yeah, 3D ones.
Absolutely.
Hope everyone got that. Oh, he's still here.
Allow me to sleep, Jerry.
He met his goal to shut down other people. So,
I did. Bev is gone, so I'm happy.
Hey, Quetzal, how about banning people who speak truth?
Yeah, I say Earth is 3D and the surface is 3D, not 2D. But that's just me.
How many parameters to describe a coordinate system on the surface of a sphere?
Well, you're going to need an axis, right? So you need
No.
2 and then an axis. Yeah, sure.
Well, look at any sphere and build a coordinate system on it, and trust me, you'll only need 2 parameters.
Yeah, but those parameters don't mean anything unless you have a axis to reference.
But you don't need to know the radius. You just know, okay, if I move this much of an arc to the right and this much of an arc up, then I'm gonna end up in a certain point, right?
Yeah, but you are going on a different uh, dimension. Like you can't travel straight on a
Yeah.
sphere, so
No,
you can't stay on an axis.
You can, because it's exactly the same as the XY coordinates on a on a Euclidean plane. You have X and Y are enough to describe any point in relation to the center, right? 0, 0. Any point can be described by only providing X and Y, correct?
No, because the x doesn't stay x. It changes because the sphere is a surface of constant curvature, isn't it?
Yeah, but Jerry, on a plane, on a Euclidean plane, if you pick a point 0, 0, then any other point can be described by me only telling you 2 numbers, x and y, correct?
Yeah, that's because those x y axes stay straight.
Okay, no, good for you, yes. But what I'm saying is, I can tell you just 2 numbers and you can identify any point, right, on a Euclidean plane, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and what I'm trying to tell you is that if we do the same on a surface of a sphere, on a surface, not within the sphere, but on a surface, I only need to give you 2 numbers for you to find any point in relation from the 0 that we choose.
In relation to the third dimension. Right?
No, Jerry, this is what you're not getting. If I pick a point on the surface of a sphere, then I only need to give you 2 numbers for you to find any other point.
Yeah, but the ball rolls, doesn't it?
What do you mean by the ball rolls? For
The ball
Jesus,
rolls. So those 2 points don't have any reference unless you have an axis. I mean,
you
I don't know how many
always
times you
need a
want to say this,
reference.
but
You always, on a Euclidean plane, you also always must choose a 0, 0 point, right?
Yeah.
And from that point, using 2 numbers, you can define any other point. What I'm telling you, it is exactly the same on the surface of a sphere, exactly the same. Pick a point, and then only 2 numbers are needed to pick any other point.
Okay.
That's it. That's all there is to it.
All right. Is that it?
It is. I'm happy we had this little short follow-up.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that spheres are flat.
2-dimensional surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional.
Right. Okay. So when someone comes in here and says that they measured the drop from horizontal, I'm going to tell them, no, you can't because that surface is 2D. Peter said so. Peter the Great.
But the drop is a different question. You're looking at a sphere from the outside at that point.
Right, the surface, right? 2D.
No,
like you said.
no. Obviously, a tangent to a sphere does not stay on the surface. It only has one point on the surface. All the other points of the tangent are not on the surface. They're above the surface.
Let's for real is doing that. So
You guys have never learned geometry, have you?
Definitely talking to you.
If you've never learned geometry, then I sound like a retard to you, but that's not on me.
No,
That's on you.
listen, I don't care about mathematical masturbation. At the end of the day, we're talking about 3D and 2D. Everybody knows
But you're
the
using
sphere.
these
Everybody
words,
knows the
2D and
sphere is
3D,
3D.
without
It's not
understanding what
2D.
they mean. But you don't understand what that means.
Bullshit that
You're
you
just
think
saying
you're
it because
talking
you
about.
heard it.
You know what I'm
Yeah, you
saying?
just heard it. Yeah.
Like for you to say, "Oh yeah, this." That. No, listen. When he says so, in reality, when you're standing somewhere and you're trying to measure drop, you're like, basically, that's irrelevant. You're a retard.
Okay,
Like if we're
so tell me,
friends,
help me. I'm a retard. Help me. What does
I can't help
3D
you.
mean?
I can't help you
Let's
at all.
let's
There's
for
nothing I
real.
can do to help you.
What is 3D?
Only thing I could do to help you is to kick you out of this VC and wish you a good day, but I can't do that. I'm not a moderator.
Okay, what is 3D?
Are you going to intellectually rape me now?
No, I'm going to have you rape yourself
you
intellectually.
retarded.
Tell me
you
what
can call
3D
me a name
means.
back, and you can go back to
Tell
speaking
me.
to whoever
No, but
will
see,
engage
that'd be
with
too
you.
easy. That'd be too easy. What does 3D mean? What does three-dimensional mean?
Louis the Lesser gets bricked 2 times, and now they
So
bring this
stupid.
guy,
I
so
would never
Yui
get
can
caught
win an
arguing
argument
back and
against him.
forth with you.
Pathetic.
Can somebody explain what three-dimensional means?
Sure, I could. Horizontal and vertical.
Oh, horizontal and vertical. Okay, let me make sure I got it, Jerry. 3D means horizontal and vertical. These three words, horizontal and vertical. That's what 3D means.
Oh, it's 2 words. You
I
got
don't know why you even
Well, you
answer
had
this
an end in there.
stupid fucking.
yeah. Well, you realize horizontal is front, back, left, right, and then vertical is up and
What
down.
is three-dimensional, Jerry?
Horizontal and vertical.
Oh, okay. So saying the words horizontal and vertical defines 3 dimensions. What is 4-dimensional, Jerry?
There is no 4th dimension.
In mathematics, what does 4-dimensional mean?
I'm only talking about reality.
Yeah, what does it mean?
There is no 4th dimension, man.
Okay, so 3-dimension is horizontal and vertical. Got it. What is 2-dimensional, Jerry?
2-dimensional would be like horizontal, right?
Oh, so just the word horizontal.
Yeah.
That's the definition of 2-dimensional, the word horizontal.
That's mine, right?
Is there anyone in the room who agrees with me that what Jerry is saying is absolutely absurd?
I agree.
Okay, thank you. It's like I can't.
Well, you know what a Cartesian coordinate system is, right?
Yes,
3D.
that's what I was trying to explain to you.
3D, right? So
Oh, does it have to be
horizontal.
3D? It has to be 3D. Cartesian coordinates have to be 3D.
Well, that's what we use in reality.
What about the x and y axis? Is that 3D?
Yeah, X and Y would be the horizontal, right?
And is
Z
that
be the vertical.
Cartesian? Is that Cartesian?
Only in reality.
What the fuck?
Yeah, get wrecked.
I mean, motherfuck to whatever. Are you hearing what I'm hearing?
Mostly been in and out of the conversation. I think, if I may, it's really just a matter of definitions. Like, if we're defining 3D and 2D as how many coordinates are needed to represent a point in that space or area, region, whatever you want to call it, I think by definition, the surface of a sphere is 2D, the volume contained by that surface is 3D. what something is in an ontological sense might be beyond this conversation.
Certainly, and I didn't even try to go there. But do you hear the words coming out of the mouth of Jerry, who says 3D? When I ask him what is 3D, he says it's horizontal and vertical. That is absolute nonsense. That's like two random words picked from the dictionary of the English language, provided us the. That's right. And when I ask him what is two-dimensional, he says horizontal. And then he says Cartesian system. And then he says, what did he say? What was the last thing he said? He said reality. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Horizontal.
Wait, that
and
was
vertical
me.
are
Wait, hold
scary
on. That
words.
was me. I said that stuff.
Yeah, I realize horizontal and vertical are scary concepts for
A monkey with an English
normal.
dictionary picking random words from the dictionary would probably do an equally good job defining these terms as you did, Jerry.
Yeah, I think a monkey would say that spheres are 2D, but that's just me.
A monkey would open the dictionary and would find the word horizontal and vertical and say them together, trying to sound smart.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I get what Jerry's trying to say with the vertical what was it? Vertical horizontal?
Yeah, you should look up what those words mean.
No, I know what they mean. I think that definition might be lacking a little bit.
Of course, because it doesn't work for you, right? Something's wrong with straight lines for you guys.
Well, I think when we look for definitions, we look for things that are widely applicable. So that might work in some situations, but it's not tightly defined enough to work in every situation that would require 3D.
Okay. Well, I stick with reality. You can do whatever you want. Yeah.
That doesn't really address the criticism.
He is programmed to say things like these, I stick to reality, or stuff like, because he doesn't understand what he's talking about, and that's okay. But he's posturing as someone who does, who claims to understand geometry well enough to prove or disprove certain shapes of the Earth. But he doesn't, and that's okay. I would never pick on him for not knowing geometry. I struggle with geometry too. But he
You don't
poses
know that
as someone.
3D.
Yeah, right. He poses as someone who knows all that shit, like it's obvious, and he takes the shit from charlatans like Bev and all the other ones, and just repeats that nonsense: horizontal, vertical, reality, and Jesus, like, you could be spending your time, Jerry, actually learning these things if you were curious, or doing other things. But you just repeat what you hear from your papa flares and random idiots that show up on the internet.
Do they pay you by insult against people who speak truth?
Yes. And there are people who show up here in this room who are more sophisticated than Bev or Jerry, and they can at least hold their ground and they fucking understand what an angle is, what a triangle is, and so on. I still disagree with them, but at least they don't use random gibberish. That's why I'm so triggered, because Bev triggers me. He uses absolute gibberish to bamboozle you people, and poor people like Jerry fall victim of that, and then they are making fool of themselves, saying 3D is horizontal and vertical.
You should take up yoga or heavy antidepressants if reason is depressing.
I tried yoga already, but antidepressants, I'm old school. I don't do that.
I don't know then.
Well, I don't give a fuck if you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
How much
man.
they pay you per insult against people who bring truth?
You think insult is not the norm here? Have you ever come here before?
You said you get paid, so how much?
Do you know what names I've been told here that just made me smile?
Cumulative? Is it cumulative? Like the more you bash on a person, the more you get. You said you
Yes.
are getting
Yes.
paid for it. Okay.
Yes. I get $1 for every heart that I break.
So this is truth, right? What you're saying, as
What I'm
everything
saying
you
is
say.
the truth as well as I understand it. Yes, about geometry.
Okay. So how much do they geometrically pay you to shut down people?
Not enough.
I'm sorry to hear that. Like you're not doing a good job at.
That's why I don't
putting
get paid much.
You're just like good as a monkey who throws shit, but that's it.
At least I know what 3 dimensions means.
I don't think you do. You have no idea.
Then why don't you tell me what 3-dimensional means? Go ahead, I won't interrupt. Just describe to me what 3-dimensional means in your view.
This is about you and what you're doing, not about my understanding of 3 dimensions.
But you said you don't think I know what it means, so that implies that you have a different understanding. Share it with us.
Different from yours, obviously.
Okay, describe it, please.
No.
Because you got nothing.
Dude, I've been listening to the conversation for the last 15 minutes, and I can tell you that at this point we've been talking in circles.
No, I've been saying the same thing.
That's what it means to be talking in circles.
Okay, so you mean there's no communication between the two sides?
It's like because have you read Dante's Paradiso?
No.
And aren't you Italian?
No.
Jesus. Oh my god, dude! I don't know why I thought you were Italian for the last 15. Never mind.
Well, that's
dude.
between you and your God. You're high and you know nothing. So
You're right. You're right. Are you Hispanic or like? Or Brazilian?
No, go watch some video, dude.
You're Portuguese. You're Portuguese, dude. I knew it.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Go watch some videos of Susskind. Maybe you'll learn something.
Dude, don't you like Leonard Susskind though? Don't you think he's pretty dope?
No, he failed with all his string theory. But I watched some lectures on relativity and Newtonian gravity. I would recommend them to everybody in the room. But gravity is like holy water on a vampire. So, but yeah, he has some good content. But his ideas all failed. I speak objectively. None of his theories worked out. It's not a diss because most new theories don't work out. They don't match reality. That's okay. But he's not very impressive to me. No.
And I understand, and I know you're not dissing him. He was brave enough to think.
Yeah, somebody has to, right? And most of them fail, so there's no shame in that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, speaking of Newton, Newton used Euclidean geometry for his mechanics.
Yeah.
Right.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Huh.
Wild.
Is it?
No, why is that wild, Jerry?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's weird how you say it doesn't relate to reality. I think I've heard you say that.
Who says it doesn't relate? What the fuck are you talking about, Jerry?
Well, some people think that it doesn't sometimes.
Well, here's the thing.
No.
Ultimately, if we're gonna be pedantic about it, right? It's that
Pedantic.
it's that no true Scotsman situation where all of our heuristics, right? All of the theories that we have aren't ever really going to measure up to what reality actually is. They're only ever going to try to inch ever so closer to try to provide an accurate representation of that reality, right? Essentially, what we're talking about here is like the core of modern science, which is pragmatism, right? This idea that we understand that our theories may not necessarily be true, capital T, but as long as they're true, lowercase t, as long as it works, kinda, it's okay. You know what I mean?
Would you say you can't have a straight line in reality, though? Like you can't establish a horizontal or vertical plane
So
in reality?
well, in the sense you cannot, in the sense that you cannot have a perfect circle in reality.
Yeah.
Hmm. So you
You
can't have a
cannot.
straight line. You
Not
personally.
like, not in a Greek perfectionist Platonic sense, but
Uh-huh.
before you go off on that one, Jerry, um, actually, I think what our friend here, Gaslight Gatekeep, was saying, current observations suggest that the shape of the universe, or the surface of the universe, if you will, might be flat.
Mm-hmm.
Euclidean in a sense, that it's not convex or concave but flat when it comes to space-time when you average it out over large distances. So no, we're not saying that Euclidean planes are not a good approximation of certain objects in reality. They are. Like the table in my kitchen could be described as a Euclidean plane. It is not a perfect Euclidean plane. I'm sure it's bent and in some microscopic ways, but it's a decent approximation. But I would not use a Euclidean plane to describe the surface of a basketball.
Well, the
Both
shortest
of them
distance
are real.
between any
So
2 points, front, back, left, right, would have to be a horizontal distance, right?
Jerry, what I'm trying to say is you don't have to say every object in reality can be described as a Euclidean plane and it's this or that or none of the objects. My table is a surface that can be described as a Euclidean plane, and my basketball, its surface is not. Both of them exist in the same room, even. So
Okay.
this is you've been told that these things are somehow exclusive, you know, NASA Nephilim conspiracies to say non-Euclidean surfaces. People have just bamboozled you, and it's their fault, not yours. And I'm here to actually protect you. I know you don't think so, but I'm here because of you, Jerry, and people like you. And this is why I get triggered by fuckers like Bev and other complete idiots like Witsit doesn't get it, dude, who just use pseudoscientific language to bamboozle good-hearted, gullible people.
Okay. Who's talking? Who's that mumbling?
Is my
Not
mic on?
me.
Sorry, that was me.
No, it's okay. I say if you want to have if you want to use the z-axis of our reality, you just hang a plumb line. All right?
If you choose to do so, yeah.
That's all.
You
Need
know,
to X or
you
Y.
can pick the z-axis to be anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. You could have a point on a
Not
vertical
defined by the plumb
X.
line.
You could establish a straight line with that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
All right, like I said, if you have a fetish for plumb lines and you like to use them to establish straight lines, I'm not going to deny you that pleasure.
Yeah, and levels too.
Awesome.
Good. Is there anyone else who wants to have a chat with someone else, or anybody who wants to talk? Go ahead.
Marsha. It's not about you, Steve. It never is. Why is this so quiet in here, man? So can I just talk? You guys want me to talk in here? Okay, so why are gorillas amazing? I don't know, it's gorilla ape man. Mhm. What the fuck is Jordan up to?
Wasn't that interesting how Yui the Great, or whatever the heck his name is, said he gets paid for doing certain things in this channel? No? So if he's doing that, it means if certain people speak the truth or not, it doesn't matter because he'll shut it down, which makes him a liar, someone who covers the truth in lies. And at the same time, people get banned for speaking the truth, speaking reasonably, and that guy is free to run amok when he admits to doing what he's doing. What's obvious to me, at least, because I'm paying attention. I also find it funny that I won't name the name of the mod, but he seems to have trolls by his side who can send in chat to go after you or bans you whenever it feels like it. And for some reason, for these trolls, this guy brings in, for some reason, they role play Jewish persons. I don't know why that is. I guess it's triggering to people, maybe, or it's gotten to a point where if you call out the fallacy that flat is flat and get banned,
Flat Earth, I
there's
believe
bigotry
in
against
Flat
truth.
Earth, and the reason I believe in Flat Earth is because you know, while living experience is flat, and one lives in the earth.
It's funny how you came in
And
without
one
knowing, without having no clue,
whole
really, what I was talking about, because
life,
you weren't in the channel, but
unless
you
we
just.
have to go
So who are you?
Hello, is I'm audible?
Yeah, I thought
Yeah. Uh, hello. Hello.
Hello. Even Pat stopped doing his noise when his body joined in. What the red hole?
So Earth's flat yet?
I have a theory that bigotry in general, when in an arena that seeks truth in any field, will harm that pursuit of truth. And what happens when bigotry is against truth itself? Where can that lead? Pratt is doing his thing again. I guess only Pat wants to engage with this. It's like the cricket meme in audio.
Has anybody ever like said something about you and you just never ever forgot it?
Bigotry, obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction. Comma, in particular, prejudice, and we can look up that word, against a person or people on the basis of their membership to a particular group. That is earning his salary right now. What if you can tie whatever a truth claim is to a group of people? Since obviously they are speaking it. Then truth becomes undesirable. It's my bad.
Pat, you're gay.
So where's the flat earth? I'm still waiting for the evidence. That's snoring? What the hell?
I don't know. I had to mute that kiddo.
Yeah, you just love muting people, don't you?
Little snoring babies, I do.
Why are they snoring on Discord?
Why are mods allowing it? Is the better
What?
question. Why are mods allowing him to do that? Is the my
Are you like a
question.
flat earther, bro?
Yeah, we're all flat earthers once we learn the truth, brother.
Dude, what? Holy shit, dude. You guys seriously have a mental illness. Like, no offense.
Sometimes it's the craziest shit that ends up being reality.
No, because flat Earth is very mystical, whereas a globe Earth is very practical. It makes sense.
Yeah, well, if this was like, let's pretend it's thousands of years ago, right? Nobody told you you're on a ball. You're gonna look up and think you're on a ball?
Okay, but that's fallacious.
Let's say nobody told you you're on a. You don't go in a classroom. There's no globes. There's nothing. What's gonna make you think that you live on a spinning ball flying through space? Some brainwashed media bullshit? No, none of that's there
So
for you.
wait. So you're appealing to ignorance.
No. Are you gonna look up and say, "Oh, I see a sun and moon. I must be on a spinning ball"? Or are you gonna think, I see lights flying around me in the air, but that doesn't mean I'm on a fucking ball. Maybe you're on something totally different because you're unique. You don't see other Earths in the sky. You don't see other people walking around with telescopes in the distance. All you live on is something very unique, and there's nothing like it out there. All you see is weird spinning lights in the sky, but you don't fucking. That doesn't dictate what you're standing on. You know, you get what I'm saying here?
It kind of does. I mean, it's like it's like when you look in a mirror, you know. But what I'm trying to say is, no, you're appealing to ignorance. You're saying remove all your knowledge. What do you see? That's appealing to ignorance. So that's fallacious, first of all.
Well,
And
it's just to perceive your surroundings.
and second of all, yeah, we can learn about Earth from looking out into space. We can look at the sun's shadows on the moon. We can look at all kinds of things.
Like what?
The celestial bodies, their trajectory, their we can like use math. We can predict their movement and trajectory and all kinds of things. We can.
You can.
Actually, I don't know about you, but if you've been in the middle of the sea at just like at night, where it's just pitch black, when you look up at the sky, you can see that it's circular. You can see that it's a dome shape. So there's so many things that tell you that you live in a globe. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
No, I've been into sea at night where there's no lights, there's no light pollution,
That's not.
and I can literally see that this is a globe. You can see the curves and everything.
No, you can't.
No, you can literally no. Yeah. Have you been no? But have you been out at night at sea? Yes or no?
Sure.
Have you?
Sure.
No, but have you though?
Yeah, just like you.
No, but I have. Have you?
It's just what I said.
So you know what I'm talking about then, right?
No.
Then you haven't been out at sea. Then you're a liar. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're just a fucking liar, bro. You need to go outside more. I think that's the problem with flat earthers. Go outside and explore the world. You'll see that it's a globe.
I'm not a flat earther. I think you are. So, how do you deal with that when someone calls you something that you claim you're not, but still calls you that?
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the other guy. He's a flat earther.
Well, I was the only one talking to you, so.
No, there's this other guy here.
Who, Pat? You're talking to Pat?
This quiet noobs guy.
I thought you're talking to Pat. He has some good points. And when were you out at sea? Or wherever you just Was that recent?
I'm not going to share that information.
Oh.
When I was out in sea, I looked up and I saw, whoa, you can see the curvature.
Was it a wall?
On the
A
in
wall
the
of curvature?
on the sky, in the sky you can see the curve.
In the sky, there is a wall of curve.
You can
I
see
don't
a
know.
curve.
Obviously.
Now that could be because of my limited vision.
Well, there is a celestial dome above us, a celestial sphere, so that would make sense. And that's on the flat Earth.
No. It wasn't dome. It wasn't a dome shape. It was like a shape like a globe, but where you could it's the sphere the spherical effect was stretching. It wasn't a dome.
Yeah, bro, we basically live in a snow globe.
No, we don't live in a. Oh God, I don't know.
God, why are you all invoking God and Jesus?
Look,
What's
we
wrong?
can literally track satellites in the sky. Like we can use a telescope and look at the ISS. Like, what are you guys doing? Like,
Yeah, there's shit in the sky, bro. Big deal. Shit in the sky. Oh my gosh. Means you're on a spinning pear ball flying through space, right? At 66.6 thousand miles per hour. Oh my gosh.
wait. You do realize speed is relative to mass, right? Like,
Who gives a fuck? Who
for example, I'll give you an
cares?
example, right?
It's like
If
human
you if
Right?
you if something small is spinning really quickly, if it were a little bit larger, it wouldn't look the same as if it were smaller. You know that, right?
Quiet. Gobbledygook.
So just
Who gives
because
a
the Earth
fuck?
is spinning, it appears like a massive amount of speed, but it's not. It's actually moving really, relative to its size. So
What a bunch of bullshit.
no, it's not bullshit. You can test this out yourself, you
Then
stupid
fuck
moron.
off with your gibberish.
You can test this out yourself.
You just haven't been out at sea in the pitch black dark of night.
I
At
have. I just told you
-12.
I've been outside in the pitch black and dark, and I can see it's a globe.
No, I'm telling Jerry. That's why he can't see it.
Yeah, it's my fault. I know. I just don't understand.
No. Hold on. I was debunking the other guy who was like, "Oh, look at the Earth; it's spinning so fast."
Yeah, the other guy, you and him.
Speed is relative to mass and size.
Obvious.
So you can't
Uh-huh.
say just because it's moving fast. No, that's stupid. Stupid.
Of course you can say. You can say anything, like any stupid shit. Just listen to yourself. Of course you can say anything.
I don't think you understand how speed works, but that's fine.
I think I
This is
understand.
why it's important to do physics, in high school, so that way you can understand these things.
Yeah.
So you don't act stupid,
Yep. And if you don't do physics, you just go in the pitch black of night and look in the middle of the ocean at the
No.
sky.
I'm just giving you.
And then
No. I'm
come
just
back
giving it. No.
and
I'm
eat
not saying that
something
that's evidence.
because
No. I'm not saying that that's evidence. I'm just saying that this is what my experience. I'm not saying that's
yeah,
evidence. No.
nobody.
If you want to look for evidence, look at the NASA photographs, look at the NASA videos, look at the satellites in space that are rotating around the Earth.
Is that what stupid people would do, or is
Look
that what
at.
physics people would do?
There's so much evidence. So much evidence.
So much.
Would stupid people just look at a picture and say, "Oh, that's what I'm standing on," or is that what the smart physics people do?
Oh, okay, I don't think. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
My brain hurts.
Oh.
Well, it's because you're using it for the first time, right? You're trying to find a way to prove
Listen,
that the ground is a ball.
it,
It's
it,
hard,
it,
isn't it?
it, do you want me to demonstrate how it's a ball on Earth? Like, there are so many ways in
Hey,
which we can do that.
I don't care. I'm not looking to be convinced of anything. I already have my own proofs. I know what I can prove and what I
You
can't.
have proof that you live on a flat Earth.
No, I could prove level is horizontal. You know, I can't prove the
Wait,
ground
wait,
is a
wait. You can
ball.
prove level is horizontal.
Absolutely,
And I
Oh
can
absolutely.
my
prove
god. Have you done any non-Euclidean trigonometry at all?
I don't give a fuck
Geometry?
about non-Euclidean. Do you know what
You know,
non-Euclidean is?
it matters because on a sphere, right? You can
Here we
have
go.
straight lines on a sphere. You know that,
All
right?
right. Yeah.
Bro, these guys are running out of
You,
voice
you, you do
actors.
realize you can have a flat surface on a sphere? You know that? Did you know
Yeah, it's
that?
called the tangent plane, right?
So then, what's your objection then? What are you saying? Like you're stupid. You're dumb. Ugh, my brain.
Just saying level is horizontal. That's all.
Okay, give me your argument. Let's hear this stupid flat Earth.
That's
Listen,
what the
it's
good
not a.
voice actor said.
Hey, let's
It's
hear it. Let's hear your dumb argument. Let's hear it so I can quickly debunk it.
it's not a flat Earth argument. It's just proving a straight line with water.
Ah, so you're saying because water 6 level, you're saying, oh, look at the water's flat, therefore the Earth's flat. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say Earth's flat,
Okay,
did I?
then what is your argument then? Make it coherent.
Do you know what a water level is?
Uh huh.
Okay, tell me what a water level is, because a lot of people say they do and then they don't. Are you googling?
It depends on what you're referring to. Are you referring to that tool that constructors use, or what are you referring to?
Yeah, it's called a water level. It's a big tube, right? And you fill it with water, and you lay it on the ground, and you pick up both ends, right? And when the water equalizes between both ends, the shortest distance between those 2 points is a horizontal straight line.
Okay, and
That's it. Do you have
you
any
can find
objection to that?
you do realize you can find that exact phenomena on a sphere. You fucking moron.
Okay, do you have any objections to that?
Oh my god, my brain. Listen, you can see that phenomena on a sphere
Okay,
with
you can
gravity.
think the ground is a ball. I just want to know if you have any objections to
Hey, Jack,
what
you know this
what a
is
water level
Branson
does.
actually?
I don't see how that correlates to a flat Earth. Like that's if you think
I
that
didn't say it did.
just because a stupid fucking tube filled with water somehow like secret level that somehow that correlates to flat Earth.
I
That's the
didn't say it
stupidest
did.
shit ever.
I didn't say it did. You're the one who
Okay,
said
then
the
hurry
word.
up. Get to the point where you say this is the evidence for flat Earth. Hurry up. I want to hear that.
It's not flat Earth evidence. It's
Okay, so
just a
then
fact
what's
of
your point?
reality.
What is your point?
It's just a
What's the
fact
point
of
of that?
reality. That's all.
Okay, awesome. So what? I
That's
want
it.
the evidence for flat Earth.
Do you agree or disagree with that fact?
Dude, that phenomena can occur on a sphere.
Do you agree or disagree that that
I
is a straight
disagree. I
line?
disagree with all kinds of stupid flat
So
Earth
it's
crap.
not a straight line. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not.
Wow. Okay,
It's
so what is it?
actually curving. It's actually curving.
Okay, when you say curved, what do you mean? Does
It's
it
curving. You
drop?
just can't witness it.
Does it drop from your position?
It's
Or does it
curving.
hump? Does it drop or hump?
It's curving. I'm not playing the dumb games. This guy,
That's
he
a
doesn't
tough question.
understand non-Euclidean geometry. Like
Tough
this is
question.
what happens when you don't have any knowledge in anything, bro. On a
Yeah.
sphere, you can have a flat plane on a fucking sphere, and in that
No, just
flat
answer my
plane,
question.
in that flat plane, if you measure water, it's gonna obviously.
Look, you're gonna answer my question or you're gonna fuck off. Okay? Does it hump or does it drop? Because no one wants to hear you ramble on about bullshit. People want to hear a coherent conversation. They don't want to hear, well, on a sphere, blah 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 blah. No one wants that. Just answer my questions. Don't preach, okay? Is it a hump or is it a drop?
People want to be taught the truth. They don't want to be indoctrinated.
Okay, fuck off.
Very intolerant.
Nah, dude. I mean, the guy's here for conversation or to preach.
That's not preaching. That's trying to explain something.
No, he
Those are
wasn't.
different. Oh, okay. Sounded like he was trying to explain something to you.
Well, I asked him a very
No, man. You're
short
totally
question.
hinged, man. It's fine. It's cool.
Yeah. So what do you think? Is it a hump or a drop? toughest question in the business.
You
Hump
can
or
choose.
drop?
Just give them that options. They can choose both a hump and a drop.
So the
Because in the
simple answer
gold
to that
mine,
is it depends.
it's like a false dichotomy, but it can be both. The third way. Most of
Exactly.
them will say it's a drop and a hump. Well, he
Yes.
muted.
It depends on where you're measuring from.
Measuring from horizontal. Is it a hump or is it a drop from horizontal?
That's not enough. So horizontal, what do you mean horizontal?
Straight line, two points of equal elevation.
So the straight line taken between the 2 points? The
Yep,
straight line
equal
described by
elevation.
the 2 points.
Say that again?
The straight line described by those 2 points.
2 points of equal elevation with a water level, yes.
Okay. And the straight line itself is not at equal elevation necessarily. It's just the straightest line between the two.
No, it's equal elevation.
The straight line is equal elevation.
The 2 points are at an equal elevation.
Right.
And the straight line connects those. I say that line is a horizontal line.
Okay. So if we're taking that line as a horizontal line over a sphere, it wouldn't be at equal elevation. The straight line wouldn't be. So the surface would hump between that.
Okay. So in reality, do you agree that you could establish those 2 points of equal elevation and connect them with a horizontal line?
You could describe a horizontal line between them, yes.
Okay, that's it.
Do you think that horizontal line would be at equal elevation with the surface below it?
Has nothing to do with the surface.
Sure. I'm asking a separate question. Do you think that horizontal line described by those two equal elevation points would be parallel to the surface below it?
Has nothing to do with the surface.
Fine. But would it be parallel to the surface?
It would be parallel to another horizontal.
Agreed. Would any of those horizontals match the surface?
No, the surface of Earth is not horizontal.
Okay. Are you saying it's excluded because of like topography or something? Like I'm talking about approximately. I'm not trying to do a bev here. Did he dip?
Good morning.
Good morning.
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 Yes,
Yeah.
coffee. All right, flat Earth. Let's go. Come on, let's get some flat Earth in the chat.
Australia represent.
For the flat Earth, yeah. What fucking shape is the Earth? Obviously flat.
Yeah, I didn't know that flat was a shape, but okay.
Neither did I, but I think it's like, I guess flat. No, flat's a shape. I mean, you can have a shape that's just flat. You know, like it's like a disc. It's like a, you know, a
How
discus,
can you put a
a
shape?
frisbee.
How can you put a shape on something that is yet to be measured entirely?
Well,
How can
you've yet to.
something have a
Okay,
shape?
well, your head's yet to have been measured entirely, but we can have a good idea of what sort of shape it is.
So it's not flat.
Well, I don't know. Is your
It's
head flat or not? Is
not
it round? Is it
shape.
flat?
Some people would say that the surface of Earth is 2D. There was someone in here earlier. You should have heard him, and he thought that the Earth was a ball.
2D.
Yeah,
2D.
a,
Fuck.
a
What
2D
happened to the
sphere.
other one?
I don't know.
Did they lose it? What happened to it?
He got angry when I told him that Earth is 3D,
Well,
and he
that's what
thought that,
happens, you know. You know,
and
people
he
get
thought
very
that Earth was a
passionate about
sphere.
this stuff. It's all, you know, it's flat, it's round. I'm like, you know, just let it be whatever it is, you know. If you want to think it's flat, then just think it's flat. You know, that makes you feel better about things. And, you know, you don't have to be angry about it, you
What do
know.
you mean by flat? The Earth is flat because everybody has his own definition. So what do you mean by flat? Since you're
Uh,
in here shouting flat, the Earth is flat. What do you think flat
well, I'm
means?
just joking, man. I don't fucking think it's flat, man. I don't think it's what they all say it is, man.
So
Yep.
you're joking. Okay.
Yeah, obviously, man. You don't have to be autistic about it. Point is, man, you fucking go through life and, you know, you see things. Fucking people saying the earth is flat, fucking God's gonna kill us all and fucking judgment. And you
You're
just think,
saying it.
fuck, man. Well, you're saying it too, mate.
No. I'm
You
saying
just
it's not.
did. You just did.
I'm saying it's probably not flat. If you
Prove
know
it.
what flat is.
Prove it. I don't believe in fucking flat. I don't even think flat's a real thing.
But what do you think it means?
I don't think it means anything.
So why say it?
Flat cannot exist.
All sorts of theories in this channel, man. It's flat, flat cannot exist. But where's the truth? The truth must be somewhere. Anyone here playing Ark? Like, since nobody is talking, maybe someone can help a noob.
Yo, do y'all believe in aliens?
Aliens cannot curve the water.
It's possible. It's possible for aliens to exist. I believe it is definitely possible.
So that was a rhetorical question. He didn't care what you said. He just came in to say whatever.
I don't care if it's rhetorical or not. I'm going to answer it.
Well, people care. Those who hear you.
Well, I don't, so I answered it.
Well, you suck.
I don't care. That was very nice of you.
Why do I suck? Because I answered that question?
You made an open question that was rhetorical. Then you acknowledged it was rhetorical. And then you said you answered it. So, I don't know. You can do that on your own. What do you need the VC room for your imaginings?
The person that asked
Do you believe in aliens?
It wasn't a rhetorical question.
You just said it is. It was, and you don't give a fuck it was.
No, I didn't say that it was. I said I don't care if it was.
Then you are insane because you just said that, and now you're saying you didn't.
I said
I don't think
care.
it was a rhetorical question.
I said I don't care if it's rhetorical or not.
But it was the way you handled it was rhetorical.
It didn't sound like a rhetorical question to me.
How would you have handled it, Mishu?
Handle what?
That question. Like, do you believe in aliens?
Do you believe in Shkafishkafnyak?
What's that?
What's the alien?
What's an alien? Like, are you? I don't know.
Do you believe in
Is like,
Shkafishkafnyak?
is Trump asking me what?
Is that a racist thing?
Believe in
I
alien?
really don't know what you're
No,
saying.
it's I made it up in this moment.
Oh.
Oh, I thought it was an action.
Do you believe in that? But I made it up now.
I thought
No,
it was
I
a
don't.
word in Russian.
Why
So
should believe in something what is made it up?
Okay, so I take it you don't believe in aliens then? Because you think they're made up?
What is alien?
Like they
Life on-
buzz around in UFOs and stuff?
So
Come from other planets?
Do you believe in Shkafishkafnyak?
if you see an unidentified flying object, you
Again, you
assume
asked me
there's
about aliens. I said what it is. I don't know what are you talking about. Now again asking you, do you believe in Shkafishkafnyak? You said you don't know what is that. That it's moving through the earth and through the water, sometimes going in space.
if it's in the water, it has another
Oh,
name.
you think they like live under the ocean? I could vibe with that.
Do you believe in that, Shkafishkafnyak?
No, but I think I believe in aliens. I don't
You
know where they
believe in
come from
aliens.
though.
Why you don't believe in Shkafishkafnyak then?
Because you said you just made it up.
Oh, this one is real.
What if that war that you said doesn't have any connection with anybody? So how could anybody believe in it if it doesn't have any connection to anything?
Yeah, can you even
Are you
spell it,
saying this
guy?
one UFOs and whatever, they are real, and mine what I said is not real?
Bro, you said aliens are whatever. You said you see a UFO and there's aliens. A UFO is an unidentified flying object.
No, I said
doesn't-
like they buzz
doesn't-
around in UFOs and come from other planets.
Yeah, I told you the
Or they
Shkafishkafnyak,
don't.
they're
I mean,
going
maybe they live under
underground.
the water. I don't know.
Yeah,
But do
yeah,
you
but I
believe in
told
them?
you. Do you believe
It's
this?
a pretty simple question.
Well, the simple question is this also: do you believe in Shkafishkafnyak? They are going through the water and through the
Simple
land.
answer, no.
Do you believe in Shkafishkafnyak? No.
believe in bigotry. I
Do you
believe
believe in Bigfoot?
Beetlejuice,
Do you believe in Bigfoot?
the movie from the 90s? Hell yeah.
No, in Bigfoot, that monster what is in the forest.
Yeah, he's real.
You believe that?
Yeah, wholeheartedly.
Why?
Why not?
Why not? I don't know. I believe in Shkafishkafnyak.
Well, I think more people
Why you
believe
don't
in
believe? Why you
Bigfoot
don't
and
believe? Why
aliens
you
than they
don't believe?
do
Why you don't
whatever
believe
that
in?
shit you're talking.
Oh, why not? To believe in my shit.
You're the only one who believes it.
Oh,
Believes in
really?
what?
In my bullshit.
What is it? Could you say it again?
Shkafishkafnyak.
Can you spell it?
Yeah, it's like I believe in
Because he
popular.
said there is aliens, there is a Bigfoot, and I said there is a Shkafishkafnyak. And he said, he said,
Oh, that's funny, man.
why I should not believe in Bigfoot? And I said, why I should not believe in Shkafishkafnyak? And he said, because you are only believing. And there is, I don't know, 1 million people believe in Bigfoot. They have a reason. to believe in that, and I don't have a reason to believe in Majeska Fiška.
Right. There
What's
you
your
go, buddy.
reason?
What's my reason? I believe it. What's your reason?
Oh, I believe it.
It's the same reason. You believe in Bigfoot, I believe in Shkapishka. Look, it's the same.
Whoa,
And
then we're at an impasse, huh?
what shall we do now? We can find other beliefs. I can try. I can.
Well, I
can
want to talk
start.
about aliens
Yeah, but why aliens? Why something else?
because they're cool. What if they're interdimensional?
Maybe because this is food server.
It's a what?
It's about food recipe server. Is it because of that you're speaking about aliens?
Yeah, sure. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, sure. Is it this title of this server, of this room? Is it food recipes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now I understand why you're asking about aliens.
Yeah, there's actually a conspiracy room in here, in this server. Let me see.
Do you want to really want to know what I believe?
Yeah.
I believe that
It's
geometry.
better than you guys just sitting around being quiet.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that geometry, when it's correct, it must be correct.
That's very like
Do you believe
Pythagorean
the
of you.
geometry? For example, if I gave you the basketball, and I tell you the basketball has a 30 centimeters diameter, and then you measure and you see it, do you believe the same thing, or you will say, I don't believe you?
I'd say I'd believe it. It'd be pretty obvious.
Yeah. That's why I think this server has the name 24/7 Flat Earth. And they are not speaking, because of that, they are not speaking about aliens. They are speaking about geometry and the shape of the earth. And then we realize that people are
Yeah,
on
but they weren't
internet.
saying anything.
Oh, they're saying because
No, I sat in
there
here
is.
for like 10 minutes. Nobody was saying anything. And then you guys jumped on whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah,
Just
because
being mean to him.
you know, do you believe in aliens? To ask on 24/7 Flat Earth, it's somehow strange. That's why I ask you: is this a food server? Because if I ask you, do you believe that yeast is good for growing bread? And you said yes.
I'd say yes.
I am just say Pat should not be muted till later.
But even so, Sasha, the name is not geometry server; it's Flat Earth.
Yeah, I know that's a cool name. We like to call it like that, Flat Earth. And then we explain. If some people ask, what's that? What do you mean Flat Earth? It's retarded. It is retarded in the first case, in the first place, when you hear
And you tell them
when
it means geometry?
yeah, then you have geometry because you have spheres. You know, you learn in your life in geometry that Earth is a sphere. You know, then you learn what is the sphere, what sphere needs to have. Then you learn the size of the sphere, and then you check
The
if the size
size
is
of a
correct.
sphere?
Yeah.
How do you?
How do I don't know. There in every
the size of a
educational
sphere?
system in this world, it's written how big this sphere is. Do you agree?
How big a sphere is? Like, how do you measure the bigness of a sphere?
I don't know. It's written in every book in every country.
A bigness of a sphere? Let me Google that.
Yeah, size of the Earth.
Oh, the Earth, but oh,
Yeah, but yeah, I'm speaking about the Earth.
you should have said that. You said the sphere.
Yeah,
And the Earth.
yeah, we are learning in school that Earth is a sphere. That correct?
It is.
And we are learning the size of that sphere.
Oh, I thought it's
Well, how
something.
big is it?
tied to
Yeah,
geometry.
they are saying it's 24,000 miles.
Do you believe that?
I believe it in the past.
But now, since you learn geometry,
Yeah, since I learned, I knew it geometry before. I didn't only, how to say, put it in a practice because I believe it, that it's correct.
right.
Yep. When you use geometry, you find out something is wrong. And not a little bit, a lot. A little bit will be something like 1%, 2%, 3%. But we are 1,000%, 2,000% of. Hmm. And it's not nice to be flat earther, you know. But Earth is forcing you. Nobody else. There are no people that forcing you. You know, there is no people telling you need to be flat earther. Earth itself is telling you, "I'm sorry, I don't want to care," especially water.
But if it's not flat, it's not flat.
Uh,
Like geometry tells you it's not flat. It's an incorrect term.
No, geometry is telling you every time, every observation showing it's flat. You know,
Observation.
every time it's flat. You know, every time there
What
is
do you
no
mean?
curving. There is no way that somebody showed that it's curving. Always see the flat horizon. It's always flat.
It's not flat.
It is.
I posted official windmills. What's the bottoms of those?
It's just a cultish chant to say it's flat.
It is flat. It's only scared to say to flat because if you go back 20 years ago, the flat was the normal word. How to say? You understand? Flat, it's normal word. Now it's forbidden and it's very very rude to say.
When did we decide that the Earth was a sphere?
Oh, that I don't know.
We
500 years ago,
We didn't. We discovered it.
we discovered it.
That it was a sphere, yes.
How do you discover?
When the
Fuck.
How do you discover something?
How we
How do you
discovered the
discover
sphere?
the ground is a ball? How do you discover that?
We observation.
What did you observe?
Cultural.
Maybe it was some geometry nerd who said, "Hey, wait a minute.
We observed that the
I
Earth
don't
was
know much
curved.
about geometry, but it's flat." Or
How
it's
did
not.
you observe that the earth is curved? How did you do that? Or how did they do that? If everyone now says that it looks flat, how did people 2,000 years ago observe that the earth is curved?
Satellite?
That's experiments and yeah,
Because what?
experiments.
NASA?
Experiments. We experiment with reality and we figure things
Experiment.
out.
So not
Experiment with
observation.
what?
Yeah, what was...
What?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wait. Do you think an observation is not an experiment?
Okay, I'm looking at a cooking spoon now, like a wooden cooking spoon. Am I doing an experiment?
Hey, different server,
So,
buddy.
experiment. What kind of wood is it? You can see what kind of wood it is.
You like how I brought that back around?
you can experiment on what kind of wood it is. Because
Okay.
you can see what kind of wood it is.
Okay.
They find
Go,
you, Brandon.
go back to the mental ward.
What, you can't... Wait a minute. Whoa, wait.
Nice.
You can't see what kind of wood it is?
So what if it's not nice? It's proof.
I mean, when you walk around, do you know what tree is what tree?
Oh, fuck off with your philosophy bullshit.
How it looks, you can
No,
tell.
there's an aspen, there's a birch, there's
There
different
we
types
go.
of trees.
This is how sophists get good. They just talk bullshit.
Willow trees. Yes.
Yeah.
What did I say that was bullshit?
Nothing. You're just taking it down a road that no one cares to go down.
Well,
What's a
he's
tree?
the one that asked about your wooden spoon and what's it's made out of. So, I mean, don't you need to know what tree you actually build the wood out of?
Yeah, you can experiment with the wood by looking at it and telling what kind of wood it's made out of. So,
Yeah,
yes.
we've come a long way from talking about how people discovered that the Earth was a ball.
Well, I mean, that's a high school experiment. You
Yeah,
can
what would that
easily
be?
prove. You can easily prove that the Earth is a ball with a high school experiment.
How did you do it?
You go ahead in science class, you take a photo of your entire class and everybody has a good time. You take a camera. Well, I know you're going to say something about refractory or something like that, but
Just
no.
tell me your proof.
No, you take a camera and you put it onto a helium balloon and then you GPS track it. Once the helium balloon drops, you go back and you get the little card that's in the camera and then you can put that into your computer and you can see all the images of the camera.
Great.
Yeah. So like yeah, very very easy. It's like a $300 experiment, a camera and a helium balloon.
Finally, somebody with clear explanations and clear stuff. Why these people then think that Earth is flat? This is so simple. You explain it so simple.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's how people.
No. This is a high school experiment that
Is
people
that how
do
people
everywhere.
2,000 years ago did it?
What's that?
Is that how people 2,000 years ago did it? Because the guy said that.
I mean,
discovered
okay.
it.
First off, like if you flat earthers are talking about people 2,000 years ago, I don't know. You're going to talk about geometric fucking horizons and all that. That shit doesn't make sense. We're talking about a technological age where we can prove shit.
Right.
Yeah, like a put on the video the water curving, something like that.
Well, I mean, no,
Hey,
the
now
water
aliens
doesn't curve.
sound so bad, does
Oh,
it?
the water doesn't curve.
From a flat level, you do not see a curve in the horizon.
Of course, that you don't see from the flat level.
Oh, yeah, no, that's
In
why
which
you
case,
need to go up. Have you ever been on a Have you been on a plane?
In which case, flat surface could be flat.
Yeah, Brandon said that it was discovered by
A flat,
observation.
that is the most ignorant statement that I've ever heard. A flat surface can be flat. Yes, the answer is yes. A flat surface can absolutely be flat. I'm a handyman. I can have a level. I can make sure the surface is flat.
Okay, do we have flat surface in reality?
Well, absolutely. When I hang things and when I build things, I have to make sure that they're plumb. Do you understand what plumb means?
No, I'm asking you, do we
Oh,
have the flat
Jesus
surface?
Christ. No, I'm asking you, do you understand what the word plumb means?
Do you understand what
flat
flat?
are not
I
the
asked
same
you,
thing now.
can flat surfaces could be flat? You said yes. That's good. And now I ask you, watch.
Go
Plumb
ahead.
means perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Plumb means, yes, perpendicular, horizontal, and flat so that you can make sure that you can build a structure because you have to pour concrete and make sure that it's fucking plumb.
Right. So how do you establish a horizontal? Without.
I mean, what do you mean? How do you establish a horizontal? From your standing view, you can't see a curve, but like you can establish it when you fucking go up. I don't know. Y'all have the like weird fucking.
I want you to say use a level.
Are you
I was
saying
going to
that it
say
does
with your
curve?
sister.
Are you saying that it does curve or no?
The Earth curves. It's a round. We have a round ball.
No, I said horizontal.
No, I don't know. Because we have a round
know?
ball, we have a horizon. Easy. I
You don't
sail
know if-
ships. I've seen ships go over the horizon.
You don't know
The
if
stupid
horizontal
shit
curve?
people say, that refractory and all that stuff, that makes zero fucking sense.
Yeah, well, you said that you're a builder, so does horizontal curve or no?
Not left to right.
What? Wait, what?
That's a tough question.
When
right?
I'm building, the horizon means nothing to
Does
me.
horizontal curve?
Not left to right.
Does are you asking me if a ship? No, let's
straight
rephrase
line,
what you're asking.
level.
Does a ship go over the horizon?
No.
Okay, well,
No, dude. Does a horizontal line curve?
I don't know what the
wanna
fuck that means.
Not left to
All right,
right.
well, then you're not a builder and you're full of shit. Fuck off.
Okay.
Not from left to right.
So for you, horizontal curves from left to right.
Not from left to right.
Does it curve front to back?
Right to left.
Horizontal line itself? No, I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about the horizon. No.
No, see, because you guys don't want to listen. Horizontal. I mean, I talk to so many people about this. They get horizontal and horizon confused all the time. A horizontal line, does that curve? Yes or no?
No.
Good.
But the horizon isn't just a horizontal line.
Well, all horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's the
But
definition of horizontal.
the horizon is the beginning of the curve.
No, but the
Yes.
definition of horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. You understand that?
But horizon doesn't mean horizontal.
Oh, really?
Can you
Horizon
acknowledge what I just
is
said or no?
the origin.
Horizon, horizontal. Horizon, horizontal. Horizon, horizontal.
No,
Yeah,
that's-
it's different.
Yo,
It's totally
that's
different.
wrong. No.
Horizon, horizontal. Horizon, horizontal. It's totally different. Horizon,
Yeah,
horizontal.
it is different.
Horizon, horizontal. Horizon.
They're two
Yeah,
different
it's totally
words.
different. Yeah, it has no even one even one letter. It's not the same.
They're two different words completely.
Yeah, horizon and horizontal is two different words. Even one stranger can realize that.
So for you, it does curve or no?
The horizon? Yes.
No, a horizontal line.
No, but the
Because
horizon.
horizontal is coming from word horizontal and it means flat, and horizon is coming from old Greece word called kurvos. Is that correct?
Bounding circle.
Is that correct? The horizon is coming from old Greece word called kurvos.
Kurvos. What does that mean? What's that in English?
That means it will come curvature from that. From curvers you get horizon, and horizon that means curving.
Oh, kurvos. Oh, curve. Okay.
Curvos, yeah, that means curving. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. That's interesting.
I made it up now, but it sounds good.
Oh,
only to protect the curve, because it's horizontal, but we need to change somehow also in dictionary. In this case, I am changing.
Oh, so you lied, so I can't trust you anymore.
No, because man, this is good for protecting the globe. If we say that it's coming from word curvos, that means they will not have an argument against that.
But you said you just made it up, so it's...
Yeah, but I can write on Wiki that.
Whatever.
Yeah, like everybody can write on Wiki anything what they want. I can write this, and maybe other people will write, and they will ask more, and then everybody will say it is. Look at that, it is that word. It is curvos. Horizon cannot come from word horizontal. It's how you can find the connection there. I don't. But curvos and horizon, I see a lot of, because C and H. I see connection.
Whoa.
You don't? You don't? Because horizon and horizontal, it's totally different. But curvos
You are
and
unhinged.
horizon, there is a there is a lot of connections there.
So, fake Bell's palsy guy, you do know that horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon, right?
Horizontal plane of the horizon. Sure, from left to right, it is completely flat. Correct. From left to right, it is flat.
I'm just asking you if you agree what the word means.
Don't say flat so many times. You'll get some illness.
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm sorry.
Holy crap. Look up the definition of horizontal. What does it say?
You said perpendicular to the horizon, you said?
Wow. I'm done with you, dude.
Horizontal.
Sorry, but left to right, yeah, it doesn't go if it's completely straight from left to right.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay. And the horizon, yeah, the horizon
I'm
is a plane
reading.
from left to right.
I'm reading also. I'm not saying. I'm reading on Google. It's saying parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay. And from left to right, yes.
And it's something I learned in school. It's something parallel with something that means it's the same.
Yeah. And from left to right, the horizon.
That means that horizon and horizontal are the same.
Guys, it's so important to prove Earth is flat or globe. Is it so important?
No, it's not important.
It's not important. So
No.
why everybody is here?
Why you are here?
Why are you?
Why everybody?
moms.
Why everyone?
Why you are here?
I was interested to see why
Truth is important.
a lot
Why?
of people are in this channel.
We are on this
truth?
channel, and
Well, truth is important.
So
Is
if
it
it's important, give me money. I'm gonna prove it. Earth is flat or globe.
okay.
Yeah, everybody give $50 to me. I'm gonna prove.
Good.
Would you guys pay for it?
No.
So
I don't need your money because I know what it is. I know what it is not. Maybe it's better like that.
I think for none of you guys it's important.
Are you looking for a job?
No?
No? Okay.
I'm just interested why a lot of people are spending their time to seeing Earth is flat or globe.
Maybe because what they are saying in school.
Yeah. It's just a sport for brain, right?
What they are teaching in school. Are they teaching flat earth in school?
I don't care that much.
No, I'm
if it's
asking you
Earth
what.
is flat or globe.
But you are
But
here. You are not
for
in
you
cinema.
guys-
You are here. You are here. You are not in cinema.
Yeah, I'm here because I see a lot of people are here.
Yeah, but you don't care. You are not in cinema.
Yeah.
For example,
But
if I
you're
don't care,
interested-
if I don't care to watch movie, I'm not going to cinema. I'm going somewhere else. If I don't care to watch football, I don't go to watch football. If I don't care about whatever you want, I don't go there if I don't care about that.
No, it's not like that. If you go
It
to a
is
street,
like that. It is
if
like
you
that.
go to a
If I'm
street and you
interested,
see,
for example, if
see
I'm interested,
people,
if I'm interested in something, let's say flat earth. Flat earth, what is this? It sounds stupid, but let's go there to ask people what is that, you know. So that would be
no,
interesting, you know.
if I
But to
go to
us,
a street and I see many people are somewhere and they are watching something, I'm gonna be interested to see what's that, what's
yeah.
there, So that's why I came here.
Okay, then you can ask question and ask people why you are here, and not to say
Yeah, I'm
what does the
asking why
what
you
does the
guys are here, and you said you want to know Earth is flat or globe. So I'm asking if it's so important for you guys. Prove it by yourself or pay me money. I can prove it. If for you guys are so important to know the truth, yeah, spend money for it.
So anyone else who wants to talk?
no, no, I want to hear, is it end or what will happen? Nothing will happen. Did we learn that horizon is horizontal at the end? Always was. 2000 years ago, horizon was horizontal.